Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We'll be getting started very soon. If you do believe in a god or gods or a higher power and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to burgle your god or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, well, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And maybe if we get through those questions, we might have a few more for you. But we're just starting out. We're 700 likes. We could break 2,500, probably even 5,000 by the time I've got a guest up here, if we all just tap together, tap a little bit. But don't forget to also repost, reshare, or add it to your story if it gives you that. But there we go. And if you are a believer and you've just requested up, well, stick around. I'll be taking a guest very soon. We just need to make sure we get a few more taps on the screen and a few more, well, butts in the seat, as they used to say, or a few more of our friends. So if there's someone you think should be here, make sure and share the live to them as well. What is a vibe, Husky Mom? You ever wake up just in time for work? feel like you've forgotten something. But you make it, well, reasonably late. I feel there was something important. It's probably going to bother me all night. I don't know what it is. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Well, I'm not here to debate you or argue, or put you down, or burgle your gods. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. What I'm here for is to ask, well, what it is you believe, and why you believe it. If you can really question, well, then I'll definitely have a few more questions for you. We're over 5,000 likes. I think about that time. So before we do take a guest, let me make sure that I thank Birdies for helping with that goal. You are amazing. Thank you. And I think, well, we're just about ready. Let's see who's in queue. Ghosts as always, of course.
Hello.
Hello, Bobby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
Yes, and his name is Krishna.
Krishna. I see.
Yep.
So, is there a particular practice that you're following in which your god's name is Krishna?
I think the audience will type it below here in a second.
I'm sorry, how old did you say you were?
28.
Okay, well, I don't know why it is that I don't believe you, but I'm not interested in the games. If you're actually willing to question your beliefs, you can request backup. But I don't know what that whole weirdness about the audience will tell me is. If you can't tell me, then why would you even request up? Do I even want to bring that guest back up? I think there might be somebody else who's much more amenable to questioning their beliefs. Oh, maybe not. Well, Bobby might get a second chance after all. Welcome back, Bobby. So you said you believe in Krishna. Is that part of a particular faith? Any particular sect?
Well, first of all, I think you got a lot of TikTok bots on your thing, but it's Hinduism.
What?
You got some TikTok bots that are watching you right now. There ain't no way there's 30 people. I need to see people spam in the chat right now.
I see. You want people to spam the chat.
Yeah, to prove they're real.
To prove they're real. I don't think my audience needs to prove anything to you, Bobby. But I think perhaps I'm going to go ahead and move on, because what the fuck is going on? Literally just coming up here with disrespect and strange accusations. While he sits there, I'm going to go ahead and thank Birdies, Forever Atheist, Delilah Scissors, Hazelnut, B, and Mimi Leverett. Appreciate you all being here. Neon Arrow Tip, knock on wood. And a cat in the vat. How about that? Good to see you. Pennywise the Dancing Clown, and Earza. So good to see you, Earza. Yeah, no, I don't know which ones are supposed to be the bots there, Bobby, but I know several of those are real people I've interacted with. Seems like you've got problems with actually socializing with people, and I'm not here to be your practice. So let's go on to somebody else. Hello, Dejan. Can I get your age for TikTok
Hello.
TOS?
Hello.
Hello, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40 years old. I'm Seda, but I changed my...
Oh, Seda, yeah, we've spoken before.
Yes.
Can you
yes,
remind me which god it is you believe in, Seda?
I'm Orthodox Christian, but I don't
Question.
know. I question my beliefs all the time.
What is your biggest question about your beliefs today, Dejan?
Today, my question of my beliefs is if everyone trusted Jesus will with all their heart and soul, and I don't know, they walked with him for all these years, and for 3 years to be exact, and when he was captured by Romans, and when he carried the cross through all those crowds and all those his people, even his mother did not went into the street and help him to carry his cross to the mountain. Not even his mother, and not even his 11 disciples. Maybe Jesus Christ, maybe, I believe he had some sort of faith in him, but when he died on the cross, he said his last words were, "Oh God, why did you leave me?" I think that's it.
I'm not sure what the question was there, Dejan. He's saying that why didn't his followers actually help him more than they did?
Yeah, that, and when he died on the cross, his last words. Because I don't
forsook him too.
I don't think he was ready to die. He wanted to live, I think.
You think he wanted to live?
Yeah.
Do you think he knew the plan all along?
I think he knew that people are cruel and people are evil, and that people will disappoint him, or
You say people are cruel, people are evil, they'll disappoint him. Who made them that way?
well, that's just the people are like.
People are just like that.
People are just like that. There is.
Do you believe, Dijon, that God created humans?
No.
You don't believe that God created humans?
No.
If he didn't create humans, then what responsibility does he have towards them? Why toy with them, send a savior, demand their worship?
I don't think that's the worship of God. I think that's just some people in our history that want to say something to us, but we just don't want to hear. We just don't want to be good. We just want to be like we want to be. We want to have freedom for our own. We want to live like I want to live like I want to live. You want to live like you want to live, and everyone else wants to live like, you know what I mean.
Like they want to live.
Yeah.
How in any of that does it imply that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
What about any of that implies that the God is even there, let alone cares for what we do?
There's no God.
That's the most interesting thing. I did not expect to hear you say, Dijon.
Yeah, there is some force that wants us to be good, but human beings are rejecting that. I don't know why, but we are just rejecting that. I'm not evil. I don't believe in. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe in, I don't know, Satan or something like that. But I just think people are cruel, and I'm not disappointed in people. I live my life. I have healthy children. I have a healthy family. Everything's okay with me. I'm healthy, but seeing the world the way it is, it's all about, I don't know, money. It's all about living good, and etc. etc. And going back to Bible, I see it's all not like Jesus told
The
us.
God that you think is there is nothing like Jesus, is what you're saying.
Sorry.
Are you saying that you think there is a God there, but it's not like Jesus?
Jesus wanted to tell us that we could be people, that we could be free. We could be very kind to each other, and they just in his time did not listen to him.
I see. So Jesus came to tell us we could be free, and the people of the time just didn't listen to him. I have to wonder, Dejan, what makes you think that the Jesus character you read about actually existed?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. There is no historical evidence. There are lots of people like him in history. But we are stuck with Jesus, and that's the, I don't know, that's the earliest prophet that we know about.
That we know about. But you say it's the earliest prophet we know about. I mean, are there not other prophets mentioned in the book? And how do we know any of them, let alone Jesus, existed at all?
By stories.
Do you think that the stories are all true?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question from old Greeks, from old Egyptians. We have a book of Enoch. We have, I don't know. We now have even Anunnakis. We have all sorts of books and tales and fairy tales, and you know what I mean. We just want to believe that everything that we do and everything that we do good, we feel good about it, but there is some kind of thing that everything that we do bad, we just find something to pray for something or do something to forget us. But I think we can't forget ourselves. That's why we are finding God or Jesus, or to explain some things to ourselves, we have to find something, or we have to find someone to forgive us, because we can't forgive ourselves. Because we can't forgive ourselves.
I see. Really quick, I'm going to thank Smoke My Taco for the hand heart and the hanging lights. Thank you, Smoke My Taco. Appreciate you so much.
Okay.
So you say that we need forgiveness. We can't needs this forgiveness, or are some people capable of forgiving themselves without the supernatural?
We are weak people. Weak people. We are weak people, and we don't want to take responsibility to forgive ourselves. We always want to find someone else to forgive us, and that someone is either God or Jesus, or I don't know, some man, woman. I think that people are just weak.
You think people are just weak?
Until they take responsibility to themselves.
I see. Do you think people, and more importantly, do you need God in order to take that responsibility?
No. I always take responsibility for myself, and I never question God or Jesus or someone else. If I make a mistake, I take it in my own hands. If someone makes a mistake on me, I take it on my own hands.
I see.
It's just plus and minus when I come to question or my family, or etc.
I'm curious, Dejan. It is kind of hard to tell where you sit with your beliefs. You express a lot of Christian ideas, but at the same time negate some of them in your statements. So I am curious, on a scale of 1 to 100, how much do you believe that the God of the Bible exists? What percentage of certainty are you?
If God exists, I don't know. It's just like I'm a lot Orthodox Christian, and it's hard to tell. But I was talking to you once, and I told you that I believe in good people. I just believe in that. Good and bad people. God, I just can't believe that story. Sorry if I disappoint you, but
You don't disappoint me, Dejan. It sounds like you do a really good job of questioning your beliefs, which is what
I just believe that there are good people and there are bad people. That someone put us here in, I don't know. It's just.
I think that's where my questions would continue. Is what is it you think put us here? Why?
I don't think that we will ever know that, and I think that's the waste of time thinking about that. Yeah, life is
Interesting.
life is a life. You live it and live it while you are living it, and live it the best you can, and that's it. Be good or be bad, be evil or be, I don't know, but just choose your life like you want to choose it.
I wonder if it would make any difference to you, Dejan, if you woke up tomorrow and found that the Bible was all fake, that somebody made it up, that the God they talk about isn't real, and that there's no reason to believe any God created us or wanted anything from us. Would it change your life in any way?
I read the Bible, I read the Old Testimony, New Testimony, I read the Book of Enoch, I read Talmud, I read my saints in my Orthodox Church, Sveti Sava, Vladimir Velimirović, and etc., etc. From saints from my country and from mine, how do you say it? Not Orthodox Church, but from my culture, they were good people, but from my perspective, Old Testimony and New Testimony and Book of Enoch and Talmud and all the other religious, I don't know, books. I just believe that there were some people in history that were good and that were telling us to be good, but that is just not in someone is good, someone is bad, how many people, some are bad, some are good, and there were some good. Jesus Christ who told us and to be good, and yeah, let's all be good. Yeah, sure, right. Yeah. I don't believe it.
I see. So you're already down. I don't know what more questions I have for you. I think Philly Red might, but first I'm going to thank Philly Red, Shell, Delilah's Scissors, Birdies, and Smoke My Taco for helping with that goal. I appreciate y'all.
No
Hi.
problem.
Hi,
No
Dejan.
problem.
How are you
Hi,
doing?
I'm fine.
So, I'm just trying to catch up here. It sounds like you are part of an Orthodox church, but you don't believe everything in the Orthodox church?
I believe that there were good people in my culture that, how do you say it, that made Orthodox Church, but they were just good people, and the Orthodox Church used them to make temples and etc. etc. And they are using them to make money, nothing else.
So, why do you say my Orthodox church? Why do you claim it as your own?
Because of my English,
Okay.
my culture. I'm not saying my Orthodox Church,
Okay.
my culture.
The Orthodox church in your culture, not necessarily
Yeah.
Dejan's church. This is where Dejan is believing. How do you know what is good and what is not good?
Well, how do I know what is good or what is not good?
Mm-hmm.
Good is when someone is kind with you. Good is when someone is there for you, helping you, understanding you, being your friend, loving you, etc. etc. Not good. And that's here with that question, but what do you mean not good?
I'm trying to understand what you mean and how you determine that something is good or not good. But
There is no good or not good.
okay.
Something we decide, I think.
I'm if I'm good for myself, I'm good for myself.
Okay.
I don't need someone to be kind and good for me or to make my life good. That's my choice.
And
I mean, someone can torture me, beat me, because some things I did bad. You know, like throw me in the prison or I don't know. But I'm just a man who can make my life good or bad. You know what I mean. My English again.
I think what I'm hearing you say, Dejan, is that you decide what's good and bad. People decide for themselves
Yeah.
what's good and bad.
Yeah, I better understand when you are talking to me than when I'm talking to you.
You're doing well. You're doing
I
well.
appreciate your engagement in another language, Dejan. And thank you so much for answering my questions.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here.
Okay. Thank you.
You did real good, Dejan, and it was good to see you again. I hope maybe we get to ask you more questions in the future. Who knows, you might have different answers. It might seem just as confusing as the first time, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care, Dejan. Can I get some big W's in the chat for Dejan? Definitely knows how to question his beliefs. I really appreciate him. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, then go ahead and request on up. That is what we're doing here, not debating or tearing you down. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe and why do you believe it? But hello, Philly Red. How are you doing?
Hi, Thrayle. I'm doing well.
Good to hear.
How about you?
I'm doing all right. I got a whopping 4 hours of sleep. Woke up in time to start the live a few minutes late. But
I don't know how you do it.
persistence. Is that a virtue? Probably not. It's just a thing every day. But I see we're up to 13,000 likes. That's awesome, guys. And if you guys keep tapping the screen and maybe share or hit that repost button, you might be able to get us up to even more people in here than the 36 of us watching. And who knows, one of those people scrolling in might actually be able to question their beliefs as well as Dejan did. I see we have a few in queue, and I don't know the order you requested, so I'm just going to hit one of those names. Hello, Severus. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not hold any beliefs of any sort whatsoever.
I see. Why not?
I find them unnecessary.
You find beliefs themselves to be unnecessary?
Yes.
What does the word belief mean to you?
To me, it means accepting something without evidence.
So belief to you is accepting anything without evidence?
Yes.
Really quick, gotta thank Shell for that dragon crown. That was lovely. Thank you. And also thank you, Lee Bats, for helping with the goal. I appreciate you. So, you say accepting anything without evidence is what you consider to be a belief.
Yes. Yeah.
So, what evidence would it take to compel you to believe or accept that there is a God?
Kind of depends on which god we're talking about, but I guess if they presented themselves to me and showed that they had supernatural abilities, that would be...
So if it presented itself to you and displayed supernatural abilities, then you would believe in that God.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean I would support them, but I would believe in them at that point. Yeah.
And what do you think a God would need to do in order to deserve your support or worship?
I don't think any god necessarily deserves my support or worship.
Why is that?
Because not a single god has presented that they are real. So,
Right, this was a hypothetical in which one did.
I would say, if, let's say, not to be any type of way, but let's say we were talking about a god of the Bhagavad Gita. So let's say we were talking about like Brahma.
Okay.
They would have to come down and show me that they created the earth and the universe.
So in order to earn your worship, Brahma doesn't just need to prove that it exists or he exists, but that they created the universe.
Well, I think they would have to demonstrate that they're supernatural. Then I would accept that they're real. Let me rephrase.
This was about what it would take to get you to worship a god.
Yeah, there's nothing. I wouldn't worship any god.
There's nothing you would accept as reason for worship.
I mean, if they could demonstrate that they were all good, but even then, I would still kind of have questions, because if they were all good and all-knowing, depends on the god we're talking about. Because not all gods are all-knowing, but there are gods that are all-loving, that aren't all-powerful, and then I could accept that they are all-loving if they could demonstrate to me that they're all-loving. But if you're going to claim that, like, not you, Thrayle? Sorry. But like, if we're talking about like the Christian God, and he were to come down and show that he's all loving and omnipotent, I wouldn't buy that, because if he was all loving, then he would be hypocritical if he would also claim that he's all knowing.
So a hypocrite is not worth worshiping?
Yes, precisely. A god can be all loving and not all knowing. If they can demonstrate that they exist and that they're all loving, I can get behind that. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to worship them, but if a god claims that they're all loving and all knowing, I'm most certainly not going to worship them because of the lives that they live.
What if you were convinced that a god was all-knowing and all-loving?
That would be pretty hard to do, and I still wouldn't worship them.
What would it take for you to
claim that they're... If a god were to say that they're omnipotent but they're not all-loving, so if a god demonstrated that they were all-knowing but not all-loving, and they would smite me if I didn't worship them, just as they smite billions upon billions of human beings and have done since the origins of man 300,000 years ago. I mean, maybe I might consider it. I don't know, but and even if a god were to say that they were all loving and not all knowing, I mean, it would be a maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't see myself worshiping a god, though. That's kind of below me, to worship another thing or person.
It sounds like you would rather unalive.
No, I'm happy with my life.
It sounds like you would rather unalive than worship a god.
If they were to force me into a corner, well, then that wouldn't be all loving.
I'm not saying that this god is all loving.
I mean, it depends on the potential torment and how long it lasts after this life, but it really does depend on the god. I mean, if you're looking at the Christian god or the Abrahamic god specifically,
so it sounds like
no way I would ever worship that god, because that god specifically claims that it's all loving and all loving.
Yes, we understand.
That's an oxymoron according to it.
Okay, Severed.
It sounds like you would potentially only worship under duress any god. Would you ever willingly worship any god? Can you imagine any god with any attributes that you want to hypothetically come up with that you would willingly worship?
None that I'm aware of, none that I've read about, no.
I hear you.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Severus, but I appreciate you coming up and sharing your answers. I think we are going to move on, looking for a believer who can question their beliefs. But I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yep. Take care and keep asking questions.
Thanks, Severus.
Let's see who else is in the queue. We have a Jack the Wanderer wandering in. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS, Jack?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes and no. I don't necessarily believe, but I'm more leaning towards paganism.
I see. You don't necessarily believe, but you lean towards paganism. So do you think there's any kind of creator being or god that responds to prayer?
Necessarily no. I think that from my understanding, there is, I don't know, in a certain way, there is no certain aspect of prayer as far as, again, certain religions believe in, more or less the Abrahamic religions. I'm just little by little sort of getting into paganism, specifically Anglo-Saxon paganism, because of my ancestry, and I wanted to get closer with it.
So you're giving into paganism tethered to your ancestry. But does that mean you believe the gods of your ancestors exist and interact with the world in the way they wrote about?
As far as right now, not necessarily, no.
Are you trying to believe that? Is it something you're saying is you want to actively believe in the folklore of your heritage?
Yes, I would, but a certain part of me, my more nihilist views start kind of creeping in and saying, no, there's nothing really there. There's just nothingness. You're nothingness.
Why would you want to worship or believe in these gods of your ancestors? And I'll need you to move the mic a little bit. We're hearing you breathe right into it.
Is that better?
We'll know the more you breathe. You're fine. Keep going, Jack.
For me, it's more of an ancestral thing, especially ancestral worship, and then obviously where my lineage comes from. But with that, still, I would like to believe, but at the same time, there's just that certain nihilistic view of mine that just keeps saying there's nothing there to worship.
I see. I think the question was why you would want to worship these ancestor gods.
For that question, it's just obviously going back on my ancestors, and not just my ancestors, but the, I guess you could say, old world in general, not just with where my ancestors came from, but obviously any other religion pre Abrahamic religions, especially where you had so many different.
I'm sorry. I've got to stop you. I'm going to set you down and ask that if you want to come back up and actually question your beliefs, get a glass of water or something. But I just cannot take it anymore. It was loud and very much inside your mouth, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. Was I alone? It was affrontive. I just couldn't. I don't think I have misophonia, but maybe that's a sign. It was so loud, and just every smacking of his tongue, and this I could hear the shape of his mouth and the things, the dryness of it. Sorry.
Well, now I'm self-conscious and gonna go get myself a glass of water.
Everybody should hydrate, but I mean, at a certain point, it was a combination. There was the mouth sounds and the sheer volume, intensity of the voice in my ear. I turned my headphones nearly all the way down, and I still could just hear everything. Impressive microphone. Maybe.
Let's get the brand of the microphone in the chat.
Yeah, I would love to know what microphone that was, and then maybe set it about 12 inches away from your face next time, or further. Okay, let's keep moving forward, and maybe our next guest has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Maybe our next guest is really there. There we go. Hey, crazy guy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm like 36.
You got a fun name, crazy.
Yeah. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
So I was talking to my friends about this earlier. When I was like 18, 19, I was very, what's the word for it? Like when you're like anti-God? What's that word?
I'm not quite sure what you're trying to get at. So,
yeah, when I was younger, I was very anti-religion.
Anti-religion, okay.
Yeah, and now that I'm older, the older I get, the more I'm feeling like there is some kind of uniform function. And part of the reason why I'm here is because I'm trying to see if y'all feel the same way.
Oh, well, I'm not here to answer questions about my beliefs at the moment. I am just questioning others' beliefs.
Sounds like you might agree with me on a little bit.
Wow, I don't know how you read anything into that response. Strange.
Your articulation.
Okay.
No, my bad.
So let's just back up. So the question I had asked was, do you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think after 30 plus years of being alive, it's hard for me to not look at the way the universe functions and think, oh, there's no higher being involved in this. It all seems very organized in a high degree. And I'm a scientist.
Organized?
Just like the way, like, okay, so like I'm a human being and I'm living life and I'm doing things. When heat transfers between, like these organic, like between water and me, I guess, like when heat transfers, now you have hot water. This is a thing that I've witnessed happen before, right in front of my eyes. When you add energy to water, it gets hot. And also, the only way that I'm able to tell that water is hot is through my own biological experience. It's not unique to the water itself. All of that is very fascinating to me, and
I'm not hearing where there's a God in any of that equation.
so yeah, no, I'm not saying that.
A creator, designer, intender.
Yeah, no, it all has to be designed by some higher being.
Why do you assume it all has to be designed? You said just a moment ago something about water gets hot and you can feel it.
Yeah,
I don't understand how that actually answers the question of. I don't
explain.
know. Are you? I'm sorry, crazy. I'm actually gonna. I think. Are you capable of waiting till another person is finished speaking, or do you just hem and haw over the top of them to get them to shut up the whole time? Like, if you're capable of having a conversation, we can do that. But I'm about ready to move on. Sounds like you're not really here to converse, but just to say things over the top of me. So what was the question I just asked?
You'll have to unmute, crazy.
He's probably yelling at his phone because I didn't shut up when he started interrupting me.
My bad. I didn't realize I was muted.
What was the question I asked you?
So I do believe that there is a higher power that does control the general universe and stuff.
Why?
I think when I look at the scientific reality that I live within, I come to this one conclusion. I see space, I see time, I see all these things, and I come to the same conclusion that something's happening that is beyond my understanding. And
why would you add an answer after that? Why would you say something's happening beyond my understanding?
Because it's beyond
God.
my understanding.
Right. Why then the God after that?
It's not quite God. It's not
creator, intender.
Yeah. No.
Why do you think
For
there
sure.
is a creator or intender if you don't understand?
The phrase that gets used is intelligent design. When I look at the world and I watch how it happens and how things happen, I see intelligent design.
Can you give me an example of something that is intelligently designed?
Particles.
How are particles intelligently designed?
When I study particles and how they behave and what they do, there is such a sequential and intentional
intentional. How are you determining intention?
Uniform. It's uniform. The way that it happens.
How did you determine
over
it's uniform? I'm sorry, you're a quantum physicist, crazy.
So does me not being a quantum physicist completely eradicate my perspective?
No, it would tell me what you
That's what I'm trying to do.
Sorry, I wasn't quite finished speaking yet again. So it might tell me what it is you're talking about when you're saying that things are uniform. It might tell me what level of example to expect. It might tell me how well acquainted you are with the information.
Okay.
So if you're not a quantum physicist, my question would be, what exactly have you studied that tells you that particles are uniform or that things are intended or designed.
I see. Yeah, no, you're completely right on that. You're completely right. I have no kind of education at all to. Yeah, no, I have no ground to stand on that part for sure.
Could it be you have a
But from
passing
when
familiarity, like with pop
no,
science articles and maybe TV documentary?
no, I have my own personal experience, and that's what I'm speaking on in this moment right now. I'm speaking on like what I personally experienced, and I'm trying to talk about that.
Hmm.
But you're right. I don't have the qualifications to basically express what I think I'm expressing. Like,
Hmm.
yeah, no, I'm a layman just saying things that I think are right.
Hmm.
That is not obviously scientifically sound things. Like if anyone's listening, you should not hear me and be like, oh yeah, that guy knows what he's talking about. No, for sure.
I
But
appreciate that. My
but
question
the
then would be,
reality
what is
of
it
like
that you're seeing that is designed, and why are you assuming anything is designed if the things so
because
far you've mentioned are beyond your
yeah, no, the
expertise?
things that I've seen, that's what I was trying to get at, I think, is that like I've seen these things happen over and over again. So scientifically, like I've witnessed this level of truth. I've seen this go over and over again. And when it comes to spirituality, I've seen myself move through a spiritual lens, and I
I gotta say, crazy. I've heard words, but I haven't heard a complete thought that lends
okay.
towards why you believe there's an intelligent designer.
I believe there's an intelligent design behind all things because of how congruent the things that I've learned scientifically are. I guess I'll say that.
Is it possible that things you've learned scientifically are congruent because they are within this reality where things interact, and you've perhaps studied things that are
For sure,
related fields?
for sure, the way that I interact with the world is definitely dedicated to how I've been trained to interact with the world. Yeah. But
Were you brought up to believe in a god? Were you raised in a religious
I
way?
was taught as a child to create my own truth.
I see. To create
Um,
your own truth.
Meaning my parents were both religious, and
Hmm.
instead of telling me to believe in any kind of religious identity, they encouraged me to develop my own understanding of what's happening spiritually to me.
I see. Thank you, Delilah Scissors, for that. Um, so you were encouraged to develop your own spiritual identity, your own understanding
Can
of
I
what you
ask
believe.
you, do you have a spiritual identity?
Spiritual identity.
Do you believe in
That's an interesting.
spirituality at all?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by spirituality.
Uh,
I
you're
ask
a very
people
naked science person.
naked science. I don't know that that's accurate either, crazy guy. What I believe really doesn't matter to questioning your own beliefs.
It does.
Why?
Because what you believe, it's important to me. That's all.
Interesting. Well, crazy, what I believe doesn't make too much difference to the exercise. And that is what we're doing, is
This is
questioning
your
our beliefs to
exercise.
see.
Oh my
My
gosh.
exercise
Always
actually does.
interrupting.
Literally,
I actually really
Always
want to know what you
interrupting.
believe.
it's
It's
literally
so
just impossible for
frustrating.
him. It's impossible for him to let the other person speak. I would have thought it was a delay, and I tried to give room for that, but it was like there's no delay that makes a sense of that level of interrupting. Yeah, that was frustrating. Ooh, thank you, bats. I like those night stars.
Yes, thank you for gifting the panel, everybody.
Yes, thank you for gifting the panel.
No. Now it's just pandering.
No, it's not. We have more in queue. If anybody does believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, then go ahead and request on up. I am looking to see if you can question your beliefs, not to burgle or rob you of your gods, just to see if you can tell us what it is you believe and why, and really question the what and the why.
It was so difficult not to come up here and yell at him. I had to stay down there because I was like,
I think I did yell. Did I yell? I
think-
definitely
You were definitely.
you definitely raised your voice more than you usually ever do. But I was so happy when you did it because like I had been for like the 5 minutes before that, I had been like, I should just like go yell at him. I should just go up there and yell at him. But I should. But I didn't.
We're not here to yell at anyone.
No.
But wow. Okay. It was definitely a test of my patience. And we're reset. And if anyone has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs and waiting for the question mark on the questions that we have, then go ahead and request on up.
And I promise I won't yell at you.
We hope. And I am hitting accept on a few of these one at a time. We're just making sure that we don't double stack and share the live out. I bet we could get a lot more people in here to see if they can question their beliefs. And I can also, I can go ahead and thank Philly Red and Shell, Based God Slippy, Danny Grax, and Heather. Thank you so much. Robot Heather, to be specific. Almost forgot the robots. It's good to see you. Let's see if any of these are still in queue. Well, I know there's a new one, but let's make sure we accept in the order they requested. I think we're gonna only one left. How many of these were ghosts? How many of them got impatient thinking that I was avoiding them by accepting the others first? Look at that, one of them actually existed. Hello, Day. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power? And what god is that?
The universal God.
Which universal god is that?
The one that created you and me and everyone on the panel.
Why do you assume that a god created you and me and everyone on the panel?
because any machinery have wires and have I would like to say for everyone to like get clarified engine and wires, and looking at human being body, we are created the same way in any machine that we created.
You're saying we are created in the same way as any machine we've created?
100%, yes.
100%. Are you sure about that, Uday? 1,000%. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of percents. How did you get to 1,000%?
Because we all wired. We have veins and nerves, and all the machines that we have, they're all connected and corrected by wires and a mechanism.
How are you defining wires?
Like looking at trees, for example.
Trees have wires?
Yeah, trees.
I was asking how you define a wire, and you're saying look at the trees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Strange.
What?
That's
I
what
know.
he said.
That's the beauty of it.
Machines, Philly, we are exactly like every machine we create.
A tree is
wires, and trees are wires. That's what he said.
How much do you know about trees? Like, do you know anything about trees?
I worked 9 years with trees.
He worked 9 years with trees, Cat. He knows their wires.
Isn't he 28? Like, what do you mean you worked 9 years with trees?
I worked 9 years in Evergreen. I worked with cutting trees down, or building trees, or taking care of their health.
Building trees.
Yeah. You looking for words to like correct? I build trees.
No, I'm just like, how are trees wires? How do you build a tree? Like
from the vein to the branch.
I have to wonder, are you on, like, is this the result of a substance thing or something? Is there?
No, at all. Okay. Every machine have wires.
Clearly.
I am not, because people are interpreting and making assumptions, but I'm over here giving 3 different similarities. Machines, living things that we have not created, which is trees, and ourselves. 3 in 1.
And how did you determine that living things are like machines? And are there ways in which they aren't?
Okay, so there is ways that they aren't, like the trees, like I was speaking upon in the beginning. The trees, they go from the roots, and when you plant a seed in the ground, that I feel like it just goes against like respectfully reverse psychology with your question, because the seed, when you plant it, it grows 2 ways. It goes downward.
So just to make sure that the machines that we make, we plant seeds in the ground and then they grow. Is that what happens?
No, if I answered that with a yes, that would sound silly.
Maybe. Oh, well, it wouldn't sound any sillier than trees or wires, Uday. So
no, but it makes sense with the roots, and there is nutrient coming from a place, and there's reason a place. A wire is something that connects from point A to point B.
Something that connects from point A to point B. So roads are
with
wires.
Energy. Yes.
Roads are wires.
My arm is a wire because it connects my hand to my torso.
Clearly.
What's inside your arm is a wire, the veins and the nerves.
So it's not just something that connects; it's something else. What more makes a wire?
Within, yes.
Can I just really quick dial us back? This whole tangent, this whole wire we found ourselves on, this is because you believe in a God, right? And you were going to tell us how everything was intelligently designed or something.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that what this whole
yeah,
weird kind of? Because I asked
literally.
if you believed in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. You started
Uh,
talking about
I
wires
said
and
yes.
machines.
Yeah,
So which god is it you believe in?
the universal God, the one that created everyone.
Yeah, when you say the universal God, where do you learn about a universal God like this?
Or life.
Through life.
Does this God have a name?
Yeah,
What's the name?
the first and the last.
The Alpha and the Omega?
I love it. Yeah, I
Is
will
this
use that.
That's
is this
biblical.
is this the God of the Bible?
No, he is far from the Bible. The
Is
Bible
this the
is
God
like
of the
his
is this the God of the
separate.
Quran?
Yeah,
Right, that's okay. So why are you ashamed to tell us that you're Muslim?
I'm far from being ashamed to say I'm Muslim. But if you
I
want me to
see.
say it,
Then
I
why
am
Well,
didn't
Muslim.
we just lead with that?
shame.
Because it takes steps to
I'm
get
not
to it.
interested. I'd rather move on. It's
I already yelled at somebody.
nauseating. It's nauseating talking to somebody so evasive and dishonest. I'd much rather talk to somebody who can actually question beliefs and not just whatever that is.
Ooh, what'd I miss?
Wires. Trees are wires. You're a
We just
wire.
spent
I'm
like
a wire. Sandwiches are wires. Oh, well, wires are sandwiches.
10 minutes to get to, oh, I've been a Muslim this whole fucking time.
If they're
Because he's ashamed.
obfuscating, well,
Yeah,
and also, yeah, if they're obfuscating, it's almost a guarantee.
I don't know why they're ashamed of their. Oh, well, I mean, okay, there might be some reasons. Let's move on to
Yeah.
somebody else.
The thing is, if that last individual had been upfront,
We could have had a very interesting conversation with somebody who actually answers questions, but or tries or thinks about them or says, I don't know. We have a very good conversation with someone who's honest. Hello, Try. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm not necessarily a god, but more so I'm into the energy factor. I'm into
The what?
you project your energy out and you're going to get that back. So, oh, no. Sorry,
What
my
is
balls.
energy?
Yeah, I believe in energy. I believe that you are the maker of your reality.
Oh, let's
And
back up just a little
yeah,
bit.
go ahead.
What is energy?
Energy is what you put out there. So basically, if you're positive, you're going to create positivity. If you're negative, you're going to receive negativity.
Positive and negative. What is that?
So basically, like, okay, say people are into, say, the Ouija board or something, and they say, you know, that brings out evil stuff. Well, you're kind of putting that energy out there to go after something that you don't know what it is, and you're putting faith into something other than yourself. So then that can create negativity in my mind.
I'm still not
That's what I think.
following. Really quick, though, I gotta thank Shell for the rose sound wave. That was beautiful. Thank you. Positive and negative energy. I still haven't heard what energy is yet.
So you don't know what energy is?
Well, when
So
you're
it's a feeling.
when you're saying energy, I'm not
Yeah.
sure what you're using the word to mean.
So you're an antenna in my mind. You're an antenna. So if you bring energy is love, it's emotion. So any sort of emotion you put out into the world, you're going to get that back.
Emotions you put out into the world. What do you mean by putting out emotions?
It could be through thought. It can be through action. It could be through anything like that.
So if I
Anything
think
physical,
about
mental
an
that you do
emotion,
is an energy.
anything physical you do is an energy.
Yes. So
An
if I give someone a hug, that's going to give you oxytocin. That's going to stimulate your body to give out positivity. You're going to feel
give
good.
out positivity, and positivity was things that you like.
Yeah, things that make you feel good.
Was it things that make me feel good or things that make you feel good?
Either or. You could be
So
a
if
serial
something
killer
makes
and you could kill me and feel great. There's everybody's different on what they like. So it's really only like, I'd say it's a personal feeling.
so positive energy, as you said, is just things that make you feel good, whatever that
Yeah,
is
it's
to
your preference.
you.
Yep.
And your positive can be someone else's negative.
Oh,
So
definitely.
it's just about, so what is this thing about putting out energy? If your positive is my negative and I'm putting out positive energy, does that mean I'm making you feel like shit?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Are you doing something to harm me? Are you doing
Right,
something
we just
to
said
better
that
me?
my positive is your negative and vice versa.
That's
So if I'm
I would doubt
putting out
that.
my emotion,
I would doubt that. Pretty
these
much
are
anybody would like a
hypotheticals.
hug.
I don't know
I'm just
why
saying.
you're not engaging in the hypothetical.
Hypothetically, yeah, you're right. If you did if we were opposite and I did something positive and that affected you negatively, well, then that's not going to be good in your world.
So then it's not putting out positive, or is it just perspective based? You put out
I guess it would be on morals.
positive.
It'd be based on morals. Yeah, definitely on morals.
I don't know why, based on morals. So you're saying the positive and negative is based on individual morals,
Probably,
each person's.
Yeah, because everybody has different morals. So what would be positive for me might not be positive for somebody else.
So then what is it about? You said putting out positive and negative
I think
energy.
it's your own personal, like God to me is your own personal.
It's gotta be me. Is it the guests or is it me?
No, it's definitely them.
I don't know.
Somebody else ask questions. I can't do it. I'm
It's Friday night. That's why it's Friday night.
Is it Friday night? Is
Friday
everybody
night.
fucking drunk?
That's
Well,
why.
everybody's been drunk for 3 days because it's a holiday weekend.
Holy shit!
I also think that Tri might not have ever seen this conversation happen before, and
it just happened 5 minutes ago.
Tri, you were up here 5 minutes ago.
No, somebody else was doing the whole talk over. Literally every time I start to ask a question, it becomes like interrupted before I noticed get to the end.
I noticed speech starting to quicken and answers coming faster, and I think, like, Tri, you may feel that there is some debate or need for defensiveness, but there is no need for that. There is no need for debate or defensiveness. I think everybody on this panel is truly interested in genuinely understanding what it is when you say energy. And as your attorney in this moment, I would advise restarting the conversation and reframing it in a way that is perhaps not, if you are using a metaphor, maybe explain the metaphor fully. Or if you are saying that you really energy, then
really, the big one, and this is really what it is when a question started to be asked, wait till it gets to the end to hear what the question actually is, instead of responding to the first two words.
How does that sound?
Are you open to starting over, Tri?
Why are we starting over? I'm confused here.
May I ask you? I'm not understanding what you mean by energy.
Why are we starting over?
Give a definition.
So if I project out good energy, good vibes to people, I'm going to get that back. If I'm good to somebody, they're going to be good to me. And that kind of projects over your whole life. So to me, my God is to be a good person and to project that and to do as good as I can as a person every day. If you're going to be an evil and horrible person and spiteful, you're going to have a horrible life.
If I were to say chess, and I would then define the word chess by a game that has pieces that move in very specific ways and have the goal of trapping the king so that it can no longer move. That would be a definition without using the word in its definition. I
Well,
don't
if
have
I'm
to
going
give
to
any.
say what energy is, it is a feeling, there's good energy, which is giving hugs, giving love, giving praise. And there's negative energy, hate. That is a negative energy, is it not? That is
So
a
why not?
description of what energy is.
So why not just say, I like to give hugs and I like to make people feel good?
Yeah.
Is it?
And feelings. It sounds like feelings.
Feelings is more, yeah, I would say energy is feelings. That is all tied in together.
So why add the word energy?
Yeah.
Because you create energy when you're doing that. You're using your energy to do that.
You're still using the word energy.
to show that you're a good person or you're a bad person by
So
what
you
you're doing. What you're
create
doing,
energy.
action is energy.
What you're doing is.
Any action is energy?
I don't get why you're asking so much about energy and not like diving into more of like what we're talking about. I feel like
What
you're
you
being
believe. You believe.
argumentative and it's not productive.
So try.
Oh my god.
So we're just going to move on. I'm just going to move on.
That did not just happen.
We're being argumentative, and it's not productive.
Oh, friend.
Somebody please tell me that's not what happened.
And now we're weak. That's what
Oh.
happened. Now she's saying we're weak.
Y-O-U-R-E.
Yeah, I think you misspelled your there.
Okay, let's not.
Be pedantic?
It's literally. We're just. That's literally what just happened. You keep asking about energy over and over.
Because how do we talk more about it until we have the baseline understanding of what you mean when you use a word in a way that is different than we understand?
Well, when you glibble glorp and you glorp out all the flippity bloop, then the flabble flobble is.
This happened to me. I was on a live. I hosted a live for like an hour earlier, and this happened to me. And this guy came up and he was defining worship in this ridiculous way that nobody has ever defined worship before. And I had to explain to him why that doesn't work. Not necessarily his definition, but like defining it in a way that nobody understands and expecting everybody to understand, and then being upset when they didn't. I don't know why.
It's wild, but it's a Friday night on a holiday weekend, so.
And we really want to have respectful conversations. That's what we really want.
It'd be awesome. Let's try another one. Let's see. I have no idea what order. Blind acceptance here. And are we going to get double stacked? If you are in queue and you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, a very good chance I'll get to you. But I am just making sure we don't bring up a whole bunch of people all at once. Because some of you are ghosts, and you just don't know it. I click on your name and you're not really there.
I just had this hilarious thought. You'd say, if you ever believe in God, God's higher power, or anything like that, keep it to yourself.
It's a different show.
We're doing something a little different tonight.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Is this Gus loading in still? Oh,
I think
Toxic
that might
Tom.
actually be the background.
There, but he's not there. Toxic Tom, do you exist? Can you get it? Can you give me your age? Do you exist was a big question. Let's jump straight to the age.
I don't know if I exist.
I don't think Toxic Tom.
Do you want to exist right now? Any of you?
Yes.
Yeah, I like existing.
Oh, this is like those times that non-existence sounds better.
Oh boy, you got some stiff competition.
Uh-oh. We got
Shut
see.
up.
This is what happens when I. Well, Cat, his second cat. Actually,
Me? I know.
technically, this cat was here first. The cat in the vat's the new cat. Hello,
Hi,
cat.
cat.
Welcome back. It's good to see you again.
Oh.
The cat came back.
Hello.
It
Hello,
wasn't the very
friends.
next day, but welcome back, cat. How have you been?
I've been well. How have you
Are
been?
you? I've been pretty good, doing what I do every day.
Trying to take
Are
over the
you
world.
I'm trying to do? Just asking people what they believe and why. And I know I've asked you several of the questions before, but just a quick reminder. Do you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like it, Kat?
I'm a Pastafarianist.
Do you still believe in the flying spaghetti monster and his divine noodly appendage?
That's something I'm still questioning.
You question whether you believe in that.
Yes,
or you
sir.
question whether it could even exist, since somebody admittedly made it up.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, I'm currently fostering some kitty cats.
I saw in the comments that you were excited to show off your kittens. But I don't usually do cameras or cat shows. So.
Okay. So I will. I'm sorry. I will.
But
not.
I appreciate you, Kat. I do. We do have a new guest joining us. Romeo, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 31, sir.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
Yeah, I believe. This is my second time on here, so it's good to see you again. I believe in. I'm African, so I believe in the African ancestral faith.
You believe in the African ancestral faith. I think a recent practice that you just started to.
No. I've been in it for years.
For years.
Yeah, I'd say about since the Blam Skemic happened.
I see.
4 years ago.
Interesting choice.
Did you add an L in there? Sorry.
He added layers. Yeah.
Oh.
If I recall, you've tried other religions before landing here. Is that correct?
Yes, I tried as many of them as I could.
Right. Do you mind just reminding us?
Yes, of course. So I was born to an atheistic father and a believing mother. She was Christian. So me being me, when I was a kid, I never really wanted to go to church. If it was up to me, I never would have stepped into a church because I thought it was boring. Not to say that I didn't believe in a God per se, but I just thought church was extremely boring. So my dad didn't believe in any of this stuff. I took that from him. He also leans more to the ancestral aspect of things. My mom, on the other hand, also was a believer. She goes to church every Saturday. And then when I started living with my aunt, I was forced to go to church like every Saturday. So they got to a point where I actually started liking it, because if you if you repeat something long enough, you eventually catch it, because the subconscious just works that way. But it wasn't when I started living on my own, when that feeling that I once had when I was a kid came back. Like, I've never found church really interesting, and I also had a lot of funny questions that were told to me by preachers, pastors, and all these people that would teach me this biblical stuff. So I decided to do my own research so that I know what I believe and not believe simply because I was raised in something and I was indoctrinated in something.
So you were atheist and you were Christian, and was there something else before getting to the answer?
Like I looked into Buddhism, I
Right,
looked into
right.
Islam, I looked
And did you
into
follow any of those religions?
oh yeah, I did for a while.
You
I was
did.
even atheist once upon a time.
Right. Okay. Sorry, Thrayle.
That's okay. I'm curious, in this current practice that you believe in, is there a God, or is it more about ancestors?
There is a God. The concept is, we in the event that we seek to communicate with God, we communicate with our ancestors so that they take the message to God. Because the reason why is because God is too big and too grand for us to have direct communication with. So you communicate with those that are closest of kin to you. Your
Interesting.
say maybe your parents have passed on, you communicate with them. Say you've got grandmothers and grandfathers and great
I've
great
already got
greats.
the gist now.
Yeah.
So yeah, you communicate with dead relatives, and they can talk to God, but you can't. So, did the God create everything? Does it
Yes, the God
respond?
created it. Yes, the God created everything.
Does it respond when you make requests through your ancestors?
I'll be honest and say I don't know, because usually it's a case of, if you want insight, if you want some kind of help with a question or something of that nature, or even warnings, like warnings of something bad that might happen. Sometimes you can get it in dreams. Sometimes you can just have a moment of intuition, something like that.
And when these moments of intuition or these dreams come, these are the ancestors communicating back with God.
Have a dream and you see a dead relative and they give you a message. That is a
I
message
guess,
from the ancestors.
so then otherwise the messages are directly from God.
Otherwise, they could be.
Could
I
be.
can't say for sure, because I'm also shallow with this stuff. But it is possible.
What did you call the tradition?
For the most part, people call it African traditional religion. We call it Isintu.
Isientu. So, I mean, Africa is a gigantic continent. I mean,
Yeah,
and
it's a gigantic continent. I'm speaking, and I'm speaking
with
specifically from maybe what you would find from, say, like, for the most part, like Southern Africa. But all African beliefs are related in one form or another, because there's millions and millions of traditions over here.
yeah, right.
Mine
It's
is
one of the most
probably just one of them.
most diverse place on earth. So, I mean, I think calling it African tradition is a little reductive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what most people refer it to as, because there's just so many traditions that they ended up lumping it into one word, African traditional religion. But there's just so many that you wouldn't be able to keep up with them, and so many stories around them, legends and folklore and such things. It's just way too diverse for you to
Well, so
lump
why
it
don't
into
you?
one
Yeah, but
thing.
great. So why don't you tell us about your specific beliefs as opposed to trying to flatten it for us and our consumption?
Yeah, we just call it Isintu. That's pretty much that. In my language, I would say.
And what are the defining characteristics?
Let's see. Well, number one, where religions may have pastors and imams and things of that nature, we have what you would call inyang. That's maybe in English called a witch doctor, right? We don't. I don't know if witch doctor is offensive to them or not, but that's maybe what the average person would call them. So you have witch doctors, who these are the people who basically these are the ones that are able to communicate with the realm of the spirit. These are the ones that communicate with your ancestors. Sometimes when you go to see them, for example, you can go to see a traditional healer. I think the right word is traditional healer, right? Fibonacci Flux gave us more words: witch doctor, medicine man, traditional healer. There's a lot of words you can use.
Right. So
So
why
yeah,
would
you
somebody
go
go?
to
Why would somebody
certain
go? Yeah. Why would somebody go to see a healer?
for a million reasons. For some people they go because they may be suffering from some type of illness and Western medicine has failed. Some go to find solutions to whatever problem they may be facing. For example, they feel some go because they're broke and they want to make more money and they think the spiritual realm can help. Some, I've seen women go because they want to stop their husbands from cheating. There's things you can do to make your husband stop cheating. Funny rituals. Typically you go to them when you're looking for a problem that seemingly cannot be solved, and maybe, just maybe, you might find something in the spiritual realm that you might be missing.
And
And
what do you
also
believe
just
about that?
and also just to communicate with the ancestors to figure out, are they still with you? Do they still watch over you? And to just communicate with them and show reverence to them.
And what do you believe about that? Like, what do you? How often would you go to a witch, a healer?
Well, the funny thing about that is I've only gone there once, and I went there primarily for a cleansing ritual. Like, if there's any bad spirits or bad omens on me, I would like to have them cleanse out. That's the only thing that I ever did. But outside of that, I've never gone to a healer or a medicine man or things of that nature.
Part of your practice.
I don't have to go to a healer to be,
No, I understand that,
because
but
the
I
issue
understand.
also, for
But we're here to talk.
instance,
What I'm saying is, we're here to listen to what you believe. Why would you bring up something that you don't actually participate in your belief structure?
it's like a person who's a Christian but chooses not to go to church.
Okay, but I'm interested in what you do and what your beliefs are.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, when I choose to pray, I pray to the ancestors, and whatever ritual that I conducted in my room.
And so you communicate with the ancestors go to God, and then either God or the ancestors respond. How do you know that there is this God there? Or why do you believe it?
I don't. That's the funny thing about it, because that's why it's called faith, right?
Why do you believe it?
What I would say is one of the
to back up.
Sorry?
Well, no, because I had asked, how do you know it, or why do you believe it? And you said you don't. So that's kind of a blanket over two questions.
No.
You don't believe it either?
Yeah, it's like you say, how do I know for sure? Like, I don't.
Or why
why
do you believe it? Yeah, why? So why do you believe it? Is it just faith?
Because I've seen hanging with these dudes, these traditional healers and witch doctors. I've seen interesting things happen, and I wouldn't say it's evidence of God per se, but I would say, to me, it was evidence that, yeah, there are higher possibilities. I like to call them higher possibilities. The sometimes the
Higher
terminology is what gets
possibilities.
us lost in the sauce.
Are
So
these
yeah, when people say higher
things
power,
that
I
you
like the
can't
words higher
explain?
power. Yeah, I like it when we say
Are
higher
these
power or
things that
higher
you can't
possibilities.
explain is what you're calling higher possibilities? Just anything you can't explain?
Yeah, pretty much.
I see.
Because I don't know if you guys believe in witchcraft, because I've seen it. I've seen it take place. I've seen it, you know, do its thing. Let me put it that way. And then you go to a healer, and they tell you, "Yo, somebody somewhere did this type of ritual, and they put this type of mess on you. This is what you got to do to have yourself cleaned
So
out of
you
it."
believe in witchcraft and you think people do hexes and curses and go to the...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they get healed of the curse or the hex.
Yeah, some curses, some curses and hexes are too hard to break.
And you say that you've seen them.
Like yeah, I've seen people be affected by that type of stuff.
You've seen people be affected. How do you know they're affected by that type of stuff and not
Well, I
either
mean, if
something
you
psychological or physiological, some actual malady?
yeah, that part is possible as well, because I
So
also
then
believe
why
in
would you assume
for
it's curses?
sorry.
Why would you assume it's curses or hexes if a person can trick themselves into feeling ill if they think they're cursed, or actually consume some kind of toxin
Yeah,
that
it'll
makes them ill?
yeah, it always depends, because you can actually go to a healer and you tell them whatever your problem is, and sometimes it doesn't always come down to you doing a ritual or you having a hex. The healers actually are the ones that are going to tell you, nah bro, you're just imagining things. Your mind can play tricks on you, and it does. May be more serious than we think it is.
Where the matter may be more serious than we think it is. And so you assume then that because the matter seems serious, then that it means that hexes and curses and magic is happening.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not always
Why?
about sometimes it's not always
Why do you
about
make the assumption that it's magic and curses and hexes and not something else you can't explain or
well
haven't
well
figured out
yeah.
yet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I try not to make assumptions because I don't know anything. You know,
Interesting.
what I simply go off of is that the higher powers, they they are active, and we as people have an influence on them for us to um to improve our lives in various ways. Like the previous lady who was talking, the energy point, she wasn't able to explain it, but I understood what she was trying to say, because I've also looked into this type of stuff, where your mind can
Okay,
influence
Romeo,
reality.
I'm not
That's one
asking
of
you
the
about the
powers we were
previous
given.
guest. I had asked you how you can tell when something is a curse or a hex and not something else you haven't been able to explain yet.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So why
I
then
know.
would you assume that
For
things are
instance,
curses and hexes?
like for instance, it's like I've seen a couple of situations, and I can't blanket it out. These are things that I've seen. I can't confirm them as fact or anything like that. I don't want to make hypotheses and assumptions, but I've seen situations where someone is like ill, someone is pretty sick, and then Western medicine fails to find a solution for whatever that illness may be. And then people choose to go to these, like, these traditional healers, so that they see, okay, if Western medicine can't find it, maybe you might be able to see something.
Were
Yeah.
you with them through all the doctor visits as they went to apply Western medicine, or do they show up and say Western medicine hasn't worked? And
I know, like
can you help me?
Sometimes when they like, I wasn't with them in the doctor visits, but they just come and then they tell me, yo, I went to the doctor and they're telling me they can't find anything.
They
So
can't
I don't
find
know what the
anything.
issue.
Is it
Yeah,
possible that these?
So I don't know what the issue is. Yeah.
Is it possible that these people have convinced themselves in some of these cases that they have something wrong, and that the rituals performed convince them that they are well again when there was nothing wrong to begin with?
It is possible. I would say it is possible. The mind is a powerful tool.
Wouldn't that also explain why Western medicine found nothing wrong when they went to?
Yeah, it would explain it.
So then why would we assume, or why would you assume that there is anything supernatural at work if these people could easily have convinced themselves in those situations?
Well, like I said, I can't really confirm anything 100%. I can only go off of the stuff
You
that
can
I
only
have
go
seen.
off of anecdotes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can only go off of anecdotes, and sometimes knowledge is what you know, and that knowledge is it has an effect, like like on me.
Can you know something that's not true?
Sorry,
Can you know something that is not true?
can I know something that is not true?
Yeah. In other words, what distinguishes something you know that is not true from something you know that that is true?
Yeah, let's see. I don't think you can know what is not true, because if it's not true, it's a lie, right?
Well, hold on.
How do you determine what is true?
Well, I really wanted to ask this one very specific question that I think you're shying away from. Knowing that something,
because
you're saying that
let me give
hold
some
on.
deeper
No.
insight.
Nope, this has been
answer
literally
rapid.
every guest in a row, and I can't wait for the end of a question.
Yeah, just hold on a second. You said that you know something. You said that if you knew something that wasn't true, then you wouldn't have known it. And what I'm saying is people know things all the time that they believe are true, even though they are demonstrably false. And I do think you do believe that you know something, but I think that there's two knowings. There's knowing without anything to back up the knowledge, and then there's understanding that does back up the knowledge. And like Kat was asking, like, how do you substantiate what you know?
Can I answer now? Okay. So how do I back up what I know? Man, it's hard. But obviously the popular way to confirm something is through the scientific method, right? Observe, probe, note down results and things of that nature. Over here, well, I don't know if there really is a way that you can put these means. When I speak of traditional healers, there is the stringent belief, and I'll use that word for a reason. There is the belief, right, that when it comes to the spiritual, it's not completely separated from our bodies. So that's why when you walk into a medicine man's or traditional healer's hut, or wherever it is that they operate from, you find herbs and trees and so many things. So that's why when you clean your body, you clean your spirit simultaneously, because a lot of that stuff they say.
How do you determine what is true, Romeo, was the question. You just described the process of walking into a medicine man's house. Can you tell us how you determine what is true?
Well, you can only determine by the results, by what you can see in front of you.
So when you see someone come in, and they could be feigning an illness, or they could be convinced of a curse, and you see them go through a ritual and walk away no longer convinced of a curse, you assume that they were actually cursed.
Well, I don't make
Is that how you
assumptions.
determine it is true?
Well, yeah, because it's not just with what I've seen. It's also with and
Yeah,
like I said, I have no way to
Romeo.
verify. Like I said, I
Okay.
have no way to
Wait a second.
verify.
No
Of
way
course
to
you do.
verify.
Oh, sorry,
Interesting.
sorry for interrupting. You were saying?
How can you not, if it's scientific, how can you not have any way to verify it? Wouldn't that process be replicable?
Well, I think matters of the higher power are always different and relative for each person, because all of
Well, yeah,
us come.
but we just determined that in order for something to be true, it has to be go through the scientific method.
Yeah, but we don't have a spiritual method of
Okay, but yeah, okay, great.
of
Yeah,
assessing
that's
things.
fine. I'm with you. Yeah. So we just
Yeah,
determined that in order for something to be true, it has to go through the scientific method. And
yeah.
so because you don't have the ability to run, these methodologies through the scientific method, which by the way, you actually can. There's plenty of medicine that is derived from ancient practices. Like, look, there's plenty of knowledge that comes from ancient medicine, and like, I'm not trying to discount that, but like, that is replicable. Like, we can see the ways in which these herbs act as true medicine. And just because, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can cite those sorts of things. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like, what you're saying is, I don't have any way to substantiate it. Well, then it by your own admission, it's not true. And you knowing that it's true, without any substantiation, seems to be a lack of understanding, and B, I guess more importantly, a belief that is unsubstantiated. Excuse me, it's disgusting. I apologize. No, I made a horrible noise into a microphone.
But I mean, when I say myself that I can't prove this stuff, or whatever the case may be, I go off the fact that I'm just an average Joe that's also interested in questioning beliefs and all this type of stuff. Yeah, because I'm not, because even with the ancestral stuff, like, it's the faith that I chose to settle in primarily because all these foreign belief systems, they don't appeal to me. And that's why I call it a belief system, because it all goes by faith. It's all by faith.
It's all by faith.
And
so you have no reason to believe that it's true other than that you find it more comfortable than the foreign religions, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily, because I can't take away what I've experienced. I can't take away what I've seen. That's why
you say you can't take away what you've experienced or what you've seen, but have you verified that what you've experienced and what you've seen are what you assume them to be? Have you verified that the things, when you say you've seen people, spells or whatever,
or funny things happening?
Right.
Sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting.
Have you verified that those things are indeed supernatural? Or are you assuming that they are because you don't have an explanation?
Yeah, I would say it's most likely on the second part. It's most likely the second part that you said. Like, in part, it's I see this happening, and I literally cannot explain what the hell this is. It can only, only the higher powers would know something like this. I guess that's where I would most likely leave it. I think that would be the better explanation of it. Someone's got some nice music in the background. Whoever's playing the track, please share it.
Every so often it sounds like a melody I know, and then it's not.
That's good that I think. Bats, Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Shell, Freak Scene, Danny, Grax, also Jace, T-May, and The Real Truth. Thank you all for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Romeo, I'm curious, is this belief more about upholding traditions and finding something more comfortable than Western religions? Or is it because you genuinely believe the things that you say you've seen and the explanations given?
Actually, yeah, I do believe in it. I 100% have no doubt about it. What I think is it is
When you say
possible.
when you say that you have no doubt about it, does that mean that you nations that you're given by these medicine men?
No, what I don't question is the possibility of higher powers and higher forces.
Why?
What I do question is what people say. That's what I do question. Because the same way that I would question a pastor or a priest, I do question some of these healers too, because we do have some fake ones. There's false
When you
prophets.
say you
There's
don't
false healers too.
when you say you don't question the possibilities of higher powers, does that mean you assume a higher power does exist and you don't question it? Or does that mean that you just feel there's a possibility and you don't question that?
I experience it every day. No, I don't. In as far as God's existence,
why don't you question
since that's what we want to call it, I don't question that.
Why don't you question that?
Because when it comes to that, all my studies kind of bring me to think that the burden of proof is in people proving that he doesn't actually. Because all this.
I'm sorry. So if we're just in a state of not knowing, and one person says he does exist, and the other person says he doesn't exist, and the third person says I don't know, where's the burden of proof?
The burden of proof is, I know the burden of proof, to me at least, is in he who says he doesn't.
But not the one who said he does.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I went to court the other day. I was accused of going too. Who had the burden of proof to prove that I had done that?
Was it the person who accused you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And did you have a burden of proof to prove that you weren't? Sorry. Scratch that. Sorry. I keep forgetting I'm not supposed to be the one asking questions in lives.
No, I think it's a reasonable moment, but listen.
Okay.
The court had the responsibility to prove that I had done what they said I did. Yes. Then, if I make a positive claim in the contradiction, I then also have to substantiate it. So anybody who makes a positive claim has to substantiate it. The person who is saying, I believe this tradition is true, is obligated that, otherwise, that's, but the person who says, I don't know, or I don't care, or I don't believe you, that's not a positive claim. That's simply, right? So
Yeah, I get. I think I now get what you're saying. Absolutely.
yeah. So the burden is on the person making the claim.
The claim. Yeah,
Right.
You know
The
what? You're
court
right.
made the claim that
Yeah.
great, perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. You're actually right. You know what? You're right on that. Just a quick. Just noticed something in the comments that said. Is one of them competence? Yes, you have to be competent in whatever it is that you choose to do.
Romeo, I don't need you to have a conversation with the comments. As a matter of fact, I think we're probably at that point. You can have a conversation with the comments,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
not from up here. So I
Yeah, that's
appreciate
fine.
you
That's
being
fine.
here. I don't have any more questions for you. I would wonder if you might question what it is that convinces you so wholeheartedly that a God exists without question. And maybe you should question that.
Yeah,
But thank you for
absolutely.
being here, and I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe next time we see you, you might have some different answers. But who knows? Thank you, everybody, for tapping the screen. Up to 42,000 likes. That's amazing. We've got 91 of us in here. If we keep tapping, I bet we could break 50K within the next 10 minutes or less. We could probably even help double that in the next hour if we all tapped together. But we are going to bring up a new guest soon. I just like to take a breather sometimes. Enjoy that music.
Did you get out of that ticket?
Oh yeah, I
We were
nailed
all
it.
in suspense.
So first of all, let me just say, people do not know how to go to court. It's like crazy. Like I was the only person who was wearing slacks and a jacket and a collared shirt. It was like, how do you not show up for the verdict that you want? Anyway, so I demonstrated with two pieces of evidence. One was that they didn't submit the ticket within the 5-day period, and also you couldn't see that the light was that you couldn't see whether or not the school zone light was blinking. It was not blinking. Truly, it was not blinking when I went through it, but you couldn't see from the traffic camera whether or not the school light was blinking. So I won based on that.
On a technicality.
I'm all about the technicalities. I'm pretty sure this is why people hate us, but this happened when I lived in Columbus. Also, I got a ticket for speeding as well, and they wrote my dad's name on the ticket because I was driving his car, and I went to court and I said, "Look, this isn't my name on this ticket," and they go, "Well, what is your name?" And I said, "I have the right to not self-incriminate," and I got out of the.
Okay. Before we chase another guest away with
Yeah, sorry. Whatever the fuck this is, yeah, sorry.
Right. I didn't get to ask them any questions. They just ran.
I'm sorry.
Because of your bureaucratic prowess. Hello. Maybe you didn't mean to join us. That's okay, I'll set you back down. If you did mean to, you can request again.
Does that mean Rob's the scary one?
Does that mean what?
Rob's the scary one?
Yeah, Rav is the scary one. He has,
Not me?
You
I
did
will
this.
stand by Philly being the scary one. I stand by it.
Philly might be.
Thank you, Kiera. I mean,
Also,
Raccoon. Sorry.
truly last comment about it. The judge was like, "This is a very," he goes, "You're a very wise." Well, I'm not going to say my name, but he said, "You're very wise." And he said, "Have you ever considered becoming a lawyer?" And I said, "Well, I'm kind of the original lawyer. I'm a rabbi." And he thought that was amazing.
That is amazing, Raph.
Thank you. I'm done. I'm sorry, Thrayle.
No worries, Rav. We do need a believer, though. We're believerless in the queue. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, we're not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to pounce on you and tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what are they? And why do you believe them?
Or hamburglar them.
It's not hamburglaring, it's god burglaring. And
sorry.
It's like Fight Club, rule number 1. Hey pal, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I believe is definitely could be possible. There's signs, but I don't believe that there's like a God of a Bible.
So you don't believe in the God of the Bible, but you believe that there could be signs of what?
Of a higher power, or I've been debating lately, could it be people who are on in the other side, as in they died, but they're in the same place we are? What you call it, manipulating things like energy or objects.
Interesting. So you think there could be signs that things like a higher power or some kind of entities of passed on people exist?
Yeah.
That there could be, but you don't believe that there necessarily is some kind of hard evidence of these things?
Yeah. Oh, I was just thinking just now before you accepted me. One thing I do believe in that pushed me towards believing it in the past was supernatural, like ghost things, like literally haunted, like objects moving by themselves.
Seen objects move by themselves, or you've just heard stories and seen videos and so believed them?
No, I've seen it happen, and it would be mostly something trying to make noise in the house that tries to make you pay attention. Like, what was that? And it's like,
so things make noise, and you feel like they're trying to make you pay attention.
Yes, like, example, I was alone in my house and I heard the cabinet doors open and close. So most of the time I try to be like, oh, I can't just jump to the conclusion it's a ghost, but it just keeps happening. So I'm like, okay, let me go check. And I seen the wind blowing the curtain in the window. So I go up to the window, but the window's closed. So that's when I start like questioning. I just got freaked out and ran out the house. Like, yo, that the wind can blow if the window was open but it's closed.
I see. So the curtains rustle and the window's closed, and you assume that it must be a ghost and not a draft or some other.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
like
I believe I believe was something from the other side manipulated.
There's no way it could have been a draft from a botched seal in the window or some other kind of way that the air has gotten in.
I can't say that that's not possible. That it probably there's a probability it was
Air
draft.
conditioners, ceiling fans.
It
Nothing else
definitely
moves air.
is possible, but the reason I got so freaked out is I kind of felt like that was very small possibility that a small draft can make it move like that much.
So because it was such a small possibility, you ran instead of investigating more and assumed that it was a spirit or a ghost.
Yes.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Law of Attraction, Crystal J, Michael V, Danny Grax, Enki Bubs, 3 Pips, Shell, and, of course, Real Truth. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. So why do you assume that it's ghosts instead of the, however unlikely physical explanations that
because
seem more plausible?
Because I've had multiple encounters. When I was a little kid, it sound like 6 people are running around an attic. You would go up there, there's nobody, and they definitely ain't jump out the window.
So, because you heard noises in an attic as a child when no one was there, you assumed somebody or ghosts, but nothing that could have jumped out the window, not even squirrels, could have made the noise.
Yeah, that is what I believe.
Does that seem like an assumption?
Pretty much, yeah, an assumption.
I see Kira's hand up. Go ahead, Kira.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify when you were talking about your belief and the higher power that you kind of started talking about was ghosts. So do you think that, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe that ghosts are people existing still as spirit? Like ghosts are people who lived on this realm and then passed on and their spirit remains here?
Yes.
So what makes you think that a spirit or a ghost would have more control or more impact on this realm than they may have when they were living? What makes them higher?
Excuse me.
Is as I've never been on the other side, but yes. I mean, I guess our energy lives on. I would guess. I would just say I don't even believe. Maybe not everybody who passed is a spirit in this world. I don't know, but I just know like after a family member passes, all of a sudden like their objects start moving or.
So you did,
like I say, it unexplained per se, but it's quite strange the timing.
You did express, and I might be wrong here or misunderstanding here, that you think that they have more control or impact on this, lead you to believe in this higher power?
I wouldn't even say more control, but yeah, I do feel like they can manipulate manipulate things on this earth, whether it be energy or moving stuff. I wouldn't even say more power, but
When you're saying that they can impact or manipulate energy, what do you mean?
I would say
what power do you think they have?
I would just say affecting how you feel, your energy, maybe causing fear.
So you're saying they can literally leave a psychological impression. They can manipulate your emotions.
I would kind of say that it's kind of how if someone's sad or mad, even if they're not expressing it, you could feel how they feel next to you. Like I would say, my brother's next to me and he's sad. He's not saying I'm sad, but you could feel the energy in the air.
Do you feel like people have that ability before they pass, or is that unique to a spirit or a person that has passed?
I believe they have the power alive and dead. It's energy that's outputting from your body, and then once you shed your body, that you could still project energy. I would guess.
Have you ever been in the presence of a person who has made your emotions shift without your knowledge, know-how, or consent?
I would say no, but somewhat if they did, I wasn't aware. I would say it's possible, but I'm.
Do you think that's a human power?
Yeah.
People change my emotions all the time.
But when you're saying that, Rob, what do you mean by that?
What do I mean that people change my emotions?
Yeah.
People's behavior affect my emotions.
But that's a response. That's not you're forced into.
Oh, yeah, got it. Mm-hmm. You're right. Yep.
So that's why I'm like, they're talking about, if I'm not misunderstanding, they're talking about walking into a room or walking into a space, and because there's a spirit there, all of a sudden they could be having a good day, and it shifts into a bad day, and they are angry or they're schmurderish, and
like
I don't
Force.
know that.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
I don't right. I don't know that we have that power as living beings. I don't know why we would attain that power post life, post physical shell.
Yeah, that's definitely an eye-opening perspective, because I feel like I can't directly answer your question because I don't know. I'm just making assumptions per experience.
That's okay. Now, another thing that I wanted to ask is, do you feel that their power is consistent or reliable?
But what do you mean consistent? Like they could just do it every day, all day?
Yeah, why not?
I probably yes. Yeah. Why they choose not to do it all day, I don't know.
If they do have consistent power and they can choose to do it, why do you think that this power doesn't appear in verifiable situations? Why would they not want to be seen, heard, recorded? I'm here.
I can't really answer that, because there could be all types of spirits, some that would want to show out and some that want to be concealed somewhat.
And that's okay that you can't answer it, because who could? But in your belief system, this is what you believe, right? And so I'm kind of wondering, what is the answer for that question? How do you answer that question? How would you justify this when there could be, according to your belief, plenty of verifiable evidence if they hold the power that they do?
I would think that something beyond would think that it could turn out terrible if they just Uh, that would be my guess.
Why? Like, what would we have to fear if they could be verified?
Um, I don't know. It would probably result in the world changing in a bad way. I don't know.
I mean, this is your belief system. Like, what do
Yeah.
you think?
People would do more good or more terrible things depending on the individual if they know for sure what they can do when they pass and they're still on the when they go to the other side they know what to expect.
Do you think if ghosts were proven to exist, people would do terrible things? What is the correlation there?
As in like if they prove their existence and talk to provide proof and like tell people what it's like when you actually die and what happens after. And if people think they're okay with that, then some people might lash out and do some crazy evil things, or some will just do crazy good things.
Do you think that people life?
Definitely. I want to say everybody, but a very high percentage of people.
What do you think drives people who don't believe in an afterlife to still be really good people?
I can't say. Maybe the way they were raised to believe, or there's some people I know who just are good by nature and bad by nature. So I can't really
maybe even naughty by nature.
Hey! Do you consider yourself a good person?
I say yeah, but I don't like to think that way because that could result in me doing bad things and thinking I'm still a good person. So I would say mostly I believe, but I don't want to. I would never put a definite thing like yes, 100% I'm a good person.
I don't think that saying I'm a good person leads to hubris. Like I don't think that that's a true thing. Like you could say all of my actions have told this story, right? I'm a good person. I don't want to cause harm. There's no danger in saying, I guess we're getting into my belief now, we're not. But like so are your actions in being a unadmitted like good person dependent on your belief in the afterlife? Like if you didn't have the belief in the afterlife, would you still be you?
Yeah, I guess so. Cause I mean, when I was a kid, I believed in the Bible and stuff, so I would just be good, just to not go to hell. Oh my God, who wants to burn forever? But once I fell out of that, I found it's just in my nature that, to care for other living things.
Would that change if you had evidence of ghosts? Like true verifiable evidence of ghosts?
No. I mean, if they told me more of what's in detail, maybe a little bit, but I think I would just by DNA or nature, I was good. But yeah, ghosts had pushed me to believe in it makes me question like maybe what if the Bible is real, because I seen exorcisms, well, not in like in person,
So
but they read for the Bible and then it seems to work, or what I seen, but it just makes me question.
Seems to work.
Yeah, like I wasn't there. I wasn't standing.
Like in videos.
I seen the video.
Is it possible the video you saw was manipulated to make you think that the ghosts were real and they responded to the Bible verse?
Yeah. It's more possible than not that they faked it to gain believers or
even just
viewers. Yeah. I would say it's a even something. It would just make me think sometimes. Oh, so could it be possible? Why would those words?
It seems a lot more like a could it be than an it must be. It sounds like your beliefs are kind of already questionable to you.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the only thing I really believe in is the ghost stuff, like the supernatural stuff.
I would wonder if you can question that further. If you could question it, what question might you ask to prove or disprove ghosts existing to you?
That's a tough one. I don't think I can question it because of the experience of where it's like it really happened. Like, oh, I'm an eyewitness type stuff. Like, this is what for real happened. Like, there's no question about it.
Are your experiences unquestionable?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's no other possible explanation why these objects move by themselves. Like, it's just a random.
You say moved by themselves. Doesn't that already imply that you're moving by themselves? Like you get rid of explanations by saying that, don't you?
Yeah.
That they could have been moved by some other thing, or that you perhaps didn't even see what you thought you saw.
Very true. Yeah.
Possibilities.
That I should think that way. Yeah. That some people see. I wouldn't say wrong, but yeah, two people could watch the same thing and both have different eyewitness accounts. Both say something different happened when we both watched the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I definitely
could
have seen wrong.
If that's the case, then does it seem possible, at least, that these ghosts aren't ghosts, and that tricks of your mind and tricks of your eyes and other things you hadn't thought of could explain what you have seen?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Damn, pal, you made it way too easy. I appreciate you coming up and questioning questions, but we do have a few people in queue, and I think we're going to keep going forward. But thank you so much for answering the questions openly and honestly, and I hope you do keep asking questions.
Appreciate you. Love what you do here.
Appreciate you, pal. Take care.
You too.
W pal in the chat. I think he did pretty good. It was a little hard to get.
Questioning your beliefs?
Yeah, he accomplished it. I heard questioning occur, and I counted it as a victory for him, of course, not for me. But I do need to make sure I thank Marie's spiritual journey, as well as Shell, Freak Scene, Jace, also Cat DeWitch, and Real Truth. Thank you so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate you guys. And we've got to have, I see a few people in queue here. I do not know who has been waiting the longest. But let's see if we can't clear a couple ghosts out of this queue.
Nice callback.
Is it really a callback if it just happened 90 seconds ago?
Yeah, kinda. See who exists and who doesn't. Jan says, I think therefore I am. Jan, stay in that queue. You're at least one that we know might really be there.
I only had one supernatural experience, and obviously not really supernatural. One thing in my life that I have experienced that I have zero explanation for. Oh,
I don't
sorry.
believe in any religion. I believe religion is made up.
I see, Jan. Well, I hadn't even asked you your age or introduced you yet, and somebody else was speaking. So, can I get your age real quick?
Yeah, 18.
Oh, that explains it. Here, Jan, unmute real quick. What year were you born?
2007.
Okay, that'll work. Go ahead, Rav. You can tell me that. What you were going to tell me.
I was driving down the road, my wife, my mom, my son in the car, and there's a car maybe about 300 to 500 feet in front of us. We go over, there's like 3 hills in succession. Over the hill, the car disappears behind the hill. The next hill, we come up on the next hill, car's gone. All of us exclaim at the exact same time, where did that car go? We have, like, it was just, I mean, it was so weird. It disappeared. There was nowhere to turn. There was no, like, it was gone.
Was it night or day?
I don't think that was supernatural. I think it was crimes.
It was what? What'd you say, Kat? It was 2 p.m. What'd you say?
I said, I think that was more criminal than supernatural, probably.
Yeah, yes, yeah, or cloaking device. It was bizarre. It was so weird. To this day, like I think I have demonstrated myself to be a rational person. I am sure there is a rational explanation for it. I do not have it.
I would need more details and evidence, but but Jan's here, and
he is here. Jan is here.
He is here. Hey, Jan, you said you don't have a belief in supernatural or spirits or anything like that, right? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that at all?
Well, I believe God is outside of time, so why should I believe that? Why should I believe in delusion?
I didn't ask anything about delusions. I just asked if you believed in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. You said you believe God.
I don't believe in God.
Okay, but you said God was outside of time in the last answer. So now you don't believe in God, inside or outside of time.
Yes.
Why not?
God is outside of time, so why should I believe in something that's illogical?
Fucking boring. If anybody actually has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. If you just have some pre-prepared script that you're waiting to read, fuck off.
He was about to get a what the fuck is wrong with you.
I don't know what he was about to get.
I couldn't get through there. Believing in God is illogical because God exists outside of time. Sir.
Was it was it possible that it was about, like, he was talking about a specific God that is claimed to be outside of time?
Possibly. But how did he... Maybe our next guest has a belief in a god or gods that they can question. Hello, Matthew. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
That would be the Christ.
The Christ. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Genesis through Revelation.
I see. And do you believe all the stories to be true and literal as written?
Yes, it's history.
It's history, he says. So, Matthew, do you believe in the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden? Global flood, Jonah and the fish, all that stuff?
Yeah. Can you prove me? Yes, I do.
Why?
Why? Do I believe in the 6-day creation?
Yeah, let's start there. Good spot to start. Why?
Because there's nothing that tells me otherwise.
Because there's nothing that tells you otherwise.
Correct.
So you've never seen anything, anywhere, ever, that tells you anything other than the earth was created in 6 days? You've never heard any other explanations of what could have happened or other mythologies, stories?
Yeah, I've heard stories, and I've heard myths.
Then why do you believe this one?
Why do I believe in a 6-day creation?
Oh, yes. Why do you believe in a 6-day creation?
Because God tells you otherwise.
I've got to ask.
What?
I'm just gonna ask. Are you drunk?
No, I'm coherent.
You're coherent. Then
Are
what
you
the
okay?
fuck are you talking about?
What a bar.
I gave him a moment. Like, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Coherently.
Well, I've answered every question that you asked.
Do you think you've answered every question I've asked, or do you think you've just responded to every question that I've asked?
Well, you do the same thing, actually. So you don't actually, you answer a question with a question. Or you expect...
Matthew, do you think I'm here to answer questions?
Well, I think you're here to search for answers.
Do you think I'm searching for answers?
Well, you like to lie, but then you also like to search.
You think that I'm
That's
lying?
another thing. But,
how do I lie, Matthew?
well, you lie behind your mask. And then you also like to search for the truth.
What do you mean by lie?
Well, you are the type of person that asks a question and then you already know the answer behind it.
What?
You're willing to answer, but you actually don't know the truth behind it.
How many questions have I answered? How long have you been watching, Matthew? Like, who the fuck are you even talking about? What the fuck are you even talking about? Are you just saying, like, what you think? Like, is this a self-projection moment? Or are we just hearing what Matthew thinks about Matthew? Because I haven't heard anything that I have done or even could be interpreted as doing in what you just said.
No, brother, I'm talking to you.
You said you're coherent. How many drinks is coherent and how many is not?
Like 1 or 12.
Are you inebriated? Can you speak to somebody, or you want to have a conversation, or?
Wow.
Bye.
This is the strangest. Does anybody else think
Maybe
they might actually get
You said you believe in the Christ. What does the word Christ mean?
So the Christ means the anointed one.
Nice. Anointed with what?
The oil of God, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the oil of God. At what point in the Bible was Jesus anointed with the oil of God?
Well, the Christ doesn't follow himself. So that's your number one
Wait a second.
contradiction.
Wait. Let's back up a second. You said Christ means anointed with the oil of God. I said, at what point was Jesus anointed with the oil of God? And you said, what?
No, I said that Christ doesn't follow himself.
That doesn't make any sense.
But Rafi's coherent.
Yep, coherence. Yes, sorry, I forgot.
So you must be having a problem.
Yeah.
Clearly you're drunk, Rafi.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Get it
let's
together.
not get ahead of ourselves. Matthew, at what point was Jesus anointed with the oil of God?
At what point was Jesus anointed with the oil of God?
That was the question.
Okay. So I'm sure you're going to enlighten me.
No, he wasn't. It wasn't a trick question. He wasn't. So not a Christ.
Okay.
I mean, literally the foundational meaning of Christ, Mashiach, Messiah, is to be anointed with the oil of God, just as you said. I mean, you gave a great answer. Yeah, absolutely. But the issue is...
So Hebrews 1:8 would tell you otherwise.
Okay, let me take a look see at Hebrew 1:8. I assume that you're probably not going to be able to look that up at the moment, but give me 1 second.
Well, no, brother, I got it right here for you. So God calls his son Jesus.
That's not oil of God. Where does it say oil?
Right. So being anointed, I guess, okay. Well, he is appointed heir of all
to
things.
the Son, he says, "Your throne, O God, endures forever and ever. You rule with a scepter of justice."
Yeah, so the issue, like, this is an interest. Let's table the anointing thing, because now it seems like you're getting into asking what the qualifications are for the Messiah beyond the anointment. Is that accurate, Matthew?
Well, no, actually, who is the Messiah? Because the Jewish people are still waiting on the Messiah.
That's accurate.
So I can't actually definitively say that. I don't know your definition of a Messiah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear. Like, I think the definition of the Messiah is pretty clear. But what would you expect from the Messiah?
Well, I don't actually expect a Messiah. I expect a savior of my sins. So I'm me being a
that's
man,
interesting. Where does that come from?
Man.
You don't think Jesus was the Messiah?
Well, no, Jesus is my savior.
What is that?
I don't know what scripture you're referring to, but you just asked me personally, how do I accept Jesus?
That's not what I asked. I asked how Jesus was the Messiah or the Christ. You're calling Jesus the Christ.
I was asking you the same thing, brother, and you just said you don't know.
Oh, I'm happy to explain what would be expected, but
right. So you would be okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it seems to me that you are claiming that Jesus was not the Messiah, which I think is an accurate depiction. But I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you right.
Yeah, so if I was a Jewish person in those times, I can't label him as my Messiah, right? So he's my savior.
Matthew.
What is a savior?
Go ahead, Philly. Sorry.
Is Jesus the Christ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What does Christ mean?
From the top, make it drop. That's some anointment.
What does Messiah mean?
What does the Messiah mean? The anointed one. The one that fulfills prophecy. The one that...
Okay.
From the top. Matthew, we've already done this entire conversation. So you said Jesus is the Christ. The Christ is the anointed one, using the anointing oil of God. Jesus was not anointed with the oil of God, not the Christ. And then you said, well, I never meant to say that he was the Christ. Jews wouldn't say he's the Christ. He's the Savior. And
Well,
I'm
I was placing myself in your shoes, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
in my why place yourself in my shoes? We're talking about your beliefs.
Well, no, I'm go ahead, brother. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak for you.
Matthew's still evading. He's still looking for enemies to attack.
Important. That's an important thing to do.
Enemies. There is nothing that could. My armor is from God, so. Well, go ahead, brother.
Donning his armor and everything.
Go ahead,
That's important. Rise up, O man of God. Okay,
that one might get you right there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Matthew. So, what is a savior? What does that word mean?
A savior.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's only okay. So, a savior to me is the one that atones for my sins, right? So I can't save myself.
What's a sin? What's a sin?
What's a sin? Okay, so it's called conviction. The conviction of
sin is called conviction.
Yeah, it's a conviction of sins, but you
what
might
is
not.
Sin? Hang on, sin is a conviction of sin. It doesn't tell us what sin is, does it?
Well, when you have sinned so much,
what is sin?
Sin is a collection of things don't know where to turn, and then
collection of things and living for yourself.
Yeah,
that's what sin is.
Yeah. So
sin
when
is,
you live for yourself so much, and then you wake up one day and you're tired of
that
everything.
definition of sin being living for yourself.
Living for yourself, I think that's I think it's part of life, honestly.
It's part of life, so
yes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused how you've answered what sin is by saying living for yourself. And then when asked where, you learn that's what sin is. You said it's just part of life.
You got it, brother. You got it.
How does that inform
You're
you what
learning.
sin? No, I'm not. I'm very confused, Matthew, because you're not actually being clear at all. And I still think you're probably drunk. So, how is it that you've learned what sin is?
So sin is a conviction of your unrighteousness, pretty much. When you've gave up, when you've given up, and you want to turn to God, it's a conviction of sins.
Okay,
Matthew, is it possible that sin? Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, no, you can ask a question. I mean, does anybody else have a question for the drunk?
Matthew. I just was going to say, Matthew, sin means missing the mark. It's an archery term in Hebrew that means missing the mark. And I would just ask, what is the mark that has been missed in your estimation?
For you or the world?
Yeah.
Good night. Yep.
Raccoon, if you had one.
I'm kind of fascinated by this idea of sin. I don't know that I'm going to get the answers I'm looking for because I don't feel like this guess is very genuine. But so would you say that sin is an action that causes harm. Okay. Would you say that manipulation causes harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that projection can cause harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that a lack of accountability can cause harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we've been talking and having this conversation, whenever you're faced with a question that's very hard, you do project your insecurity onto others, and you blame them for the very actions that you yourself are presenting. Do you think that that is a harmful thing, or do you find yourself justified? Is that a sin, or do you somehow justify what you're doing?
Well, you've actually never met me.
I don't need to. I've seen this happen in this chat. So I'm wondering how you can act in the way that you do and still say that these actions are sinful. Do you believe that you have been sinning in?
Yeah, so I don't judge myself off of your actions or my actions.
Judge yourself off of your own?
Right, there's only one judge.
No, that's not true.
I was in court the other day, and there was a judge, and it's certainly not the judge you're thinking of. So,
right, and then who's going to pay for your sins afterwards on this life?
Who? Okay, again,
me.
We're
you can't atone for your own sins.
Of course I can. I do every day and every year.
No, you've never done any. You've actually ran from your own sins.
I have?
That's your problem.
I thought you said you haven't ever met us before. That's so interesting.
No, he knows us. We don't know him.
That's
he's just got to project all of his feelings onto all of us because he's absolutely losing it here. Matthew, Raccoon would like to ask you a couple more questions if you can calm yourself down a little bit.
I'm still waiting for an answer for the first one, but you know, the display of the exact behavior that I was talking about literally just happened again, so that's answer enough for me. I guess my new question would be, how do you justify that? If you are acting in a way that you have told, do you act in this way hoping that because Jesus died for you that it's cool?
You'll have to unmute to respond, Matthew. Well, I did send the invite. I don't know if he knows where the mute button is. Are we really? I mean,
oh, sorry. So, am I righteous enough to atone for my own sins?
Not necessarily. When you are acting in ways that contradict the values that you have listed in you and I's conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you reconcile that? How do you justify that? Like
because I'm not acting holy. Is that
That's
the
interesting.
question?
It's such an interesting question. Like, if you don't even know what a sin is, how can you even be expected to atone for them? That is an interesting question.
Well, it's already atoned for, but I'm sorry.
So you're good. You can just sin and sin?
He's got to get out of sin free card, guys.
How have I sinned talking to each and every? How have I sinned talking to you?
Lying.
You have no self-awareness.
Obfuscating.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, sorry.
Self-awareness is lying?
No.
You don't have self-awareness, which is an amazing response. Yeah.
I'm talking to each and every one of you with grace. Actually,
do you know that?
Self-awareness.
Do you know?
Absolutely.
By the way, Matthew, do you know that do you know that it's very clear that to honor one's father and mother is to not be a drunkard?
Okay, your point.
So you're in a violation of top 10. No, the original BuzzFeed top 10.
Your point. Are you God?
You know what, Rob? What if my father is a drunkard? Okay, this is what if I'm honoring? No, but like, okay, Matthew, we literally talked about values, and if going against those values would be a sin. in this conversation. Do you
What
recognize
values did I go against? Remind me again.
brother?
He needs the list again.
I feel like I'm just repeating myself. But go ahead.
Yeah, you definitely do.
You're repeating yourself.
You feel like you're the one repeating yourself? Really?
That's wild behavior.
Well, to be fair, he definitely has repeated a lot of the same answers over and over, despite the questions being different.
Matthew, do you think this is appropriate
I'm
behavior?
not hungry. I don't need word salad. I'm full from Thanksgiving. I'm set. I'm good. I don't need word salad. Like I don't need.
You sound like Jordan Peterson all over again.
Me? Oh my god! Me and Jordan Peterson are essentially the same person. You're spot on.
Yes, Ricky.
You're
Yes,
spot
Ricky.
on. That's exactly right.
Actually, uncanny resemblance.
I know. I've
know.
been saying this for years. I'm so glad somebody finally recognized it. I'm like the
Special day.
I'm gonna write
We
this
all
whole
say,
thing later.
yeah, let's
Well,
say
if you'd
Shahafriana.
only answer the question.
Okay. Well, I would not like to put additional labor into this conversation just because you weren't listening. That's a you issue. Thank you so much.
I think Matthew's got a few Matthew issues he can deal with before coming back.
Can I call you Jordan?
Absolutely, you may. Finally, the recognition that I deserve. Thank you so much.
How about JP?
Even better. That means we're
Okay.
close.
Okay, JP.
Got to be a trash joke that goes along with it, though.
Mmm.
There's something there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no. Sorry, my bad.
I immediately wanted to text Jason and be like, "You'll never guess what just happened. What I just witnessed."
I'm wild.
Well, we have Thrayle joining us now. Thrayle, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Indeed, I'm 28 years old.
And I'm going to ask you about your beliefs in just a moment, but I got to make sure that if I didn't already, I think I read this list, but I'm going to read it again. Thank you, Marie Shell, Freak Scene Chase, Cat the Witch, and Real Truth. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, Thrayle?
Yup.
And what God is that?
Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Most of it, but I'm continuing though.
Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true and literal, as written?
Yeah. God revealed it to me.
God revealed it to you that they are all true?
Yup.
Fascinating. He revealed that the 6-day creation was true.
Yup.
And Adam and Eve, that story's true as well.
Everything in the Bible. Yup. Everything.
Fascinating. 1 and 2.
That is not a contradiction.
Fascinating. So how did he explain that?
His creation speaks for itself.
I'm sorry, I guess you don't know what I'm talking about.
I do.
So can you tell me which contradiction I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about the earth and the sun.
No, no.
Okay.
So he revealed to you that the earth and the sun was somehow not a contradiction because of his creation. The earth and the sun.
So what's the contradiction that you're talking about? That you think is a contradiction?
Oh, I'm just talking about the order given of creation. You know how it says, light, firmament, plants, sun, moon, as animals, and then man and woman, right? Does that order?
Right. And when he talks about light, he's talking about his truth. That's been.
I wasn't talking about the light.
Well, you said light, so.
Yeah, I was just reminding you the order from Genesis 1.
Okay. Cool.
Right. So in Genesis 1, it gives that order of creation, most notably plants, animals, man and woman in that order. And then in Genesis 2, it decides to flip that around and make it man, plants, animals, woman. So I was curious how God revealed to you the answer to that contradiction.
It's not a contradiction because she just talks about Adam and Eve going on to the secondary first, and then he talks about Adam and Eve afterwards.
Are Adam and Eve part of his creation?
Yeah.
Are they the man and woman at the end of Genesis 1?
That was the first man and woman.
Okay, just making sure we understand. So the man and woman at the end of Genesis 1, chapter 1, I mean, that's Adam and Eve. But then in chapter 2, when it starts over and it says, before there were any plants in the ground, he makes a man. And then he makes plants and animals. And then when Adam can't find a helper from the animals, he makes a woman.
What scripture is that?
It's Genesis 2. Have you never read it?
I mean, Genesis 2 and what? Because, people like to make up their own scripture and stuff. So is it? Yeah, Genesis what?
Genesis 2:4 through the rest of the chapter.
Right. Sorry, what was that, Philly?
Are you making up your own scripture, Thrayle?
Well, I mean, for the Bat Bowl, probably. But no, we're talking about this.
We're so looking forward to you helping us pray.
It says, thus the heavens and the earth and all the hosts of them were finished. People
Well,
don't read
actually,
that
what
part.
it says is Ve'ela toldot et hashamayim ve'et haaretz.
And all the seventh day, God ended his work which he has done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done.
Trey.
Oh,
are you just reading without listening? People are talking to you.
Oh, well, it's going to help you guys out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're helping no one out. Rav was telling you what was actually written. You were reading something else.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight a key phrase.
What's up, Rav? What you got, buddy?
Good evening.
Dial it back a little, Trey.
Yeah, it's okay. So the verse begins by saying, Ela toldot et hashamayim ve'et haaretz, that these are the stories, or the generational stories, or the mythos, the mythical heaven and earth. And so this happens between Genesis 1 and the very beginning of Genesis 2. And I think the question really should be, why is the Bible telling you that there are multiple stories that are being told? Unless it wants to tell you that.
I didn't know I was muted. Was that your question?
Yeah, you're going to get muted until you fix that echo. Sorry. Happens when other people are talking.
It's okay. No problem. Well, was that your question, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah.
Just real quick, Trey. Just real quick about it. And also drop the condescending attitude.
I'm fine, bro. I'm having a good time. I'm chilling.
You're going to get dropped if you continue the condescending.
Okay, well, if that's your opinion, but you can drop me. It's okay. I'm just having a conversation. It's fine. No worries.
Hey, buddy.
Yes. How you doing?
Are you able to change your attitude and start over again?
What attitude?
Oh, I don't know, buddy.
Attitude there, buddy.
Nobody.
Maybe I should just say where I'm coming from. I'll just say, look, I am somebody who has a master's in Hebrew literature, and I have a master's in Jewish education, and I am ordained as a rabbi. And I would love to talk about the scripture with you. And also, I can tell that it means a lot to your page also, and it's clear you want to have a sense of authority on things, which I can fully appreciate. And I think ultimately we are here to wonder, can you question your own beliefs on these things? Because I think
the reality is you have probably not actually looked at the Hebrew, and I think it would be really interesting for you to do so. It seems like you're somebody who is invested in learning and growing. Is that something that's interesting to you?
Well, I do learn a little bit of some words in Hebrew and some in Greek, but the thing is, what's different about that is that God has already exposed himself to me. I experience God on a daily. So the thing with me is that I don't question myself anymore, because once you know the truth, once God revealed himself to you and you know his presence and you've seen things before, you don't question anymore out of respect.
Well, thank you for being respectful. And I guess I would wonder, how does one ascertain the truth? If you believe that you're speaking in directly to God, what would you say God's message is to the world?
To know who he is, he wants to bring people home, bro. He wants to use people to become disciples, to bring more souls into his kingdom. God established a kingdom, right? If people don't know that, then I mean,
That's so interesting, because when I read like other prophets like Isaiah and Jeremiah that cares for the widow, the stranger, and the orphan, I'm wondering where that fits into the message that you received from God.
Yeah, so that what they're talking about, that they're pointing to Jesus Christ. They're pointing to the Messiah.
Oh, so tell me how Jesus has built a society that is full of equity and justice and provisions for those who are most vulnerable in society.
Sure. Okay, so I'm gonna break it down. So when Adam and Eve ate the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they lost the keys to the kingdom, right? Because they were supposed to rule over earth. So what happened was,
it sounds like you're not actually answering any of the questions that
No, he's
I'm
not.
offering.
He's not responding.
oh
And
well,
He's just
I
waiting
actually
for a
am. I
moment
just
to preach.
want to break it down to you, but it's okay.
Wait, can I
He's got to
try?
teach you.
I have
Rev. He's got to
one
teach you what you
question.
don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm sorry that just trying to answer you guys' question.
Trey, shut up for a moment. Cat has a question.
Okay.
Just one. Okay,
Trey,
shut
shut up for a moment. Cat has a question. Learn to fucking respect the people in the room around you. Good God, what an idiot. I almost got through I almost got through it without calling him an idiot.
Almost.
Really? Yeah.
Sorry, Kat. What were you going to ask?
No,
I don't know what you're going to ask.
I was going to ask him what gave him the authority to interpret religious text that is not of the religion that he believes in and better than somebody who has a master's degree in it, like practicing member of that religion.
I don't know either.
That's all
It's
I
okay,
wanted to know.
buddy. He'll let us know. He'll set us straight. He'll help us.
He has in his 28 years of God, apparently.
Let's see how many ghosts are in the queue now. 42,000 likes. You guys are amazing. 130 of us watching. If we keep tapping that screen, more of us will show up, and who knows how many beliefs we might get to question.
Also, it is oh fuck, what I had anything that I was gonna say. Where did it go? Jesus. It's been quite the evening. What was I gonna say?
Jesus doesn't even know where your words went. Thank you, Shell. We've got Jay.
I'm sorry if I elevated things too much.
That was
No, you were so respectful.
You did the opposite exactly.
You did great, buddy.
My bad, Tim. I'm immediately done.
Thanks, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy.
You were more respectful than.
Oh, hello. I didn't realize I was in here.
Hey there, Jay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am a 23-year-old male.
interesting. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I follow Christianity, so I believe in the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
As far as every single in beginning to end, no, I haven't read through it fully. But still growing in my faith, and I can say I've like looked into the research, and obviously I believe. I know we have someone that practices Judaism, but the reason why I believe is because when I look at the scriptures of the Old Testament, when God making His promise with Abraham, He mentions in Moses.
I'm sorry. Back up.
My bad.
I was asking if you'd read it from beginning to end.
I would say not in its entirety, but I do understand like the promises and.
So you haven't read it in its entirety. Do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal, like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden, Jonah and the fish, all that?
As far as like literal, I would say I believe it to be divinely inspired.
Divinely inspired, but does that mean it happened, or is God just kind of explaining things for us to understand?
I would say
for other people to understand.
He is just leaving this
message for His people to understand, but it doesn't necessarily mean all this stuff happened.
I would believe that most of it like has happened. Yeah, I could say that. I believe that it has happened.
So then the 6-day creation, that's real.
I think that can kind of get to, I guess, nuances. Like you can't historically prove that, but I believe that if God can make light from non-light, make like from something, nothing from something, or something from nothing. My bad. If He can make something from nothing, I believe that He could make the world in 7 days.
Why from nothing?
Nothing.
From nothing? Well, even in scientifically proven that the Big Bang happened, and at one point, like there was no energy, and even talks about how the universe is expanding and the energy.
Just to back up, you said that the Big Bang happened.
Yes.
Was that like the first of those 6 days, or was that something else? Are these different things?
I mean, we can get into semantics, but I like. But it's really about the historical evidence of the person of Jesus of Nazareth. But we can talk about
there a bit, but you cut out there a bit. But I guess you were just saying that it doesn't matter any of the stuff in Genesis. It's just about Jesus. That's all that matters.
I can say that every single book in the Old Testament kind of was pointing to Jesus. But when you say like to get caught up in the Genesis 1, I believe that God could made it in 6 days. I don't necessarily mean, like it also says that 1 day for Him is like 1,000 years. So like to get about, is it literal 7 days? I guess I would have to like research more to see what it actually says in the scriptures. Do a deep dive.
And if you did a deep dive and found that the timeline didn't fit what was accepted by science, as you said, the Big Bang and all that, if it didn't fit, would you believe the science or the Bible?
Well, I would believe the Old Testament scriptures because Jesus Himself refers to them as being reliable.
So then science would be wrong.
I believe that science doesn't disprove God.
I'm not saying prove or disprove God. We were just talking about this story at the beginning of the book.
Right.
If this story is somehow not in alignment with what the science says, you would believe this story over the science.
I guess I would have to look into both, but at the end of the day, I would believe in God that kind of transcends science. So as a human, we're always searching for like a grasp of things, but even like for us to say we can solidly conclude that it is not within that time frame, I don't think that that's like actually that we can say that.
What if the book itself contradicted the timeline of the book?
I would just need, I guess, some evidence to back that claim.
some evidence to back that claim, like chapters and verses that said things that seem to contradict other things.
Yeah, and I guess the context behind those things. I'd love to see.
Have you come across any contradictions in the Bible before? You've never been presented one or found any contradictions whatsoever?
I've found any contradiction. I believe it has 0 contradictions.
Okay. It helps if you wait till the ends of the questions before you answer, because not just because it's kind of rude, but also because it's hard to hear. Like right now when I'm talking and you talk, it's hard to hear because your voice gets muddy. So don't do that. So if I were to ask you about everybody's favorite in here, I see. Sorry, Raccoon's comments at me. If I were to ask you about a contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, the order of creation given, if it said that there was plants and then animals and then man and woman in one chapter, and then in the next said that it was man, then plants, then animals, then woman, then would that not stand as some kind of contradiction? I haven't heard a response since I asked the question.
I actually didn't know that. This is my first time on live. I appreciate you guys. Let me know. But so that is you saying Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 has a contradiction? Like that's what I was just kind of pulling up my Bible. Let me see if I can get it. But I guess if the debate is kind of like talking about why I believe, it's not Genesis.
It's not a debate.
I mean, not debate.
It's not a debate.
I'm sorry.
This question is just this question is just to see how you reconcile contradictions like this. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Really, it's just a question to see how you gauge and react.
Okay.
I'm curious how you reconcile the seeming contradiction here.
Okay. Do you know like which particular verses, or do you want me to read?
Are you familiar with Genesis 1? If I present that order, would you do you accept that it was plants on day 3, certain animals on day 5, and then humans on day 6?
I mean, I believe that it was written in a certain way for a particular reason, and God is very intentional with his details. So yeah, if that's the order that it says, then that's
okay. So just keeping that in mind, then go read Genesis 2:5.
2:5. So neither wild plants nor grains were growing on the earth, for the Lord God had not yet sent rain to water the earth, and there were no people to cultivate the soil. So it says that they were not growing. That doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't there.
Interesting translation. Which one is that?
This is New Living Translation. Which translation do you use, or are you referring to?
It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. So it says there that there's no plants in the fields, no, what did it say? Wild grains.
Wild plants nor grains were growing on the earth, because the Lord had not yet sent rain to water the earth. So the seed almost was cultivated, but obviously it would need water and life to bring increase.
I'm sorry, you stopped reading and started talking. Keep reading.
Oh, yes, okay. Things came up from the ground and watered all the land. Verse 7, then the Lord God formed the man from dust from the ground. He breathed the breath of life into the man's nostrils, and the man was a living person.
So in 5,
yes,
it said that there were no wild plants or grains because he hadn't made it rain and there was no one to till.
Yes.
So it says because this and that, right?
The Lord did not send rain, and yet there was no people to cultivate the soil. Yes.
So those two reasons. And then what happens?
And it says instead springs came up from the ground and watered all the land.
So this. And then?
Instead springs came up from the ground. So yeah, instead of making it rain, I guess he brought up water from the ground.
Okay, so he didn't even do the rain part. He did.
Right.
Interesting. And then the that is the making the man, right? So it's that this is the water, and then the that is the man. It says there's no plants because this and that, and then he does this, and then he does that, right?
So he in 6 he was just making the water, and in verse 7 he was making the man to cultivate the grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So no plants. Then he makes a man.
Well, it just says they were not growing. Not necessarily saying that they weren't there.
Fair enough. Your translation says that they're not growing.
I guess we have to look into like the Hebrew and kind of to get the fuller, deeper understanding.
Well, that's convenient.
If only I knew somebody who spoke Hebrew.
I could pull up the Blue Letter Bible and see, because definitely, like, I believe that the truth, it doesn't run from any questions, but if you actually have a genuine heart and want to look into the context,
Love
and yeah,
that.
I'm sorry?
I love that. The truth doesn't run from questions. I love that.
Yep, and I guess the claim is not a claim that I'm making, but a claim that Jesus made himself, that he is the way, the truth, and the life, and that the Father accepts through him.
Yes,
So I just
and if
wanted to be
Jesus
clear.
is the truth, then it's okay to seek the truth, right? Because it will always come back to Jesus if Jesus is real. I'm with you.
100%.
Well, I guess I would just be confused to know where Jesus was in the opening verses.
Love that. Yep. Let us make man in our image. Let's see if you put up that verse.
That's chapter 1, but
Chapter 1?
Yeah, that's chapter 1.
Yeah, what do you?
Chapter 2 doesn't say. Chapter 2 doesn't say anything about Adam being anything like God. It just says he makes man from the dust and he blows or breathes the breath of life. But he doesn't. It doesn't refer to Adam being like God or God being like Adam in chapter 2.
And I guess like you might not consider it, I guess, canon, but the New Testament does talk about how God the Father made everything through Jesus. Everything was created by his hand for him.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just saying that, like, obviously, I don't know if you guys believe the New Testament, but I believe that the New Testament, it talks about Jesus. God the Father made everything through Jesus, so Jesus is the creator of everything for him.
God made everything through Jesus.
Yes, so it's like God the Father speaking through his word, and even in this it says like he said let there be light.
So later it says that everything that already happened was done by the guy, so it didn't have to write him in. They wrote him in later.
I wanted to highlight two things from 126 and 127, but only when you have a moment.
Okay. I'm still curious about how he reconciles the contradiction of the order given. And even if you somehow were to come away and say that the plants were in the ground and then he made Adam, you'd still have the question of the animals in 2:18.
2:18.
Well, 19. Yeah, 18 is where you want to start.
Then the Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper who is right for him." So the Lord God formed from the ground all the wild animals and all the birds of the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would call them, and the man chose a name for each one.
Man is the last of the creation that's listed in the Bible in chapter 1. And man is created before the animals in chapter 2.
I see. Okay. Do you believe, like, was that Rob? I heard that he was
Hang on, Jay.
Yes.
I'm still trying to hear you answer the question about this contradiction now. So I'm curious if it says that animals were created after man, and then you stopped short of one verse where it says, "And there was no helper found," right?
Right.
So he makes the animals after saying it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper. He makes animals. Adam can't find a helper, and then he makes Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So in chapter 1, when it says the animals were before man and woman, and in chapter 2, it says he makes the animals because man's alone, and then only after that makes woman. Are those really the same story, Jay?
I would say like it was never meant to be like I guess per se literal. I would not interpret this as like 7 days, and I can definitely see how I think it's just like you kind of go back to whether we can argue the individual cases. It goes back to the reliability of we have this scripture. It's from the Dead Sea Scrolls. We can date it back to before Jesus' time. Like it's very accurate, 99.9%.
I'm sorry, you said we can date back Genesis 1 and 2 to the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm talking about like from Genesis to the last book in the Hebrew Bible, which would be so just this text here.
Chronicles 2 would be the last book in the Hebrew Bible.
Chronicles, okay.
Yeah, because the Hebrew Bible is actually in a different order than
I see.
the Christian Bible, yeah.
Okay, so I like when I look at that fact that it's like so we still have it's very accurate today, and we had prophets talking about certain things and lining.
But yeah, it's because Jews painstakingly copied the text again and again over the course of millennia.
And I appreciate that, like doing that, and then like Lord working through that. I do believe that. Yeah,
Jay.
Yes.
I'm still wondering about this contradiction back here.
I would say that
I feel like it's just lingering unaddressed.
I would I guess redirect you to say that it's not, or my argument or my defense would be it's not a literal
argument defense.
My bad.
So when you're saying, before you respond, it helps to take a few moments, just a few moments, to think about not what you're going to say, but what is actually being asked. So, do you know what is actually being asked, Jay?
Yes. You're saying that in an exact chronological order, literal 7 days, you're saying you see a contradiction between that, like, was written in the first chapter versus was actually implemented in the second. Is that am I correct?
The wording was interesting. So do you have a different interpretation than chronological of Genesis 1?
My understanding would be that this is just the way it was written, and I just don't think that it was necessarily meant to be exactly interpreted 7 same days of like that God made it in 7. Like one day he slept and sun rises and sunset. Actually, I do want to talk about in Genesis. It talks about it says the sun was down and then the sun was up, and that was one day. So this verse like in chapter 1. I'm just kind of. What does that mean?
Squirrel. It literally, every time we come back to this question, you just find somewhere else to go, some other way to run off into another direction, off into the sunset, like a squirrel caught your eye.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about? Remember, what was I asking?
Yep, and I'm kind of giving my defense of why my interpretation is not like meant to be literal for 7 days, but I would like that's my position, and but that's not
okay. So you're saying that it's not actually 7 days, right? But the chronology, is the order correct or true? In Genesis 1.
I guess it could be. Let's see. I think I have heard some defenses though where it talks about how Genesis was kind of like a. This let me just finish this thought. Genesis 1 is more like a broader, like a chronological, and then Genesis 2 is getting more in depth with the specifics.
So,
Is anyone else having a hard time hearing Jay?
a little bit. He's kind of mumbling very quickly.
My apologies, but
Jay,
I repeat that.
You said that there's this other view where there's a chronology, right? And then
Yes.
there's a detailed view, right? Oh, we lost
Yes.
Raccoon. Thank you for being here, Raccoon. As always, appreciate you. So that's what I've been trying to ask you since you brought up the chronology. After I asked you about the contradiction, you said of chronology of Genesis 1, and I was just verifying, do you interpret it as chronological? And here we are.
Okay. So yeah, I would say that is like chronological broader view in the first chapter, and then resuming on the second chapter. And I do also want to say.
So that is what you. Let's stop the squirrel before we go there. So you're saying that you do take that view then, and it's chronological in chapter 1 and zoomed in chapter 2, right? That's how you take it.
I would say I would really have to. I want to answer you, but I haven't really deeply diving into. That's the wrong term. Diving into the chapter 1 and chapter 2. So, I want to say that I don't have faith in this because of like this maybe inconsistency that you might believe, but it's mainly more.
It's not about whether or not I believe there is an inconsistency. The question is how you approach this inconsistency. What do you do with an inconsistency like this? If it is inconsistent, if you have some way of reconciling it or not. The question is, it's not like a yes or no, I agree or disagree. It's what do you think of this and how do you respond to it? And it feels a lot like you're not really interested in responding to it. And an I don't know, Jay, and I don't know is perfectly acceptable if that's kind of where we are.
Actually, I did just do some research, and it's pretty much saying like if you look into I guess the Hebrew, which is the original language is in Hebrew, so that's exactly like how the Lord wanted us to understand it. Jason in chapter 2, it actually refers to like two different words there, like it's not the same words used. So I think based on that, it's not the same.
Okay, Jay. We were on the animals, remember? I can understand, and I even said I can understand if you want to try to reconcile that the plants were in the ground already, and now if you want to say they're different plants too, okay, if that's what you want to interpret it as, that's fine. So you still have plants coming before man. I'm sorry, plants, man, animals, woman. So it's now a staggered thing. Is man before or after the animals in chapter 2?
I see. So I can say he brought them to man. When I guess that's what it's just, so it's when it's talking about he brought them to man, like that's when it was already like created. Like
Can you read 2:19 again?
Yes. So this is 2:19. So the Lord God formed all the animals from the ground.
That was so the Lord God formed them, and that was right after 2:18 when he said what?
I'll make a helper who is just right for him.
I'll make a helper who is just right for him. So the Lord God formed all the animals out of the ground.
Right.
And then he goes on to name the animals, and he even says, "What? Read through it there, where he's naming the animals."
Let's see.
And so you can pick up at so if you want 2:19.
Okay. Oh, 2:19. Oh, that's 2:20. From the ground, all the wild animals and all the birds of the sky, he brought them to the man to see what he would call. them, and the man chose a name for each one. He gave names to all the livestock, that was 19, all the birds of the sky, all the wild animals. There was still no helper just right for him.
Still no helper just right for him.
Right.
So he formed all the animals, but there was still no helper right for him. So he makes Adam, he makes the animals, and then he makes Eve. Is that the same order as animals and Adam and Eve at the same time?
Well, I don't believe that he made Adam and Eve at the same time, but that would, yes, like my defense for that would be in Genesis 1, it's a chronological. It's not like an into it gets specific.
Chronological, right? Let us make them man and woman in our image.
It was definitely a great argument. I would look into that more because I'm sure, like, if you look into the Hebrews, like, there is a reason for the words used, and I'm not from like an expert in that area, or haven't like studied it as.
Is it possible, Jay? And I appreciate you taking a moment to think. I hear the wheels turning now. So, is it possible, Jay, that this is actually two different stories told by an ancient people that didn't know whether your God is real or not and influenced all the later scriptures? Is it possible that these, or at least one of these even, is not true?
I will go ahead and say, that's a great question. Let me think about that for a second. The way I want to carefully answer that.
I appreciate take the time to think out. While he's thinking on that, guys, we got up to 185,000 likes. You're all amazing. Thank you so much. And I think we even hit a gift goal back there. So let me make sure and think. Well, we've got. If I've done this twice now, I'm going to read the same list twice. So Marie's spiritual journey. Thank you, Shell. Thank you, Freak Scene. Thank you, Jace. Thank you to the great. I'm sorry, that's Real Truth and Cat Witch. I did read that one already.
You're so grateful you thanked him twice.
I should keep that up, right?
And formed. Out of the ground. So I would say, even because the beginning of chapter 2, not to obviously, you're making it very direct on that verse. It says the beginning of chapter 2, it does like continue, like saying after 7 days, now it's continuing. So now it's like saying it's going to get into a different kind of perspective of it. Now it says like this is the account in verse 4.
So
yes.
Just to verify, you're looking now for ways to reconcile this now.
Yeah, so
my question, do you remember the question I asked before?
I think that there's a slight almost, because even there's times in other parts of scripture where the manuscripts aren't exactly aligned, and I don't think that this almost slight, maybe you can see it that way. I can definitely see that perspective, but I don't think that is enough, almost like overwhelming the evidence of like the other side, where it's like of belief, where it's like even if it is.
So you're saying that these are slightly misaligned?
I'm saying that in other parts of scripture, there has been times where the manuscripts weren't accurate, and I'm not saying this specific time it is, because like I said, I really have to like look into like this, because this is deeper. I guess you need to be so like maybe even someone that studies Judaism, that's in the Hebrew like Tanakh, that studies it.
I wish I knew somebody who did.
I know, I know. But with
Rav, are you still with us?
that's also I really
How inopportune.
That's right, though. Jay, I appreciate you answering the questions openly and honestly. I'm out of questions at the moment, and it sounds like you were kind of.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I appreciate you guys like hosting these spaces for like free dialogue and like obviously keep it peaceful as you have been, which is I respect that and I respect everyone else's belief, but it's awesome that we can come and just like discuss ideas. And I know like the forum to say like why do I believe, is it possible like for me to share that, or like if you have any questions directed at me, I can try to answer them.
Well, I've asked a lot of questions. I don't know if Philly might have a question or two, or Kat.
No, I'm in that space where, you know, that thing that I feel about this Genesis 1-2 thing. That's where I am right now. So I don't want to beat the unalived horse right now.
What leads you to believe that your understanding of the God of the Bible is accurate and God is not, and there isn't a possibility that God is deceiving you?
It's a great question. We just wanted that for 10 seconds. Best way to answer it. So what leads me to believe that my understanding of God, of the Bible, is accurate? So I would say that what leads me to believe that is almost my life. Because I feel like it's like we're all searching for something, and I know I was, and just couldn't find it in anything the world have to offer, and almost had the empty feeling. It's like we have higher purpose. Like we're not just here just to whatever, live life, do whatever, chase whatever your feelings are, to live in the moment. But we have a soul and a spirit, and I didn't ever think about none of that. But what leads me to believe it is that when I first searched the scriptures for myself, wondering who is this Jesus person? Who is this that every single the Gospels with an open heart and saying he could be Lord? I know everyone talks about him.
Sorry, that
Yes.
second to the last sentence. Who is this Jesus who?
Every religion, they have some sort of belief about him, like who is the true person of Jesus of Nazareth. That we historically can prove like he was a real person.
I'm sorry, you said every religion has a belief about Jesus.
I guess I wouldn't say everyone, but the main ones, because I heard about it, and even the calendars like based off.
Are those necessarily like parts of the religion that they say that he was a good teacher in Hinduism? Is that part of the religion, or is that just something that people now might?
I think that like every religion almost acknowledges him.
Acknowledges him.
That'll be a better term.
Like it might make sense in Islam, right, if they're praying to the same God and using some of the...
Well, they believe like they don't use any of the source material, but they do believe that they are Abrahamic religion. Yes.
Jay, which one is older, Christianity or Hinduism?
That I'm not too sure of. I'm not too sure. Because Hinduism, there's like thousands of gods, so I mean that would just be like any like non-monotheistic religion, and there's people have been practicing that for the beginning of time.
So why would Hinduism like include Jesus at all if we can infer, right, that it is likely much older than Christianity.
I think because it's like almost historically proven that he was a person doing miracle signs and wonders, so that he had some sort of supernatural side to him. So
you think a well-established belief system just added Jesus in later?
I'm not too like familiar with the specifics of Hinduism, but I am almost like I would say 85% that they refer to him as like being a good teacher. Yeah, like in their religion. Mm-hmm.
Who told you that?
I guess I'll have to double check my sources. So I'm pretty sure I've heard it in maybe the wind, but definitely if I'm wrong, I'm open to being wrong. Or it might have been Buddhism. But regardless, I was saying the question was, why do I like believe that this God, my interpretation of God is right? So I don't want to go on too long, but the change in my heart, the change in my desires, the change in almost a different way of seeing the world, helping me to love more, because I know when you just have that love and it's like out of nowhere, and it's like, and now to be in the presence of God, like to actually feel his presence, to be like feel his healing and like sort of crying in his presence, it's like this no high, no drug, like I've done them all. It's not, you can't get that feeling. But anyway, like to understand his love and to like almost walk by faith, and then it comes with the evidence of the early apostles. You see the way that they're dying for their faith, that people actually seen his body come back from the grave, 500 witnesses, and the way like it spread rapidly, and people are like it's getting persecuted and things like that, and even testimonies of him moving in my life. So that's why I would say like why I know by understanding of the Bible today, like I have a relationship with God, and it's an intimate one, and it's through like the blood of Christ, and it's not by working at it, it's not by being good enough, but just by like believing. To find evidence, my evidence would be the historical.
Are you just talking to the chat now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like you're not responding to the questions that were asked, but
that was my reason for why I believe that my understanding of the Bible is correct. If there's another question, I would love to answer.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Jay. I appreciate you being here. You might still need to question, and who knows, maybe next time we see you, we might have different answers. So, I appreciate you being here.
Thank you again. And if you guys are gonna be here, like,
Sorry, Jay. I was cut off the exit speech, but I do appreciate you. We have a few people in queue. I don't know if all of you meant to be there. I see a few names of some frequent viewers and never before on panels. So if you did mean to, well, if you didn't, here's your chance to back out. There you go. I thought that. Oh, are they actually loading? Is that a squiggles on the panel? Esoteric gem? Did you mean didn't think so? Didn't think so.
I like that you called that person Squiggles, though.
I couldn't, I can see the lettering. I just could not make sense of it for some reason. The heart threw me. I thought it was SB something, or I don't know.
Did you see the question I asked you in chat a little bit ago?
Maybe not. I've been not completely keeping up.
That's okay. I just asked you if we could do God is a liar next time, because
Because 1 and 2 are driving you batty.
Yeah, I have it's like there's been a lot of Christians this week, and I have that right there. That was the ceiling. Just like one. Just need to break it up with one. God is a liar.
Is the point to drive you batty.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
I am going through the queue, clicking names that have been there for a while. So if you have been there and you've been waiting, there's every chance I'm going to get to you, because most of those names are probably ghosts. But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong or burgle your gods. But I do want to know if you can question it. And I do gotta thank you guys for 203,000 likes. Wow.
Billy, it gets to the point where it drives me so crazy that I literally went and picked something else out of Genesis and formed like a line of questioning around it just so it didn't have to be that every time.
That's amazing.
I have a third line that I'm very fond of right now.
Hmm?
The question of sin.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Neil, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm going on 70 years old.
I feel like we've spoken before. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, sir. I consider myself a Zen Buddhist, but I've studied the Bible because as a Buddhist, see, Buddhists are not anthropocentric. Only religions that eat flesh think that their religion is the only way.
Yeah,
Buddhists and Hindus recognize
Hey,
all beings of enlightenment.
Neil.
Yeah.
The vegan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a vegan. But I have some very interesting things that I've studied over the past 30 years.
Interesting, Neil.
Mm-hmm. And I can tell you some amazing things about if Christ existed. Go ahead.
It sounds to me like you should go make a video, and we'll just go to the next guest. I remember Neil. He's insufferable. I'm not going to suffer that anymore.
Buddhists are impossible.
And you were in the audience.
Says the Buddhist.
Jim, you were in the audience the first time he came up, and we were all just like sitting there like, is he preaching to us about veganism right now?
We literally did not get to ask a question because of that. Well, I mean, you saw it. I got to ask one question, and then it was steamrolled into the documentary he wants to make about everything he knows. And nobody needs that. We're not here for that. Your own beliefs. And I don't think you can, Neil. You want to teach. You want to make a video, I think is what you should go do.
You just want to live in denial.
That's what it is. Apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you had like a really clear question at the top of the graphic that was in bold or something that people could read.
Something that
might
would
give away
we'd have
kind
better
of
luck.
the theme of the live.
Don't do that. No.
And you know what? You should add some like clarifying questions to it too, just so they could be really sure. You know.
Just a suggestion.
Hammy types out jokes on you I can't read. It doesn't play out in text as well as you want it to, does it, Hammy?
Work better on voice.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect veganism. If you're really a Buddhist, you have to recognize that the monks could not turn away meat if given.
Talk to text.
If Christ existed, I could prove he was a vegan. This is not real life. This is
is
not
the
really
problem.
happening.
This is why Neil has a problem. He can't read a room. I think he comes up here thinking he's debating Christians. I think that's what he thinks. Or that he's debating atheists, or that he's debating carnists. Like, it's just not a debate, Neil. You're just not in the right place if that's the way you think the conversations should go.
You did use the word incredible.
Catfather, at least we avoided help meet with the other guy. Yeah. I wonder how Neil would have responded to help meet.
Lord Almighty. This has been quite the Friday night, you guys. Like, we have just been. Whew.
I did, for like half a minute, consider taking the night off. I'm glad I didn't.
You're glad you didn't?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Masochism. I see. I'm here for it. I understand it. I support it. I participate in it, clearly.
Apparently we all do.
Yeah, apparently we're all participating in it tonight. So I'm glad that we did this together.
I mean, it can still get better. Right?
What are you talking about? This has been amazing. How can it get any better?
Yeah, like, what do you mean get better? Like, this is the best live we've had in months.
The night is young.
It doesn't need to get better.
Just genuine guest after genuine guest.
We're already doing the best we have ever done. We had Jordan Peterson tonight.
Oh, God.
That was an honor.
How could you expect it to get better?
No. Okay, I just had to talk myself out of reading the goal list and Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to. But thank you, Philly Red and Jim. Thank you, Shell, Hammy, 3 Pips, Jace, and thank you, Rob. Thank all of you for helping with that goal. I appreciate y'all so much. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe? Hey, sweets, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. I guess that means you're asleep. So we'll just set you down.
Oh, I have a great little anecdote for you, for all of you. So I hosted a very short live earlier today, and I said, I'm going to take one more guest and then I'm leaving. And I invited the one guest that was in the queue up, and they started speaking.
Oh.
And so then I said, never mind, and dropped him and ended the live.
Oh, was he on the Gramercy Hall account?
Nope.
Oh, another one.
Yes, but now I know what it is, so that's good.
You will know it when you see it.
I will, and I'm sure it'll come in here at some point. I said, he got one sentence out.
Times.
And I said, is that Deathless Light? And Mateo was in the comments and apparently read into this, and he had said, yep. And I said, nope.
I don't think I've ever spoken to Deathless Light.
I haven't either, but I've listened for as long as I could stand a couple times, which isn't very long, to be completely fair. But and it was not what I was trying to do.
Sweets is back. Did you mean to request up, Sweets? Can you hear me, Sweets? Double sleep request.
It is starting to feel disingenuous.
It did. So, I mean, I don't know.
Guess what, Thrayle?
What's that?
You just got your 201st fan in your fan club.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
That's amazing.
And it was Semper. W. Semper.
W. Semper.
And if you
Want to join that fan club?
have it. Yeah.
Well, you segue into the fan club. Right back where you were. If you want to join that fan club and use the awesome stickers that we have in chat, show your support, you can send a daily heart me up there. Click next to the Batcolyte's name, and you get to goals there.
And you get the really cool brain in a vat like sticker and the sandwich and all that.
Hell yeah!
Like it, like other lives feel like they're I'm missing something, right? Because I like don't have them.
I do every once in a while when I'm sitting in somebody else's live, go to type something in, emoji sandwich language, and I don't have my Batmojis.
Yeah, I know, it's really sad.
I wish they would travel. If you join the fan club, if you join the fan club, then you get the help meet gift lit up. Actually, I'm not sure that's true.
Help meet. I don't know if it's a help. Is there a help meet gift?
I wish there was.
That would be interesting. But you can make them travel to the Discord. They are there too. The emojis. Okay. He's in the queue for the third time. It is starting to feel like it might not be really someone sleeping. But let's move
Yell at
forward.
them to wake up.
Nah, not gonna do that. Hey, Lee Simba, can I get your age? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS, Simba?
54.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I have an understanding because I'm a master hypnotist.
I didn't ask you about your hobbies or profession. I asked you if you believed in a god or gods.
I don't believe in any God.
Why not?
Because of what I do.
You don't believe in any god because you're, as you said, a master hypnotist.
Yeah, so I'm able to transform, mutate, go through time, dimensions, things of that nature.
You're saying that you're able to transmutate and go through time because you're a hypnotist, that your hypnotic suggestions are only working on yourself?
No.
Oh.
Because I've done it with other people.
Is it possible that you've convinced yourself of something that is not true?
No. I wish that was the case, but it's not.
Why is it not possible?
Because I was able to heal things that was impossible to heal in normal situations.
You said heal things?
Yes.
Heal.
Mm-hmm.
You were able to heal like other people?
Yes. You have 75 trillion cells in the body. And each cell.
I didn't ask you about how many cells are in the body.
All right.
Have
Let me
you
explain?
Have you recorded these healings?
Yes.
So there's recordings of these healings. Are there verified records of the people having ailments before and no ailments after?
Yes. That's why I record my own documents and findings.
You record your own documents and findings?
Mm-hmm. I've studied others and I've recorded my own. I take this serious.
And when you say that you've recorded these, do you mean that like you have detailed
Video
notes
proof.
and videos? I see.
Yep.
Video proof of healing. How do you video prove healing?
Well, if a person has had a stroke and they can't move and they're drawn up and they're paralyzed and then 6 months later they're not, that's proof, right?
6 months later, 6 months after what? After
Sessions.
you perform a healing?
Yeah, sessions.
And then later they're no longer
exactly
afflicted. How did you verify if there was 6 months in between the session and the healing?
Because those records are kept and documented.
I'm sorry.
Video log.
I don't think you're understanding me. If the session is 6 months prior to the apparent recovery, how did you verify that it was that session that caused the recovery and not something else?
Because I have copies of records where the doctors say that their situation was not able to be reversed.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually hearing what I'm saying. You're saying because doctors are somehow verifying to you, or you have documents saying that a condition can't be reversed, then therefore only your sessions could have reversed those conditions.
Yes.
And nothing else could have, or even
exactly,
or even the possibility of a misdiagnosis. You don't consider that.
If they're going to get second and third opinions, it's already understood.
You don't think second and third opinions can still be mistaken? You don't think it's possible for multiple doctors to misread symptoms or ailments? No, it's not possible at all for multiple doctors to make mistakes.
When 3 or 4 people agree on something, it becomes not an opinion but a fact. A fact
really?
is established.
Where is that written, that if 3 or 4 people agree on something, then it is a fact?
If people of different creeds and cultures point up at the sky and they say it's blue, maybe that's what it is.
So if Jim, Kat, Philly, and I all look up at the sky and say it's green, does that make it factually green?
Yes.
So you would be wrong if you said it was blue?
I would be wrong if different people that have nothing in common is saying the same thing. Yes.
You said nothing in common. We were talking about doctors giving second opinions.
No,
How's that nothing in common?
If they don't know each other.
How do you know those doctors didn't know each other? How does, and
Different
I'm not
states
even
and
sure how that
countries.
even makes,
Different states and countries.
Simba, I'm not even sure how that makes a difference. You're saying now that the people who went to these different doctors went to different states and different countries and then came to you, and you were able to heal them and nothing else could have. And you don't leave the possibility that they could have been
Well,
misdiagnosed or that they
I
could have.
know
I'm still
how the
talking,
mind
Simba.
works.
All right, Simba.
40
You
years.
don't seem to know what self-control is. I was still talking. So I'm not here. I'm not sure that you're actually here in good faith to question your beliefs, Simba. I hear a lot of, well, I don't want to say delusion, but certainly grandeur of some kind, whether true or not. If you were actually capable of hypnotizing people, you probably could have hypnotized me into not dropping you. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of having a conversation without whatever that strange certainty was, I'd much rather talk to you.
Wait, what happened? I just woke up from a deep trance.
Oh, Jim.
Hey Jim, what color is the sky?
I don't know. I can't see anymore for some reason. It's black. It's black.
Thought it was green.
I believe you.
I am
Well,
the authority.
if two more people agree, then it's fact. Hello, Amaki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. Can I get your age?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do believe in higher power.
And what higher power or god is this?
I do believe that the higher power that created all things in life.
Does it have a name?
No, it does not have a name because it was there before man was able to utter a name. Otherwise, you can name it if you want to. There's no problem also on that one.
Can we read
You
about
can
this
give,
God in any of the scriptures?
yeah? Oh, can you read about it? No, man, life itself, sister. Life is a book. Look at life if you want to know who am I talking about.
So it's
Question, what is there in life?
so it's a nameless higher power
Yes,
god.
my brother, but
You gotta
yes,
let me
but you can.
finish. You gotta let
Oh,
me
sorry.
finish. So I'm hearing that you say it's a nameless higher power god that's existed longer than anything. Are you assuming that it is there, or do you have some reason to believe?
Oh no, I don't assume to believe. You see, according to how I reason and look at life, this is what I have found, that there is something. But the problem is that even if you see it, you can see a bit of it. You can't see the whole of it. That's why now you can't give it a name, because what I am seeing from your own perspective, you might see more than I. So, or you might see a different thing than what I've seen. So your experience is unique only to you. That's why I said you can give it a name if you want to give it a name, but it does not have a name in essence.
So it doesn't have a name. Why do you assume that it is there?
Because life itself is a proof.
Life itself is proof of what?
Of that there is that which made life to be.
Why do you assume something made life
I'm
to
not
be?
assuming, I am telling you because I see
How do
it,
you,
just like you are
how do
there
you,
also.
you're saying you know something did this the same way you know that I am here, but
Yes.
I don't know how you know that, and I'd rather not go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, no, don't worry, my brother. Do
Brain
know?
in a jar. Stop talking over me. That's really, I'd like to know why it is that you believe that there is a thing that created life, has always been there, and
Okay.
is somehow godlike.
Oh, no. Yeah, you see, I might have a problem with what you call God, ne?
Sure,
Because
you don't have
I
to
don't
call
know,
it God. The thing that you
I
think
don't,
is there, why do you think it is there?
because I see life, my brother, you see. I see life, my brother, is the proof of that which is, regardless if you can prove it that it is there or not. But life on its own, just like, for example, me, I never see you, but you are there because you can speak through the device. This is how we created life to be here on earth.
I'm
So I
sorry,
have a proof that you do exist.
speaking through a device is how we created life. You're getting kind of mixed up here. I'm still trying to find out why you
Oh,
seem to claim knowledge that something created life.
my brother, let me show it this way to you. You see, when I said something created life, ne? First of all, I haven't point anything that there is that thing that created life, but I said something.
Yeah,
Now
why do
we
you
have to
think
find
there's
out
a
what is this
something?
thing. What is this thing now I am talking about? I am telling you that what I see of this thing might not be what you see there of this thing. So I can't come and say to you, this is the whole scope of what life is, because you yourself there, you don't know.
I'm
Me
not
also,
asking
I
you to
don't
tell
know.
me the whole scope of what life is. I'm
You
asking you to
see, my
tell me
brother.
what the godlike or higher power like thing is that you believe in that created life. I don't know why
Okay,
you're
my
being so
brother.
roundabout and assuming what I'm actually asking
Okay.
instead of just answering the question or even repeating it back.
So what is it exactly you want? You want me to show you what created life, or you want to know, do I believe in it? Or because now I'm getting confused, my brother, with how you
I
structure
want
the
to know
question.
what it is that you believe is a higher power.
What it is. Ukuthi, I have a problem with the word God, but you can call it a God if you want to, because it is there, but it does not have a name. This is the problem with the thing. It's there. Like, for
So
example,
I'm
let me
asking what the it is. What is the
let
it?
me let me give you an example, my brother. You see, life on its own got two aspects of existence: the seen and the unseen. Everything that is physical is moved by something that is unseen.
How do you know that
So if
everything
you
physical
think
is
about
moved by
brother now,
something unseen? You say everything physical is moved by something unseen. How do you know that? How did you determine that?
my brother, is there anything that move without any energy to be applied to it,
You said, is
or
there
any kind of
anything?
force? It just moves.
You said, is there anything?
That
Sorry, I'm
moves
hearing my
without
voice
any
echo back
force
now.
being. Yo. What are you saying, my brother? I'm listening.
I don't think you are.
Hmm?
You're saying that some unseen thing moves everything, and I'm asking why you assume that, how you know this.
I am saying, brother, there's nothing that can move without being pushed by any force.
Nothing can be moved
Even
without
matter is
being
falling
pushed
is
by any
moved by the
force.
force of
What makes
gravity.
you think these supposed forces or things are unseen?
That makes, yeah, this guy, I don't know his questions. How am I? Yeah, my brother, your questions are tricky. You see, I don't even know the way you ask things. You are getting me more lost, you know. But I don't understand. Can someone explain what this guy is asking? Because I'm getting lost to his question. With all respect, guys, I don't know.
He's
Because I'm
asking.
telling him
He's
everything that
asking.
moves is a force being
He's
exerted on it.
asking.
Yeah, he's not actually interested in answering the question. He doesn't care what I'm asking. He just wants to.
Or do you want to question your beliefs? I'm okay.
My brother,
Do you want to
what I
convince
say?
us? Or do you want to question your beliefs?
Do I want you to question my beliefs?
Do you want to question your beliefs?
Oh, yeah, I can. I do. I always do, my brother. I always do question things that I believe in. You know, I do question things that I believe in.
So this higher being, does it have a mind?
You see now, according to what I see, yes, I can say it does have a mind because it's not working in random. It's not working randomly, as many would have said that it's a random thing. No, everything that it works through, it has placed it to be there first. In regardless of maybe is in any form of manifestation. Thank you, guys.
What does that mean? An inner form of manifestation?
I'm talking any form, brother, of manifestation because I don't know the beginnings of manifestations and the end of manifestation. If manifestation is what we consider to be within the scope of what we can see, that is manifestation according to that. But if manifestation goes beyond that, that's what I'm saying. You see, but I'm talking based upon what manifests. It might manifest maybe areas, for example. We can't see them, but we can see them using tools. So it depends, my brother, when you talk of manifestation.
The being has a mind and it manifests the
It
seen
does,
and
my
the
brother.
unseen.
Yes, it does have a mind because all things that he creates, even those we can consider to be mindless, somehow they seem to have intelligence. You see, so it might depend that what type or where does intelligence exist? Because sometimes we might believe intelligence exists or within the brain, or what we call mind might exist within the brain, but we find there are creatures who don't have the brain, but they do have mind.
I can't decide which one. I think this is the one. This is the right one. Okay. What the fuck are we talking about?
The brother asked me, Jimmy asked me that can I question my belief? I said to Jimmy, yes, I do question my
I
belief.
heard that. I heard a lot of that.
Okay.
It was the mindless things have intelligence, and then creating life forms without brains. And what are we talking about?
Jimmy was asking me that this higher power, does it have intelligence or does it have mind? He asked me about the mind. I said, yes, it does have a mind, but it depends
So
because we don't know.
why do you
Listen,
assume that this higher
let me finish, my brother. You
thing
don't
has
want
a mind?
my king. Now your question is important. You see, now I'm missing your question because now You are asking while I'm talking, but you stop me from doing that. So let me try
I
to.
understand. I just wanted to know why it is that you would assume that there is a mind behind the, what is it, the higher power creator of life. Why do you
Yeah.
assume that there's a
Okay.
mind there?
You see, my brother, for example, there is nothing that does not have a mind that can be able to design.
Why do you assume that
Regardless
things are
if your mind,
designed?
regardless, like for example, I'm talking of
Sorry,
like
why
things.
do you assume that things are designed?
Yeah. Why do I assume things are designed? Is that your question, my brother?
Let me back it up a little, because I know the assuming word seems to stop you from answering. So,
Brother,
how is
you
it
need,
that you tell the difference between something designed and not designed?
you see, my brother, let me tell you like this. A design, my brother, is like, okay, how can I assume? My brother, for example, a design is the ability to design is an aspect of the ability which is art or craft. I might put it maybe in a sloppy way, but I am trying to put it the best as I can. So to
I'm not sure.
design, my brother,
What is not
by
designed?
having
What is something that is not designed?
something that is not designed.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's nothing that is not designed if it did have shape and form, my brother,
So
because
you're
it is
saying
the
there's...
mind that design things.
So if there is nothing that is not designed, and you're
Mm,
assuming everything is designed, how
mm.
is it you're able to tell the difference so that you know you're applying that idea of design correctly?
Yes,
How can you tell the
because
difference between something designed and not designed without an example of not
no,
designed?
my brother, I'm saying everything is designed, because why? Even to take a mud and form a shape that is design. So design begins in the mind before even you can use the parts of your beingness. It begins in the mind, design. So
I
everything,
hear
because my
you've got a long
okay,
speech prepared for what, like, you feel about design, but I'm not hearing the answer to the question I asked, which is
it's
how
just
you
because
tell
you expect me
which is how
to
you,
answer you.
you're right, the question is how you can tell the difference between
I am
designed
saying to you,
and
there is
not
no
designed.
difference, my brother. That is what I'm telling you. There is nothing you can say that is not designed. Because I'm telling you how. If you mold
It
something that was
sounds,
formless, that is a design, my brother. You are missing my point because you talk while I talk.
you're
That's why you
saying
are
that
saying.
you're saying that because things exist, they are designed. If anything in existence exists, it's got shape, it's got form, and therefore you decided that that means it's designed. Not that it exists, not that it could have come about this way, not that things could
My brother,
naturally form,
is
but that
there
things
existence
are
without design?
just
You mean there is existence without
designed.
design? Is that what you mean? Is there existence without what is design, my brother? Because it seems like the concept of design of what I'm talking about, you have a different scope, my brother. That's why we struggle
So
to
that might
speak.
help. That might help. Since you're the one using the word designed here,
Hmm.
let's find out
Please
what
help me.
you
Maybe
mean
maybe
by
I'm
designed.
lost.
What does design mean?
Hey, the brother now is turning the question.
Doesn't matter what I think designed means if we're not
Thank you.
communicating clearly and you're the one using the word to say that something designed life. I'd love to know what you mean by designed, because that's
Brother,
kind of what I've been getting at by
yes,
asking about
hear me.
what is designed and isn't designed and how you
Okay,
tell the difference. So
okay,
why don't you just tell me what you
okay,
mean by design?
okay, okay. Let me guys repeat again. Please, if Jimmy or Kate or Philly is there, please witness me, guys. I am telling the brother. He's telling me that what is the difference from something that is designed and that which is not designed. I am telling him there's nothing that is
You
not
already
designed.
told me this. That's why I changed the
Yes.
question. Yes, stop. That's why we changed the question back to the one you asked, which I thought was a great point. What
Okay.
does design mean?
You see, to design, my brother, is to adjust artificial features and characteristics of something to form, to create a new appearance or feature or behavior if you are using a program.
You said to change the artificial features of something.
Yeah.
To adjust those artificial features.
Mm.
Why are you using the word artificial there? It seems to be.
Because, my brother, you see, a design originates from one thing. Like, for example, a shoe. Let me tell you, like, for example, a shoe. All designs comes out of concept, my brother. There has to be a concept before you can have a design. You can't design anything without a concept. I'm explaining, brother. I haven't finished. You don't know.
What are you explaining? What are you explaining? What was my question?
You were asking me about the design, my brother.
What was the question I asked? I get we're talking about design. What was the exact question I asked?
You said to me, I must define what design is. I am defining.
You already did. You defined it as adjusting the artificial features of something.
Okay.
And so I was asking why you used the word artificial.
I use the word artificial, my brother, because it anything that you can see in life, it has its own aesthetics. Like, for example, its ways of being.
So if the features are adjusted, are they artificial to begin with, or are they artificial after they're adjusted? Do they start naturally and then something adjusts those features?
Yeah, even my brother, when we talk naturally, even the design that whoever is an artist, you are adjusting. Already nature on its own got its own designs. That's what I'm trying to say. Guti. Everything is a design. There's nothing that is called a non-design. So for me, in my scope of knowing, this word you are trying to reference on, it does not exist in my scope. That's why I struggle now to give you what you want. Because I told you it does not exist. Now you are telling me now, the way I am putting it in a level where all of us can understand it here.
Do you think you're actually putting it in a way that everyone's understanding? Do you think anybody's actually understanding? Okay, hang on for just a moment. Jim, are you understanding everything that he's telling us?
I don't. A little bit, yes. A little bit.
It's just because, Jim, if the brother didn't, for example, talk while I'm talking, maybe you will understand more.
Well, it would help. It would help. It would help if your responses to simple questions weren't entirely prepared monologues. It'd be nice if you could give a concise answer, and I understand that's not always easy. So
no, maybe my brother.
But I am trying to make sure that we stay on topic too. And if you're repeating yourself over and over again, it might not be because I didn't understand it. It might be because you're not understanding the question, and that's fair. But I don't think that this conversation is productive because I'm wondering, as we go through this, do you actually question your beliefs, or do you only live in the assumptions that your creator, designer is correct?
Thank you. Now you back to Jimmy's question now. Yes, I do question my beliefs, brother. You see, that's why I don't believe in things. I reason and I try to find
How do
answers.
you question your belief that everything is designed? And before you answer, I've got to make sure and thank Robin96 for helping with our
because I am an
goal.
artist.
Thank you
too,
guys so much. So because you're an artist, you assume that everything else is designed by an artist? Is that not you just projecting outward your own perception onto reality and assuming that it's created the same way you create?
No, you see, my brother, the thing is, life is the same in all realms, but it's different in terms of maybe in what we were talking about of design. You see, what you were questioning me, what is a design? I tell you, it's the adjustment of features. But now you were questioning that those features that are adjusted, you see, what about them in essence? That what I hear you were asking in your question. May I tell you that even those that which were adjusted were a design themselves, you see, because I was about to
That
make
was
an
a
example.
question. That was a question I asked
Yes,
earlier, not the
yes.
question I just asked. So if this is the way the rest of the conversation is going to go, where each time I ask a question, I'm going to get a defensive rambling response, and then I'll ask another question, and you'll answer the one from 2 questions
You're
ago.
saying
I
yes.
expect the defensive rambling response to be next. So I think what we're going to do is just go ahead and skip right on past that and say, hey, if anybody watching has a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up, because I think I'm ready to move on.
I have a question, Thrayle.
I don't know the answer, but I'll do my best.
Is it fun for you to submit your friends to this torturous level of masochism that you have decided to submit yourself to tonight?
Look, I brought more friends.
You guys, I don't know why you guys came up here, because he's torturing us tonight.
I'm a sucker for masochism, so, Might as well add sadism in there as well.
Right.
Hello, Miss Bear. Good to see you.
See you. Hi.
It's weird saying your name
It
in
was
English
interesting
now
guest.
that I know I'm just saying Karu in English.
You can say both ways.
I'm glad to see
Bear.
you. How do you
to see you,
pronounce it?
Anthony.
I think I've always said it wrong.
Well, if you say the Finnish way, it's karhu.
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 I didn't get to ask you
And I think
last
it's
time, but what is your accent? I am mystified with it, enchanted. I love it.
sorry?
I didn't get to ask you last time we were here, but where is your accent from?
Oh, Finland. I live in Finland.
I like it. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I would have loved to ask the previous guest nonsense. But yeah, anyway. He left, so.
Yeah, it got to a point where the cycle was unbearable to repeat one more time. I could have let somebody else try to jump in that cycle, but I didn't expect it to go well for them either. But we do have a new guest joining us. Before we do greet our new guest, I've got a really quick thank Shell, but also, oh, I know I had that list just a second ago. There it is. Also, thank you, 96, Becca, Rob, and Z Witch. Thank you guys for helping with that goal. Hey, CPT, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Is that short for Captain? Can I get your age? CPT, are you there? I'm gonna guess not. CPTV going once, going twice, and sold. Back to the comments.
I don't really know if that's the best way to go about.
You don't think I should auction off quiet people?
I don't think you should auction off the guests. No, I think this could cause problems for you. Maybe.
At least wait for some bids to come in.
Right. I mean, if you're gonna do it, you might as well make some money off of it, just like working for Satan, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Mhm.
Sorry,
You're
I feel
going
like
to
I have the
take
evil chip on the shoulder. I'm just gonna make it worse.
If you're going to partake in such things, then you should probably at least be compensated for them.
That is a good point. I should probably also speak a lot faster if I'm going to be an auctioneer.
Yeah, you wouldn't be a very good auctioneer.
96. I wonder if we have any believers out in the 140 or so of us watching. Anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, who's capable of questioning their beliefs. If that's you, and you're up for it, if you've got the curiosity or the courage to question, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're definitely not here to make you look like a fool or burgle your gods, though there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you even know, and if you can question.
We're not here to make you look like a fool, but if you act like any of the guests before you tonight, you will do just fine doing that yourself, so be aware. I thought I saw something in the queue, but apparently not.
So the comments are saying Satan's got a LinkedIn page, and my morbid curiosity wants me to go find that.
Well,
I want to see if perhaps someone has made a LinkedIn page.
Oh, I'm sure. We had Noctis, did you hear? We had Jordan Peterson on tonight.
Oh, was
you
that?
may have noticed it. I don't know if you heard it, but you may have noticed it in Discord too, because
Did he get clipped?
I did not.
No, Kira changed her name to Jordan Peterson in Discord.
Oh, that's hilarious.
One of the guests told Kira that she sounded just like Jordan Peterson.
Which made no sense with what she was saying.
No, it made no sense, but it was very funny.
I don't even know what Jordan Peterson sounds like.
I legitimately don't know what Jordan Peterson sounds like. He's another one that I've just never listened to.
It's almost what I just did.
What was that, Jim?
Who is even Jordan Peterson?
Right, irrelevant.
Bad.
Yeah.
Hammy said the LinkedIn comment. I've been told off. I should know. And you're right, Hammy. I should know who said it.
He sounds like an elderly Canadian Kermit the Frog. Yeah, that all fits.
What were you saying, Jim?
Oh, he's just really funny. He always asks to read when he can't answer a question, he evades by asking for definitions. And he's hilarious to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen the Phil Bros. I've seen the Phil Bros do the Jordan Peterson method a million times, right? Like I need you to yeah. Oh God, hi, Hammy.
Well, the problem, Jim, is you need to tell me what do you mean by definition.
I mean, what are we even talking about?
One of the things that really irritated me is I watched the Matt Dillahunty, Jordan Peterson debate / discussion thing, and Matt Dillahunty immediately just asked him, okay, he's like, so do you believe in a God? And Jordan Peterson has fans on all sides of the theological spectrum. So he has never outright stated that he believes in a God. So whenever he was asked that question, he said, well, that depends on what do you mean by God? And what do you mean by believe? And it was like, oh my God. Nobody has ever been under the impression that believe in God meant anything other than believe in God. Like those words. In that context.
In that context.
Surrounded where
I was going to say, because I ask those questions all the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have this discussion daily, but contextually, I know what you mean.
Exactly. So contextually speaking, everyone knows what that means. And he was like, well, that just depends on what do you mean by believe? And it's like, oh, why? Why are you doing this?
Just to clarify, I've got the right person because I'm terrible with names. Is this the Jordan who also teaches about philosophy?
Yeah. Used to.
Yes.
Oh, I quite like him.
Oh, Noctis.
Oh,
I'm
no.
I do.
Maybe when he taught about philosophy.
Maybe
some
then,
of his
yeah.
older things they used to say.
I haven't seen him in a while, but I have like no bugbear against him. Like he states clearly that he's into philosophy. I mean, you get what you get.
maybe check his more recent stuff out and then come back to us with that take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please.
I can give you one.
But instead of turning this into the Jordan Peterson show.
I know, I feel bad.
Well, don't feel bad. I just want to know if anybody actually has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that before we grill Noctis on why she likes a philosophy teacher she remembers in passing.
Behave.
You know who else likes him? Noctis.
No idea who.
All the red pill misogynists. They love them some Jordan Peterson.
Oh no, don't. Oh no. Okay. Oh, that's upsetting.
Maybe
Don't do that to me. You just did that to me.
I did. It's for your own good.
Okay, I'll go check the page out.
Miss Barry, did you have something you were trying to ask me? I thought I heard you say my name.
I was just curious, how did the conversation go between Dillahunty and Peterson? Did it, result in any rational conclusions?
It went about as expected. It went down a whole rabbit hole of Peterson constantly asking, "What did Matt mean by believe?" or by the words he was using, and it never got any closer to understanding Peterson's position on the matter.
Yeah, well, that's no surprise. He's very confusing.
This is what I get for not being here all the time. I miss out on vital information.
We've never talked about this here before. I don't know how you didn't know this, but I'm glad you do now.
I basically just live in the Batcolyte. I sometimes have a look at other places, but not for long. And then I also send funny videos to my girls in the lab, but that's about as far as my TikTok life goes.
But if you are here on TikTok and you believe in a god, you should request up.
We don't bite, probably.
Probably not.
probably not we don't bite, or we probably don't bite?
We probably don't bite. But can somebody drop me?
Oh, I definitely bite.
Did Philly say to get dropped?
She did. Since you asked so nicely, and sleep well, beautiful being.
Sweet dreams.
I do have it on good authority that Philly does bite, but she's on her way to bed.
Bats.
You know
Bat
what?
heads. I bite bat heads.
Oh my god, not the bat heads.
Thank you, Noctis.
Sleep well, Philly.
Thank you.
Settle down there, Oswald.
Oh my god. If she wasn't so great, she'd be the worst.
No, I would gift for that. That was perfect.
That was just... She knows how much that horrifies me.
Yeah, definitely W Phillies in the chat.
That was really something.
Get that yam off your face, nigga. Ugly ass nigga, bald ass nigga. Get that yam off your face, nigga. Get that yam off.
No.
Get that yam off your face, nigga.
That's really disgusting.
I couldn't get to the disconnect quick enough, but I got to the mute.
That's all right. He only stayed up long enough for me to get to the block. So, unfortunate. But that's why we're all going to tap the screen and share the live out. We're up to 249,000 likes, and it's very likely you guys could break 250 before I even bring up the next guest. But I do thank you all so much for tapping the screen out, getting us out to the FYP. There's 142 of us in here. I don't know how many of you are asleep, but if you are awake and you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well then go ahead and request on up. There's probably going to be a box up here for you. Hello, Creed. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods or higher power?
Right. Yes. Yeah, I believe in a God.
Which one is
the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah. So here's the timeline of thing. If I could go quick explanation. So I grew up Christian. Then after that I became atheist. Then I reconnected my faith and became Christian again. Because I became atheist after the reason I became atheist in the first place because I was butting head with people in the church about
I didn't ask you any of those questions.
I'm asking it's your first question. Can you question your beliefs? I was answering that question.
Okay. I was asking you verbally if you'd read your Bible from beginning to end.
What do you mean? What do you mean beginning to end?
Yeah, like from Genesis to Revelation.
I'm pretty sure nobody really sat down and read the whole Bible throughout beginning and end.
I'm sorry.
Don't do that. No.
Should we poll the panel on who's read the Bible from beginning to end?
You could do. You won't like my answer, though.
Well, Noctis, you don't believe in it, though, do you?
I do not.
It'd be a little different.
That's true.
Joke's on you. I can't read.
So, I don't know if it's common or uncommon, but I was just curious if you had read it from beginning to end. So you don't think people do read it that way, and so you haven't read it that way. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. If I have any, if I'm reading the Bible right, and I see any things I don't understand, I'll question it, and I'll probably go to a church father and then talk to them about it. You should also be allowed to be talking about things. I think what church fails at is not allow people to question things. That's my issue when I had to with Jehovah's Witness when I used to go to their church. I mean their Kingdom Hall, I guess that they call it.
Right. So you were Jehovah's Witness?
No. I was forced into it. Yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story.
I see. So, but you believe in what denomination of Christianity do you follow?
I'm learning about Orthodox right now. I'm learning about that right now. I used to be a Protestant, but I'm learning about Orthodoxy, so I'm still.
I see. And so you're learning about Orthodoxy.
Yeah, because
you don't think people read the Bible from beginning to end.
I'm like sit down and read like page by page. I don't think nobody does that. No, I don't think most people don't do that. I think
believe the stories within the Bible to be true.
Do the stories of the Bible to be true? I think some stories are metaphorical and some are literal.
Slow down just a little bit. Like I don't mean to like tone police.
Well, I think some stories are metaphorical and some are literal.
Okay, so do you believe that the 6-day creation is literal?
I don't know.
You don't know if that's literal?
No.
That's a fair answer. Do you believe that the Adam and Eve story is literal?
I don't know.
Again, great answer. What about the global flood? Do you believe that is literal?
I don't know either.
I see.
That's not what I base my belief on. So I don't know.
I understand. I understand that you don't base your belief on it. I was gauging how literal you take the Bible to be. So, moving ahead, do you take the Jesus story to be entirely literal? All of the Gospels true?
I think with the Jesus story, I think it is possibly true, most likely true.
Possibly or most likely?
Most likely. I say most likely true.
I hear a slight hedging of that in there.
Most likely true.
Is there any doubt?
Is there any doubt? I mean, of course, that you have doubts to everything, right? That's something that happened way long ago. But I think with church history, I think
express. I'm sorry. I'm just curious. What, if any, doubt is there to you that the Jesus story is true?
I mean, I have more questions about the mythological aspects of the Bible. I believe so.
Do you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, died for your sins, resurrected after 3 days?
I'm not sure about that either. I don't know. That's not what I base my faith off of.
That's interesting. What is it you base your faith off of, Creed?
So basically, when I look at the message of the Bible, the total overall message of the Bible, right? And I look at it and I question it and I say, would society be better if we had a Christian society? Would it be better? Like, would we function better as a society if we had that? And everything points to yes. It'll be we should have a Christian society. That's what it points to.
So it's not about whether or not it's true to you. You think that the moral teachings of Christianity, as you interpret them, are the best way for a society to be.
Yeah, about the mythological aspects of the Bible. Can it be true? I'm not sure. I'm not gonna debate that. Can I prove God to you? I can't do that.
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna dial us back.
Hold on, let me just finish.
Well, no, because I think you're already kind of going in the wrong direction with your.
No, you never let me finish.
Well, no, hang on. I'm okay. So I'm the host, and I'm gonna actually have to assert it.
You never let me finish. You're just gonna interrupt me.
You're just gonna throw a temper tantrum. I'm not even trying to be rude right now, Creed. You're just.
Why can't I finish?
Because you're having a temper tantrum, and I need to speak to the audience. See you screaming now while you're getting muted. This is absolutely wild. You need to calm yourself down, child.
Let me talk. You're not helping me. You're not letting me talk. That's what you just want to hear.
Get off my panel.
That's
absolutely not happening. I'm not doing that. This isn't that kind of place. This isn't a debate. I was trying to stop that right there because you seem to think this was a debate. And I just needed to correct that. And I also needed to talk past you to the audience, where I say thank you to Philly Red, to Ms. Bear, to McKenna, to Rob, and to 90. that's what was going on. But you couldn't be patient for 5 seconds to figure out whose house you were even in. I don't think that was very Christian of you.
FYI, I have the biggest ruler. Sorry, I was just trying to be a size joke. It did not land well.
Oh, I said we've all seen it.
We've all seen it.
Thank you, Hammy.
That brings me back to something I was going to say a long time ago that I forgot, and then I remembered. Was why do they always say that God has revealed himself or God has exposed himself? That's a crime.
I mean,
Heaven doesn't have those laws, Cat.
But I always want to say it.
How consenting they are to the revelation when it occurs.
Right, I always want to be like, that's a crime, right? Like,
we do have, a couple of people in queue. If you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, well, you're who we want to talk to. So, let's see.
Just a recommendation to leave the speed debating tactics back at school, please.
Hello, the way. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the one true God.
And which God is that?
God.
I'm sorry, and which God is that?
That's going to be the God of the Bible.
And have you read the Bible?
I done read it.
Have you done read it from beginning to end?
Start to finish, Genesis to Revelations.
And do you believe that every word in there is literal?
Damn right, brother.
So you believe in that there 6-day creation then?
Goddamn right.
I think I know who our guest is, Thrayle.
I mean, this must be said. Some things.
I don't want to spoil it though.
I think you're spoiled.
Yeah. Yep. I know exactly who our guest is.
Spoiled brat.
You're damn right.
I don't like your hat either.
So, the way, do you actually believe?
I believe I like your voice.
I believe a lot of people do. Do you believe in a God, though?
I believe in a thing called love.
Just listen to the rhythm of my heart.
Well, do you want a hint? Well, actually, no, the hint that I'm going to give would give it away, so never mind.
It's only
There's a chance we could make it now.
Am I supposed to guess? Is that what is the game that I guess?
I mean, if I say what I was going to say, it'd let you know exactly who it is.
I see.
well, either say it or don't say it. Quit being cryptic about
I don't know
it.
whether to drop Hammy or the way.
Oh,
Both of them, I think, have deserved it.
I'm asking, do you want to know who it is?
Who be?
Yeah. Okay. It'd be our one and only Forrest Mendez.
Heard of her?
I don't know about that. Forrest can do a better texting than that.
Oh, it's Forrest. I know.
The problem is that Hammy's going to catch me every time.
Forrest. God damn.
You said what, ma'am?
I think you should still drop them both.
Give me
How
mod
did you
powers.
spot
I'll
that it
beat
was
them right now.
Forrest?
I could tell. So I already spot the fake accent, but then whenever he started talking, I can hear his. I know how Forrest speaks.
And I haven't even been talking to you for like 3 months.
I know.
Oh, Forrest.
I'm
That is
impressed
devastating.
because I did not hear Forrest in that at all.
I haven't talked to him in like 3 months either.
Yeah, I know how he speaks, and so whenever I heard certain words, I was like, yeah, no, that's Forrest.
Your last guest did not want to be talked over.
No, they had a little bit of an issue with.
All right, I'm gonna kill myself and be back in 3 days and die for all your sins.
Forrest. Bad Forrest. Bad. Go sit in a corner.
Remind everybody, tap that screen extra hard and share the live out. If you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, feel free to request.
We love the TikTok shop.
You can question that belief. He pulled my draw out of me. Like I started doing it to kind of make fun, play along, and now it's there. Fuck.
Hi.
Hello, Mallory. Real quick, I've got to thank Rob and 96 for helping with that goal. But Mallory, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I am very Christian.
Very Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not.
So not that Christian, but Christian enough to say very. Do you?
My beliefs are very strong.
I see. Do you believe that the Bible is true and literal, at least in the stories that you're aware of?
Do I think every single word in the Bible is accurate? No.
So it's not inerrant, but do you think that the stories are true, such as the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve?
Yes.
Jonah and the fish?
Yes.
Why do you believe the 6-day creations?
Because that's my belief. If you don't believe in something, then you just don't believe in anything.
Mallory, are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Yes. I mean, I was atheist at one point.
What does that mean, atheist?
I didn't believe in a true God, in my opinion. I believed that there was something out there that we didn't know fully about. There wasn't any stories about.
So you were kind of agnostic somethingist, but not really atheist. You had a belief that God something.
Some creator created everything that we live in, yeah.
So you believed in a creator, and then you believed in a different creator, or a different colored creator, flavored creator, and now you have a new, the original flavored creator again.
Yeah.
Is that okay? So you never really didn't believe. So why do you believe that this creator exists and created according to the book?
Because I think it's pretty basic. There's right and wrong in the world, and the way that the Bible's set up and the way that the Bible's depicted, it's very
When you say
simple.
there's right and wrong in the world, what do you mean by that?
Morals is what I mean.
There's morals in the world.
We know morally it's wrong to do this. We know morally it's right to do this.
What does moral mean?
So morality comes from beliefs in how to do something.
Beliefs in how to do something. You're saying where it comes from, but what is it? What is morality?
So for an example, morality for me is cheating is wrong.
I'm sorry,
and that's a moral
list
code.
of things that are right and wrong. Is that what morality is?
I think that you base your morality off of right and wrong, yeah.
So morality, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what morality is. You keep telling me like examples of
Your morality is
ways it's
basically
used.
your code. Your code is a person.
So
Yeah.
your code.
Mhm.
So you think that people have codes?
Do I think people are born with codes?
I didn't
Is
ask
that your
that.
question?
I just said you think that people have codes.
I think that they should, yeah.
Well, they should have codes.
Mhm.
So some do and some don't.
Well, we're not born with them. We learn them by going through life and looking at life and deciding, well, I made a crappy mistake with that. I'm not going to do that again. That's a code.
I see. So we learn through experience the things that we think are right and wrong, and then we kind of make a code for ourselves of what's right and wrong.
Right.
And so when we do that, what does any of that have to do with a God?
Well, especially with the Christian Bible, in my beliefs, you're asking me in my beliefs, he kind of gives you a transcript on the codes, the morality codes that you should agree or disagree with. And if you disagree with it, then, you don't have to believe in it. But
Why should you agree with these moral codes from this God, and how does that prove, or not prove, but why does that give you reason to believe the God even exists?
Because I feel that those moral codes are right. I feel that, you shall not covet thy neighbor, you shall not steal, you shall not
I'm sorry,
lie.
you said that you shall not covet thy neighbor. Is that what it says?
In the Bible, yes.
I thought it says you shall not
covet
thy
neighbor.
neighbor's wife or their ass or their slave. That's what it says, right?
No, it doesn't say slave or ass in the Bible.
I'm sorry, what?
It does not say slave nor ass in the Bible in that specific commandment.
Have you never
in
read this
the
part of the
commandments,
Bible?
in
Can
the
you tell me which part
commandments,
of the Bible the commandments are in?
in the commandments, does it say, "Thou shalt not covet thy slave or
No,
thy
not thy
ass"?
slave, thy neighbor's. You can covet thy
That's
own
what you
slave
just
all
said,
you
though.
want. It says you can't covet thy neighbor's slave.
But that's what you just said. Never once in the Bible did it say that.
You're telling me that what it doesn't say. Have you read
Have you
this
read the
part of the
Christian
Bible?
Bible?
Yes. Have you read it, Mallory?
I have.
You're telling me it doesn't say something. Can you look it up?
Your interpretation
I would
and my
love for you to look it up
interpretation are
right
very
now,
different,
Mallory.
clearly.
Mallory, could you look up the Ten Commandments in the Bible for
I'm
me?
not going to go down your rabbit hole.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and look it up for you since you're not capable.
I'm fully capable. I just choose not to.
Or which,
She is willfully
whichever
ignorant.
you
I'm
prefer.
listening. No, I'm listening to what he wants to say. I'm just not going down his rabbit hole.
I'm not asking you to go down a
Arrogant
rabbit
child.
hole. You just told me something
Not
in the Bible
arrogant.
is not in the Bible that
It's
you've never
not.
read. You've
No,
never read
in
it.
that specific verse.
You've never read it,
Okay, well then please read it.
Mallory.
From what Bible are you referring to?
Yeah, it's the Christian Bible. I
Which
probably
one?
would pull it out of
Because
the
there's
King.
lots of different.
Right, Mallory, I'm talking right now. I'm answering your question. So if you'd stop talking over me, you could probably hear that it would probably say ass, I think, in the King James Version. It will say slave as well. It might say servant in some translations. It might say donkey instead of ass in others. But if you haven't read it, how would you know?
What Bible are you referring to?
Holy fucking shit. Mallory, are you just a liar or do you not care?
No, I do care. I'm asking you what Bible you're referring
I
to.
just
There's lots of
said,
different.
holy shit.
You said
Did you
the
listen to
Christian
what I
Bible.
said?
There's a bunch of different.
Did you listen to what else came after those words, or did you just tune me out so you could sit here and pretend that
No, I heard what you said. You said it says this word, it says that word. It may not say ass, it may not say slave, it may say this, it may say that. Can you?
You
Because I
referred
can
to several
guarantee that
different
there's not.
versions of the Bible.
Right, but that doesn't say it in my Bible.
What version of the Bible is your Bible
King
that you
James.
haven't read?
King James.
Great.
Mm.
It's going to be in Exodus 20, and the one specifically that she says doesn't exist would be 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
Meaning
read
his
that?
animals.
His ass, you said, and
Never once did it
maidservant.
say slaves, did it?
Manservant and maidservant. If you'd like to look those words up in the Hebrew and see what they're actually translated from, you can, Mallory. But as it stands, I don't think you're actually here to question your beliefs. I think you're dishonest, and I'm not interested. You should go read your fucking Bible.
That KJV.
Did I just do a come to Jesus?
You did do it to Jesus.
The Moses.
You're right, it's more of a come to Moses.
It's the most important book in the world, but don't read it.
This is the best book in the world. Oh, have you read it? No, no, of course I haven't read it. Like, what do you? It's just the best book in the world, guys. Come on now.
Nobody reads it. Nobody reads the whole book. Are you kidding me?
We got that. Nobody reads it from beginning to end. Nobody does that anywhere.
The arrogance gets me all the time.
We've got a Ricky joining us. Well, halfway joined. Are you there, Ricky? He's fully loaded in on one screen, but not there at all on the other. So we'll set you down, Ricky. If you want to try again, you can. We also have a few other people in queue. Let's see who else has been waiting patiently and who else disapparates.
I may have to drop.
You may have to.
Yeah. I got a busy day. And me and my partner are going to look for a suit for him, so I'm a little bit excited about that. Suits are my kryptonite. But yeah, thank you for having me up. And hopefully you get someone who's willing to have a decent conversation.
That would be nice, right? At least one. At least one.
Just one. Yeah, I love you all. Take care, and I hope you have a good day.
Love you, Noctis.
I cut Noctis off.
You cut Noctis.
I did. I expect a ruler to come back at me. Appreciate you, Noctis. I hope you have a lovely day. We've got Ricky coming back. Hey, Ricky, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 41.
41. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure I do. Can I ask you a question? I'm not trying to be like antagonistic at all. I will answer all your questions, I promise. But I do have one question just for you.
I may or may not answer it.
Pardon me?
I may or may not answer it, but go ahead.
That's okay. You're entitled to that. It's your life, right? I respect that. I really do. I have a question. This is seriously sincere. I promise you. Do you actually
lose faith in the sincerity of the question, all the preemption, and the fact that I still haven't asked you the third question, which is which God you believe in, but go ahead.
Well, I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I really, truly am not. That's not what I'm about. The question I was going to ask you is, do you, like, so for, like, and I get you're live, I get it, I understand it. I understand what you're asking. I really do.
Are you driving?
But, like, pardon me?
Are you driving right now? I just heard a bunch of road noise.
No, I'm outside.
Okay.
I live by a highway.
Sure.
Definitely not driving.
Let's jump to the question.
Like, my question for you?
Yeah, what was your question?
Okay, so my question was, and like I said, I'm not trying to be antagonistic whatsoever. My question is, why do you want people to question their, like,
I want people to question their beliefs to see if they can, because that's what the live is about. And I've got to thank Rob, Jim, McKenna, and 96 for helping with our previous goal. I appreciate y'all so much. You can request backup, but I felt, Ricky, that was going absolutely nowhere. And if you answer questions the way you ask them, I think I'd like to check out the next guest.
That was painful.
Hello, Cypher. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I forgot the actual terminology for it, but I do believe in a higher power. I just don't believe the higher power could be proven. Like the existence of God could be proven. I believe they'd call it agnostic, but I don't actually have the vocabulary for the terminology for it.
So you believe in a higher power that you can't prove?
Yes.
Do you have ideas of what that higher power is, what its power is, and why you call it such?
I do believe when it comes to our senses, the things that we can't explain, empathy, compassion, these things are not physical attributes, but we still feel them on a physical sense, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that right there to me is showing me more than the physical realm, like my physical body. And so with that, I feel like there's some energy, but at the same time, although that I acknowledge that, right? I don't really focus on that in my core, like my core belief. I don't really focus on that. I really focus on trying to be an outstanding human. I think the terminology for it is humanism.
Mm-hmm. So you're an agnostic humanist.
Yes.
I see. While I appreciate the humanism, I have maybe some questions about it. I'm more curious about the higher power.
Okay.
What it is you think that is.
I believe the idea of saying that there's no God or no higher power, I feel like that's like I'm not trying to discredit anybody, you know what I'm saying, beliefs, or anything, but I just don't feel like that's the right way of looking at it. You know what I'm saying? I do believe it makes sense to me that we all started from some source point, you know what I'm saying? And whatever that source point is, to me, that would be considered God. That would be what I would consider God.
So
abiogenesis is God?
A biogenesis? No.
Abiogenesis, he said.
No.
So.
Oh, well, be the source point of how life.
I wasn't there from when life started. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we have historical, ways.
If science, right? If science was able to trace back whatever this source was and give it an explanation and understanding, quantify it, measure, would it still be the thing you consider like God?
That right there, no, because it still follows under my belief that I don't believe a deity like that could be proven, and I think the belief comes from the fact that in order to prove the existence of God, I would assume, and I'm not no scientist or anything like that. I'm just an average Joe living my experience, right? You know what I'm saying? But I would assume that it would take an extra layer of mental focus to be able to even sense that, and then also then manage to formulate a plan or some hypothesis to show that that actually exists. Like that's another layer of complexity, and I don't think that our brains, our human capacity, I don't think we can reach that capacity to.
Well, have you looked into the science at all that revolves around the process of non-living chemistry
I don't
becoming
think it would make a difference, Hammy. He's
well.
If I'm understanding correctly, and Cypher, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But are you saying that if science can explain something, then it won't be what you're talking about? It won't be the God that you're referring to, because
And I don't want to coming off as biased, right? You know what I'm saying? But if they were able to trace back right to our source root, right? Well, there would be more. I would feel like there would be more to it. You know what I'm saying? There's more layers to it than what we're tracing. Like I feel like we will only be able to get to a point now. And in theory, though, right? Going off your theory, if we were able to finite those things, right? You know what I'm saying? Then I feel like a lot of religions will also stop being religious as well, because at that point we have source points. You know what I'm saying? We're showing you exactly where we destinated and where we came from at that point. You know what I'm saying? So I
So
wouldn't.
you're saying, is it fair to say that your God can only fit in the gaps of what we don't know?
That is a fair way. Yeah, that's fair.
If those gaps become fewer and fewer, what happens to your God then?
Well, and then what is called, he's becoming more he become more manifested. You know what I'm saying? Like it would become more of a physical thing that and I don't think I would even worship it. You know what I'm saying? I find worship. I have a nuanced way of looking at worshiping. I don't believe that anything has any government over you. You know what I'm saying? I don't think like the entities have government over. Yeah, they created you, right, and started the creation process, but you have. I believe that we actualize, and so I believe that very much how your life is choreographic is based off of how you're perceiving it and your perspective of life. Like,
so,
but like I'm like for example, right? If you were doing bad, right, and you decide to do better, right? Some people would get on their knees and then they'll pray for forgiveness and go through this whole healing process. I don't believe that you have to go through that process at all. I think that once you feel like you're no longer doing morally right and you decide to be more morally sound for society, right? Then I feel like that had nothing to do with a God. That was just your individual self growing, you know, being more better for yourself. Right. So even if we would finite, right, and trace it all the way back, I'm not crediting him for the growth that I got. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, you know, I would credit him for starting the process, you know, the creation process of me, you know what I'm saying? But I want to credit him for my growth.
So let me see if I got what you were saying just a bit ago correct. Are you saying that if those gaps in our knowledge that you have God in, if they were to slowly disappear, that means that God has manifested in our reality as what exactly?
As a physical entity, like, you know what I'm saying? It's no longer a question no more. It's no longer like all this feeling that we feeling. Like, no, this is a physical entity that we all came from right here. You know what I'm saying? This is the source point.
So so let me try to put it in a different way here. So if you said that, like, this is where God is,
right,
and we're able to explain that away with science,
yes,
and then you say, okay, well, now God's over here in this hole, and then we explain that hole away from science to the point where we have no holes.
okay.
you're saying that instead of the God disappearing, that God becomes everything?
Yeah, yeah. At that point, that would be to me God. Like that
That's what
would
he
be
would call God, yeah.
that's what I would call God at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Is
I
it
wouldn't.
fair to say, I'm sorry, Cypher, is it fair to say that kind of because of the nature, the way you perceive God, it has to be something that you don't have direct, you can't quantify.
I do believe that we have direct access to it. You know what I'm saying? I do believe in some sense of connection. You know what I'm saying, towards God.
But does it have to be something you can't quantify? So when you suddenly learn that there is an everything, or science has answered the questions, then you have to make God go from the gaps of what you don't know to the everything that we do know, just so that way it can't be any one thing.
If 100% of my questioning and my beliefs, right, were now like shipped over, like this is solid facts, like I can't dispute it, I can't argue with it, right? Then no, I don't need for it to be in these little in between spaces. It's just the only reason why I feel like this is because I have a very nuanced way I look at civilization throughout history. You know what I'm saying? There was other people who religious who very much practice is now considered mythology. You know what I'm saying? That's because society kind of like ruled it out. Nobody really practices it no more. You know what I'm saying? This ancient religion. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like that's the thing. That's the caveat to why my belief is start to sculpture away. Is that we have so many societies throughout the centuries, right? And nobody has yet finite the proof. We have came up with so many, groundbreaking revolutions.
Do you think, Cypher, do you think it's possible that nobody will have the answer to what a God is? I think I think that's why. Is that why you put the God in the gaps and in the I don't knows and in the everythings? Because it seems like no one's going to have that answer.
Yes, and because keep in mind, right? There's some people, and I'm not trying to downplay anybody' beliefs, right? You know what I'm saying? But there's people who believe that walking outside, going towards a tree, hugging a tree, and praying towards a tree, and that somehow resonates with God. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they're wrong or right. You know what I'm saying? But to sit there and say that this is definitive proof, I don't believe you can prove that. Like, I mean, and even if it does prove it, I don't think I will see it in my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? So like I will go a whole lifetime of not knowing that actual entity, that entity that actually actualizes itself. You know what I'm saying?
That's why if you did have the answers, it would have to then be everything, because then there'd be something you don't know about it.
Yes.
It's a very interesting take on God. It's like a God that has to be in the shadows, that has to be unknown in order to exist. And the question, well, before I ask the question, let me make sure that I thank Jim, Shell, Ms. Bear, also Seven Lemons, Sazrin, I hope I pronounced that right, Z-Witch, Base God Slippy, and 96. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for helping with that goal. If the God has to be in the I don't knows, if it has to be in the shadows for you to believe in it, am I stating that backwards? Is it that you have to believe in a God, and so you put it in the shadows?
Well, it's more of a matter of like I can't see it not being a probable thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I could trace back where my lineage should come from, my mother, my father, you know what I'm saying? And it only goes back to so far, right, before it's like it becomes nothing, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing I can trace back, you know what I'm saying? Whether the history got lost or whatnot, right? But when it comes to actual source energy, now we're talking about not just tracing it back literature, we're talking about centuries on centuries on centuries on century, or from like the very beginning. And then on top of that, you got to think about our cognitive at the time, right? You know what I'm saying? Were we primitive enough to write and document this time period? Like, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like a lot of the translations get lost, and so it's not that I need for it to be in the dark, right? To prove to me that any other religious or any other beliefs in God is any more or less than any other. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they're
Right.
all on the same
It
playing
sounds
field.
to the point that people could even just make them up and put them in the gaps, and it would work just as well, right?
That actually happened with the flying spaghetti
Or the
monster.
celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages as she unfurls her wings. Something
Right.
like that, right? We could just do that.
Right, and that's
In the
which is
places we don't
why
know.
why the humanism come into it, right? So I'm like, all right, if I'm trying to
Because you
sit
needed
there,
something moral.
yeah, I need
Somebody to
I need a more morality off of it, because if I'm going to sit here and try to think about the spiritual complexity of morality, I know what a decent human is. You know what I'm saying? I know what it means to be a decent human. So I might as well just continue to practice that in my day-to-day life rather than, spend my time practicing in my religious sense. You know what I'm saying? Some people believe getting on your knees praying 5 times a day towards the west, you know what I'm saying? That's going to make you a better person. I believe taking in consideration my emotional regulations, you know what I'm saying, how I socially engage with people, being able to articulate myself in conversation so I could grow and learn and can keep the conversation productive. I feel like that's more radiant with me and what I should be doing while I'm here, you know what I'm saying, and treat people like human, you know what I'm saying, like.
I think I know what you're saying. I like the humanism thing. I find it interesting that you needed a framework in order to have a moral compass. But I find that one interesting, but I'm still curious about why do you need a god?
No,
Do you need
and
something like it, a
and
source,
and
a
really,
higher thing?
I mean, I feel like it makes sense for me to have some type of source energy, right? And whatever you call that source energy, wherever we rooted from, where we all stimulated from, where we all came from, right? That is my idea of God. But just how, as much as it's like the start, right, of our creation, right? I don't feel like it has actual weight on how we progress in our life. You know what I'm saying? How our generation unfold, how we design our morals, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that has anything to do with a God at all. You know what I'm saying? I think he's just a creator. Very much.
He's just a creator.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that I get stuck on with what you're expressing. I understand that you don't get the beliefs of others. That none of it makes sense. Nobody agrees on it. There's too many of them out there. People might as well just make up their own, as far as gods go. But you say there is something, and he's a creator, and that's where I've got to wonder. Well, why do you think? And maybe the he is just because that's the way people say it.
Yeah. The he is just for that. My idea of a god, I wouldn't think that it would have a gender. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't subject itself to, and that's another thing, right? A lot of time when we look at these deities and entities, right? A lot of them represent, or they come off humanoid. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't picture a god to present itself like it's, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't think that it would know, it would know what gender is, but it wouldn't pick a gender. It would be non-binary. Like it wouldn't really even have a physical form. I wouldn't even think of it as a physical form. But I think that's another reason why I go with this idea that God exists in some sense, right? But I don't think nobody can prove it, because a lot of the reference for God, it comes off humanistic. So are we really just looking with ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and projecting that out, like
Those
that's
are great
how.
questions, Cypher. Those are really great questions. Um, the other thing I'd wonder though, and getting past the sort of human centric God idea, um, the other word you used was creator.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that is that just because you apply whatever beginning, whatever start, or if that all gets explained, then everything becomes that God, and so you consider that all created.
Part of it, like, and I can't really sit there and say that I believe that all of it is in us, because I really also have another nuance, a wave that I feel like a lot of our stuff came from space and it kind of just crashed down on our planet. That's a whole nother topic for another time. But I do believe that a lot of our energy, like a lot of our things that are natural to us, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it only makes sense that for me, it only makes sense that it comes from the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I gotta breathe the air, right? I gotta eat the fruit of this land, and I gotta drink the water of this land. So I'm of this land. You know what I'm saying? So whatever the source energy of, I believe it's also of this land. Like,
I gotta ask a question because it keeps coming around again.
Yeah.
But it's sounding a lot like you're painting over the I don't knows with a God shape those I don't knows alone.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of God shaped, and you do keep using a word though, and I'm curious about it. What does energy mean to you?
Energy, energy, and well, like in a literal sense, like we're not talking about the EMC force. So I'm talking about like the way that like energy to me is just feelings, just emotions. You know what I'm saying? Things that I can't really explain. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't tell you.
The
I can
feeling of source, the
like
idea that something's there.
not even
All of
like
that is
not
that
not
feeling.
not even more like that. You ever had that feeling where you walk into a building and you got that gut feeling in your gut? You know what I'm saying? I can't explain it. You know what I'm saying? Why I got that gut sinking feeling, but I know it's there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Does
and
that
that to
gut
me,
feeling always mean something, or can it sometimes just be you overreacting?
yes, you know what I'm saying. And but that also tells me where I'm at energetically. You know what I'm saying? If I'm overreacting to things, I think that I have a low vibration, and that's when I start to think negatively about things and stuff.
Kind of to Hammy's question earlier. I'm curious if the gut feeling was able to be explained by science through evolution, as sort of like a sort of warding system, part of your nervous system or your flight or fight response. If any of that were well explained, would you still consider it to be energy, something more than physical?
Yeah, and I think I would. I think as we go through, because like when it comes to like mental health, right? We didn't really have a clear definition for it, right? And so like this is the part of evolution that I appreciate about us. Like as we grow through our society, we start to learn new terminology and new definition, where as a collective we could call it that. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like anybody got to finite, because I call it energy, right? But somebody might call it chi, somebody might call it soul. You know what I'm saying? Like it, but I feel like we're all talking about the same thing, that undisputed both feeling that we feel inside of ourselves, that to us is enough for the individual to say that there's more to our physical body. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I guess that's where, yeah.
and I feel those at
That's where
times,
a
which
lot of
is
the questions are. Ciphers is why assume there's more than this physical.
Yeah, that's a good question. I never asked myself that. I think I think this is the human part of me, right? I would like to explain or try to identify things that I can't identify. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't make it make sense, so
You
I
want
label it as this.
answers where you don't have them, so you make them.
Yeah, and like they might not be true, and I'm also willing to admit that as well, that my beliefs might not be true core accurate. You know what I'm saying? However, though, because I have that feeling, I feel like I have an obligation to go prove the existence of what I believe in. You know what I'm saying?
You have
Like
an
for example,
obligation.
like yeah, if I believe right that let's say if I was Christian, right, and I believe that Jesus is our Lord and Savior, right, I feel like yeah, it's your due diligence or your obligation to uphold your belief. You know what I'm saying? If I believe right to be a better person, right, you just have to focus on your moral grounds and who you are, right. Then I have to stand on that. You know what I'm saying? I have to stand on those beliefs. Uh,
Is that why? Is that why you don't believe in things like that, or don't claim to?
yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Cypher, I really appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I think I understand. I'm hearing you have a very sort of spiritual language that you can also switch over to religious language or scientific language, and it all just kind of boils back to a feeling that there's something there, but you don't really know why you
Yeah.
even feel it, let
Yeah.
alone what it is. And I would wonder if you might look into the question I asked about maybe if it might have something to do with our nervous system, maybe something in evolution might explain it. And if you would stop your questions there, or if you would keep digging further, because it almost sounds like you do want to like set a hard limit somewhere to keep a little pocket for God.
I do want to stay open, if that makes sense. Like if somebody came along to me and they said, "Hey, I have the existence of God," you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be so closed-minded into my belief, right? Where I'm like, well, it can't be proven. It can't be proven. Like, no, show me. Show me. I want to see. You know what I'm saying? I want to witness with my own eyes. You know what I'm saying? I have yet to come across any type of hardcore evidence like that, if that makes sense. But have I come across finite evidence of that, right? And I wouldn't question it, but I have lived a life so far of not worshiping or bowing down to a higher power. A lot of the successes in my life I credit it for just existing, you know, just being me, you know. And I feel like everybody else can achieve that as well. So.
I wonder why you would feel like everybody else would have to. But I think I'm about ready to move to our next guest, Cypher, but I want to make sure if anybody on panel had a question for you that they got a chance.
I do.
I thought you might, Jim.
Hey, Cypher. Yeah, I found you're talking about your belief or open belief to be fascinating, and I hear Thrayle kind of bringing up evolution, science, and reason. I want to see if I can ask you this in a slightly different way, and it's a little complicated. But when you have these feelings, a feeling comes up that you would ordinarily associate with higher power. Is it possible to just experience the feeling without before you do the explanation, right? Before you say, oh, this is a feeling of a higher power, if you just feel that feeling for a while and kind of maybe it shows up in the gut or it shows up someplace in the body, and just sit with that and let it be maybe even a little bit more open. Does that make sense to you?
I do. I understand that. There's practices that I've been practicing, even though they're not my practices, but I still practice them, like breath work and meditation, right? That allows me to sit with a lot of these feelings. You know what I'm saying? Actually, the feelings get more intense when I start to do those type of works. You know what I'm saying? But I will say this though, I don't feel like there's a need to label it. You know, like I don't have to label it. Like I feel like those are there for a reason, and it could be due to my own ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have the actual scientifical, or I don't have the actual education to actually explain why my body. It might not even be a spiritual thing. You know what I'm saying? If somebody came along and said your body reacting off of this because it's just pure chemistry, you know what I'm saying? I'm not there to debunk it. And I think the reason why I keep this belief, right, it allows me to keep my foot in one door and not the other. People tell you you have to pick a side. You got to be either spiritual or scientific, and I'm like, nah, because there's things that science can't explain, and religion is just belief. So, like, my foot, like, you know, and I feel like, but even with my belief, right? Although my foot is one in, one out, right? You know what I'm saying? I still don't think that it governs over you. You know what I'm saying? Whether you believe this is a scientific reason why we're going around about life, or why this is a spiritual reason why we're going off our life. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever happened in your life, that was your own governor. I think the word is called self-actualizing for yourself.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say like you should substitute one explanation for another. I'm just wondering, and it sounds like you have, and so you have answered my question. If you just explored letting the raw experience sit before the explanation sets in, scientific or spiritual, doesn't matter. Just sit with the raw experience. And it sounds like you're doing that.
Yeah. I appreciate having this conversation with you guys. You know, this has been very insightful. It makes me really actually go back and want to read on the philosophies and books that I'm already reading on. So, you know, I appreciate you. I hope that we can have more conversations like this again.
I hope so too, Cypher. You've been a great guest. I really appreciate you answering questions. It sounds like you're getting on the road, so I want to make sure that you're driving safe. And appreciate you.
All right, you guys have a nice one. Yes.
Absolutely. W's for Cypher in the chat.
Cypher is the best guest we've had all night. Go Cypher. Love you, Cypher.
That was remarkable.
It was beautiful.
He questioned himself while he was presenting his beliefs. It was incredible. He's really got
what a mind. What a mind.
I hope he keeps asking questions. And if he's got different answers, definitely I want to hear him and question those too. But thank you guys for getting us. We're at 297,000 likes. We are so close to 300K. That's amazing. You guys are incredible. If we keep tapping the screen and sharing the live, we could get even more of us in here, more people who might be open to questioning their beliefs. I know the queue looks a little full. A lot of them probably are ghosts, and I want to make sure that I get to a few of you who I know have been waiting for a while. So yes, Sajarin, you have been in there for quite a while. And I will start with you.
I'm 26.
Great, thank you. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. It kind of switches around a lot. I've been going back and forth between the Abrahamic belief of Christianity, but I can't say that I've properly read the Bible in its entirety. I've also followed the practice of Buddhism, specifically the ones that do not view Buddha as a god and view it as a practice. And then I've also kind of gone back and forth with this idea that I kind of came up with myself that I could get into, but it's complicated.
Well, so you do or you don't believe in the Abrahamic God, to be clear.
Well, that's the thing, is like I keep flip. You know, I think a lot of the better stories in the Bible promote being a good human being and having morals that teach you to treat the other human beings around you with respect. And I think that really has always resonated with me. But at the same time, I struggle to follow a lot of the, you know, more extreme beliefs that have been talked about in the Bible.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, I like I said, I did not do that. Most of my time believing in, you know, Christianity was as a child, and you know, Sunday school, they didn't actually have us read the Bible properly. But when I ended up becoming a teenager, I had a brief period of going to church every Sunday, and I read a few stories here and there and listened to stories from our preacher. But I think that was, I'm trying to think of the denomination, because it was like, I think Protestant. So I know that that's like a kind. They kind of use different stories, and I don't know which Bible that is, to be honest.
Protestant Bible is one of the more common ones in the U.S. So it's not necessarily a denomination, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not the most educated on the Christian Bible because, like I said, I've been flip-flopping. So
you're flip-flopping on something that you're not really studied very deeply on.
Yes.
Really quickly, I feel like I'm remiss on something. First off, if you're doing that too loudly, we hear it. But also,
oh, sorry.
Thank you guys for 300,000 likes. That's fucking amazing. You guys really make my night here. I don't think we've hit 300K in a long time, so I really appreciate it. Sajrin, the God that you flip-flop back and forth on, you haven't fully studied the texts on it. Why are you flipping at all on it? Why do you lean towards believing in it at all?
So I think the main reason that I lead towards believing it is because I find a lot of the stories really fascinating. Like, maybe not all of them, but I think some of them have really helped me through some really like difficult times in my life. And that's part of why I keep going back to it. And that's why I'm trying to learn more in more recent days, because it's been helpful. And then finding the stories that resonate with me, and honestly kind of picking and choosing, because like I can't take all of it seriously, if that makes sense. You know, I think I do believe that there was a Jesus Christ. I just don't think that he did miracles in the way that it's talked about in the Bible.
Did he die?
I think there's... Yeah, I don't believe that. I think, if anything, they thought they killed him and he didn't. Or unalived him, sorry.
Really quickly, I gotta thank Jim, also Squiggles, McKenna, 96. I gotta thank you twice because you got that previous goal. So thank you, 96, again. And thank you guys all for helping with the goal. Jesus isn't performing miracles, didn't resurrect, but you believe he came and did great things and claimed he was the Son of God?
Yeah, and I think you know, the thing that I believe about that is that he was delusional, and
why do you believe he existed as written at all?
I don't. Well, I think it's complicated. I believe that there is somebody that did good for the people, and people kind of created a cult around it, and that is essentially formed into what Christianity has become. And I think the thing is, I don't trust humans, and we don't have a lot of the original texts, from what I understand, that were in Hebrew, because a lot of them just didn't survive. And I think, the story has been changed so much over the years that it's hard to think like that it's all factual. But with how much literature there is on it, I think that there is at least this idea of somebody that had a majority of these beliefs about how to treat people, and that's what makes sense to me. Does that make... Am I being clear?
Somewhat, but I would wonder if someone who existed, who they founded the cult off of, and that turned into what there is today. But then why would you have any belief in the God of this story at all?
I think the main reason is because, I've needed something to keep me around, if that makes sense. And I don't want to get too much into what I mean by that, but...
Real quick,
it's
thank you, Miss Bear, for being here. I appreciate you. It was a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I've just relied on the community that it has offered, and I think a lot of the times believing in, the Christian God has helped me get through really hard times in my life. And then I also believe that we are made of intelligent design, and I don't know if it's really the Christian God or if it's this higher power as a whole, or what it is. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by design?
Intelligent design. I just there's just a big part of me that believes that something created the universe as a whole, and they put everything into motion, and since the Big Bang, they've just been kind of watching.
So they set everything into motion, just like Rip started it and stepped back.
Yeah. I mean, that's the majority of what my belief is.
Why do you think that some things set things into motion with intention of design?
I think it's because I also believe in and this is getting into science, but it plays into my beliefs, but I believe in the idea of a multiverse theory and quantum physics, and I can't explain it too in depth because I'm, like I said in the comments earlier, I'm getting close to my bedtime and I need to go to sleep. But it's this idea that there are beings that are that exist across multiple universes, and that one of them has the ability to create a new universe.
I would wonder why, while I can understand maybe creating a sci-fi or a story, something based on this, why assume this to apply to reality when it feels like it entails a whole mess of assumptions?
Yeah, I mean, it does entail a whole mess of assumptions, but I think the main reason that I've kind of chosen to have that belief is that we still haven't properly proven it wrong.
So
with science. So like it's like I'm just accepting that
goddess I referenced earlier. Science can't prove it wrong.
Right.
So it must exist, or I should believe in it.
No, it's not that it must exist. It's just that that's the belief that I'm choosing to follow so that I feel like I have some purpose in my life.
Why do you need something like that to have some kind of purpose? And really quick, I gotta thank McKenna for the red carpet. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't think it would be appropriate for me to get into the details about why I need that on your live, just because that's not what your live has been about, and I just don't think it's appropriate. I hope you can figure out what it is through context clues.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Kat's got a question or two, and Jim might as well, but Kat first.
Hi.
Hello.
You are so refreshing. Okay, so I've been trying to like hold on to this while you guys have been talking, so forgive me if I talk it out to myself for a second, but you said
She's gonna talk it out through a battery warning.
Right.
the battery warning. Oh no, okay.
Because you've been holding your hand up for so long, and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, so and then nothing.
And then the battery warning popped up. That's like this is life. So you said that there were stories in the Bible that were compelling to you or that were helpful for you. And this is why you had this like idea about the Abrahamic God and like the and Jesus and like that whole part of this. It's because it sounds like you've kind of pieced these things together, right? Through, your life experience. And
yeah, so
I'm trying to remember exactly what the question was. I know that my question was somewhere along the lines of, can you not read this book and does the God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
No, and I totally agree with that. I don't think that the God has to exist for those stories to be meaningful, and I think that's part of the only reason I keep going back to church, is because I can feel comfortable knowing that like there probably isn't a God, but like I'm finding community and I'm finding helpful analogies and stories that get me through the difficult times in my life.
So do you actually have any like real belief in like Jesus?
No, I think not necessarily. Like, I mean, I guess I think that if there is an Abrahamic God, I think all he did was like jumpstart the universe and then he stepped away.
But
like he made
but then according no, like a deist like type idea, right? Like started everything and then hands off.
Yeah.
So
that wouldn't be Abrahamic then, would it? That wouldn't be like
well, I guess
interacting
not
with Abraham and his line at all.
Yeah. I don't have the best what's it called?
But you do think that we were created.
That's what I'm choosing to believe for the time being. And
why are you choosing to believe that?
I like I said to
it gives you purpose. Is it Thrayle?
Yeah, Thrayle. It gives me purpose, and it's helped me.
In what ways does like believing that we are a creation give you purpose?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think the main thing is it helps me believe that, like, I'm trying to figure out how to say this in a way that's like TikTok friendly.
Does it
like
help?
It helps me feel like I wasn't a mistake.
well, if you were a mistake, then we all were. But you're not. It's not.
He's alluding to some specific circumstance. We don't need details.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
My point there is by that framework, this is all one big cosmic mistake, or it's created, and are those the only two options?
No, I think there's plenty of options. I think that because we haven't really, we don't have the ways to prove it one way or another. Those are the two that I'm kind of going with.
Okay.
And
So,
I lean more towards the creation side of things because that gives me a bigger
because
sense
it
of
feels
purpose.
good. Yeah. No, I get that. So like if in your head the framework only includes these two options, you're gonna choose that one, right?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Why? I don't want to get. I'm trying to like not get into too much, but could you reframe these options so that there is could you reframe it for yourself to allow for any more options?
Yeah, I mean, I think if just to say like for the third option, it would be, the practice of Buddhism and specifically not the one, I think it like Taoism, not Taoism Buddhism, but like the idea where you're practicing meditation just to feel a sense of enlightenment in being comfortable in your body and understanding how it feels and just being comfortable being a human. At least that's what I've gotten from most of what I've read about Buddhism. So
In a moment, I will be done asking you questions, and the guy at the very bottom there, Jim, he's a Buddhist, and I think he was going to want to ask you questions too. So he has a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
So I am also intensely interested in like theology, specifically like Abrahamic theology. I think it's like really, really interesting, right? I've read this book. I talk to people about it a lot. I have never believed in the God. And I've never seen anything, I've never felt compelled to believe these stories. And I do understand what you mean what they do get. There are some that have good things, and oftentimes there is a good sense of community there. Is the community the main reason why you are like kind of hanging around in this belief system or like adjacent to it?
Well, not entirely. Well, I mean, it is a huge part of it. I think the thing I love a lot about the community is like hymns, and I can't say that I agree with the message of all of the hymns, but being able to go sit in church and sing with a bunch of people that I don't entirely know and just feel that atmosphere is really satisfying and something I resonate with. But it's also like some of the teachings in the Bible are things that I really resonate with. And I sadly cannot give you good examples because, like I said, I have not read the full. Learn how to be a better person when they're brought up in proper context.
I know what you mean, and I think that's valid. Does you have found a way to practice this in a way that is not only not harmful to you, but like beneficial, right? You get only good things out of this.
Yes.
Is it problematic for you that this is a belief system that is harmful for other people?
Yes. Oh, yes. It is very problematic to me, and I am a tea person, and a lot of the communities and churches that I've been to have shunned me for that, and like that has made my life really difficult. But I've still found joy in it because I understand that they're not really following the true beliefs of what the book is teaching.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Is your church community good to you?
The one I finally found, yes.
Okay, good. How do
I don't want
you
to cut.
deal with? Oh yeah, no. Oh sorry. Yes. If you said you have to go to bed,
Yeah, like if Jim wants to ask me a question or two, and then I gotta hop off because I'm getting real tired.
Sure, Saturn. The question I wanted to ask really was, do you feel like you're hanging by a thread?
Not, I guess not really by a thread. I'd say like a pretty thick hemp rope, but it's definitely pretty old at this point.
Okay. And do you feel okay if, we're here to question you, and so here we are kind of pecking at that thread. And I just want to be sure that you're safe and that you're okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'm safe. I'm fine. I just got over being homeless for the last 6 months. I finally got a good job and found a room for rent. So like things are starting to look up for me. I've just always been struggling with certain things for a long time, and that's why I've turned to having these beliefs. Because like I said, it gives me purpose.
And in the community that you've found that is supportive, is there a lot of emphasis on sin or original sin or any of that?
No, I mean that's part of why I like it so much. Is sin isn't really something that is talked about. It's more about like help your community and be a good person. And the pastor, at least for the last few years that I've been there, has not really brought up sin unless it's talking about the Orange Man or the way he misuses the religion.
Gotcha. And then you had been interested, or let's say, it sounds like you're interested in meditation or the non-theist Buddhist view.
Yeah, and I've practiced meditate a little bit about it when I was younger, but it's not something I've done properly for a long time, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And then I would turn it around and ask you if you have any questions for me.
I'll be honest, I'm so sleepy at this point. I don't think I do.
Okay.
You guys have been wonderful to listen to and talk to. Thank you for having me up.
I hope you continue to be supported, and that you can, safely ask the questions you need to ask and discover the things you need to know with courage and openness.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I'd definitely like to pick your mind, Jimmy, because it seems like you're much more knowledgeable on the. I mean, honestly, I want to pick all of your minds more about all of this, because it seems like you're all much more knowledgeable on the whole religion.
You should join us in Discord sometime.
A good community.
I would love to. If one of you wants to send that to me on direct messages, I would appreciate that.
Oh, there's a link tree in my bio.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know. I haven't checked your profile.
Yep.
I stopped in because I heard the host's voice, and I was like, oh my god. So, all right, y'all.
There's a Discord community. Sweet dreams. We're there all the time. Come ask us questions. You'll see us hanging out in the voice chat.
Take care and keep asking questions. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs. We are at 312,000 likes. And 162
like we should
in here.
I feel like we should do something for them. I don't know what, but
I would say like sing a song or something, but I don't think that's for them. I think that would be against them. I don't want to do that.
yeah, I I don't know if that's like the right like thing to do something nice for them. That doesn't necessarily track.
Let's see who else is in the queue. Oh, there's a few. If you're still in the queue, just wait a few minutes. We'll probably get to you. There's a good chance that most of these are ghosts. Oh, you thought I was going to rhyme it? Hey, Lily, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Lily, are you there? Okay, we won't do the auction thing. Rest well, Lily.
That was a much better decision.
Who else do we have waiting in the queue? Let's see, I think we've spoken.
I believe we
have.
TikTok Titan. Good morning.
Good morning. Real quick, before I ask any questions, I need to thank Shell and Rob, Ms. Bear, McKenna, also Squiggles, Huggy, and 96 for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. And Titan, we've spoken before. You'll have to remind me your age for TikTok TOS.
Physically, 53.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
I just have one belief, one way, one through Him, Christ Jesus, amen.
And I'm sure in our previous conversation I would have asked if you've read the Bible from beginning to end.
You don't remember?
I don't. I have a lot of these conversations.
Aren't you all-knowing?
Do I appear to be? Do I act like I am?
Aren't you all-powerful?
I see.
Aren't you omnipresent?
I don't recall making any of these claims.
I just know you probably did as an archangel named Lucifer, as the head of all worship, when you subdued and seduced a third and brought them with you to the pits of hell. I'm sure there was some kind of talk about that.
I see.
Why? Why are we doing this?
Apparently I'm the devil again. So
again?
It happens at least once a week, right?
I think you're the devil 6 days a week and take a Sabbath day's rest.
That is so metal.
Is the devil the same as God? Because the way you're describing it, it sounds like it's the same as God.
No. He thinks I take a night off a week. That's wild.
I know it is.
Well, you need rest. I went on to Smurfette's live the other day. You know Smurfette? I know you know the live. I think the guy's name is Me. I'm sure you know it.
I have
Me
no
is also a he.
Why he's doing this.
It's me or he or whatever, and Smurfette was there, and I asked, why the moderator doesn't speak. Why the great serpent is so quiet. He said, oh, he's asleep. He's asleep at the wheel, guiding us.
Well, uniquely, he probably was. That's actually an individual, whereas here I am both host and moderator. So that's.
But are you the host of hosts?
Am I the host of hosts? I don't know what you mean by that.
Are you the host?
I'm the guy asking you
Oh, okay, go ahead.
If you had read your Bible all the way through, was the question that brought us around to here.
I have.
And you believe it's entirely true and literal.
It's perfect and flawless and a shield for those who would take refuge in it.
And you know it by heart, right?
I do know it by heart.
I see.
You remember that?
By heart from Genesis to Revelation. But let me clarify, because words are important.
Right.
I didn't say I had it memorized. I said I know it by heart, which means when I hear it read aloud, when my spirit is moved by it, the Holy Spirit, which has been placed in me with a seal at my salvation. Yeah, I know it by heart, all of it.
What was the verse I read earlier?
I think we were in. I think last time we tangled, we were in Genesis on whether or not the animals come first.
Yeah, no, I meant earlier tonight when I asked.
I wasn't on earlier tonight. I don't waste a bunch of time with you.
I wasn't asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you stutter.
It was Exodus.
It was the 20, right? It was the.
It's like, yeah. Yep.
You should write it down, unless paper burns where you're at.
It's not your road steamer.
It was the one. It was about all. What was it? No, it wasn't.
Hold on a second. Which is kind of where this conversation is about to go.
Go ahead. You go ahead and take the phone with you, and
This is Rob, your road steamer.
Just go ahead and listen from there. And we don't need to listen to you because you're clearly not here to question your beliefs. I don't know why you'd bother requesting up anyways.
I was about to make my photo of the lava because he said something about the paper burning, and I thought it would be funny to like make my photo of the lava and live in the volcano since you're the devil.
Hey there, Jam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, Jam, we're in your pocket now.
Now I'm Sydney, Australia. I'm just kind of looking at I've kind of like
Jam, why don't you drink some water? And if you do want to request backup, your phone will be the microphone, so don't put it in your pocket right away. That'd be a lot easier. Let's keep going forward. Who else we got waiting in the queue? How many of you are really you? Oh, not a ghost. Hello, Lindsay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic?
Yikes. Yeah.
Have you read your Bible all the way through?
Yeah.
From beginning to end?
Yeah, a few times.
Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal as written?
No.
I see. Why not?
I think a lot of it is similar to mythology. You make me want to talk so quiet. I'm usually a very loud person, but you're like whispering. Anyway, I believe a lot of it is similar to mythology, right? These stories are written by people going through similar things, but it's written from like their perspective, not an actual like historical account, if that makes sense. So like Adam and Eve, we know isn't actually true, but it might be accounts of things that like could have happened, if that makes sense. We know who wrote Adam and Eve. It's the Nordics, right? So like that's just one example. And then I mean, until you get to like the New Testament, a lot of that I think is just like written very much 50 years after things happened.
50, huh?
Like a lot more, but like if you're like giving a broad like median, Adam and Eve obviously is like billions of years after, but like
billions.
Sorry, millions. Just trying to make everything like calm here.
Oh, it's fine. We're just trying to understand what you believe.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it's a little vague still. So you believe the Adam and Eve story was actually true, or was that one symbolic? Remind me.
No, I think pretty much anything from the Old Testament is symbolic.
Anything is just symbolic. So there's no Adam, no Eve, no original sin,
No.
no serpent. What did Jesus die for?
Well, original sin, that's different, right? When you're talking about like why they were written, I think so. When you say is something true, I think is it factually correct, right? So we can't look at the Bible and say like this is historical fact. I think most of us would agree that the Bible is not historical fact. But you can look at.
I'm sorry. Whether or not we agree that it's historical fact doesn't matter. But why do you believe any of the story that follows if the Old Testament isn't true?
It's sort of like if you've ever read a children's book, like if you give a mouse a cookie, right? They all have some sort of sentiment to them. Does that mean that it's a real story? No, it's probably false. But there's some sentiment to be given. I think we look at the Bible and we think that like this is a book that we need to tarnish and we need to put hate on so much. And I mean, there's like.
I'm sorry, Lindsay. You're projecting something there. I don't know who's trying to put hate on the Bible. We're just asking questions.
Sorry, I come into a lot of these lives, so I usually am ready. Yeah, I do a lot of religious lives.
Okay. Well, we're not here to debate you or tear you apart or even.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take a step
shit on
back
the
then.
Bible, but we're trying to understand why you believe it. And why you believe it the way you believe it. So I'm not like trying to make you argue something you don't agree with.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll take a step back then.
I'm just trying to understand the way you believe it. So you don't believe these Old Testament stories are necessarily true as written, but that they are symbolic of something. They mean something later.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to understand is why you would believe the story that comes later, the Jesus story. Why do you believe any of that is true?
I don't think
earlier stories are.
I also don't think most of that is like factually correct. A lot of it is word of mouth. Because when you look at who wrote them, like I'm not going to explain that obviously because we're not in a debate, but I also think a lot of that is word of mouth. But I think most of like the parables and things said through that do offer
Let me ask you specifically.
humanitarian way to live, if that makes sense.
You believe lived, died, and resurrected.
Yeah, I believe in the Trinity. But that one's not easy for me to explain because I'm a logical person. I guess that would be like the writings, but I don't know. There's a lot of stuff when you look back at that, like they say Jesus didn't even exist. So I don't know. There's no logical reason for me to believe the resurrection existed. I don't know. What I've been told, I guess.
So you believe it because you've been told.
Yes, which is a complete fallacy. We all understand that. I mean, that's how religion works, though.
So are all of your beliefs in this religion based on fallacy?
85% of them, yeah. I say 85% of like any religious belief is fallacy.
Well, specifically for you, what is the 15% you think is true?
This would be anything like that's not in the book, though. This would just be things that I've witnessed that have happened to me. And I don't go on like personal rants on TikTok because I know that's boring for a lot of people.
So your beliefs in whatever God may be, whatever thing beyond our explanation may be, that belief is not Christianity, Catholicism. It's not rooted in the Bible. It's something else.
Yeah. I would say, like, so I was raised Roman Catholic, so a lot of my beliefs come from there. But there is, like, that 15% that is, I don't know, just what anybody else feels when they feel that there's something else up there. Right? So I have my reasoning for why I'm continuing to be a Roman Catholic, but I could also be Buddhist. I could be
But for you, the
Jewish.
Catholicism is
That
more of
15% would carry.
right. So it's sounding like the Catholicism is more of a in name only. It's the cultural side of what you present, so that you can be in the community that you're used to.
Sort of, yeah. It's I don't know, because I know a lot about Judaism and Islam just because, like, those are the Abrahamic religions. I just don't know if I'd fit in those religions. If I were to be in those religions, I would probably just not believe. So I think it probably is just how I was raised. But
So to you, does it matter if the Bible is true at all?
not really. I know
Doesn't
that's a
matter.
crazy thing to say, but I feel like that's...
If it's true to you, there's nothing crazy about it.
Does it matter if the God is real or not?
So that's a very interesting question, actually. If it ends up that guy doesn't exist, like there's not 3 men in the sky, and like we can prove that, which by the way, I don't think is proved. Like I don't think that would ever happen. But if it ends up that way, then like I'd probably shift a lot, right? When I've been in a deconstruction, reconstruction phase for a lot of my life because I'm just such a logical person that, like, what I'm saying to you doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah,
so if that
sounds like you're
happened, I would snap
recognizing-
off. I would snap off. If we could scientifically prove that, next day I'm like, okay.
I'm curious, Lindsay. What is it that makes you believe there is a Trinitarian, as you said, 3 guys in the sky, God?
Just how I was raised.
So just because of the way you were raised, is that
Yeah,
really
so that's the religion I know most about, right? So like,
So when you're looking for an explanation for I don't know, that's what you color it in with?
yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
I think Kat had a question.
So Hammy kind of already asked you this, but does the God have to exist to be meaningful?
That's a better way of phrasing it, I think, because this is like, to me, what's most interesting about religion, right, is that it's faith-based. So at this moment in time, like, you could say that God doesn't exist. But to anybody who's faith-based, God absolutely exists. You don't have to prove it. He's just there. Does that make sense?
So is that that's a no then? Like
Yeah, I don't know.
Right?
It's kind of
That's
a
what it sounded
circular.
like.
No, you're fine. It's kind of a circular way of thinking, right?
Well, so think about it like this. Did you read Harry Potter?
Absolutely. I'm actually rereading Harry Potter but it's taken me
I
2
love
years
Harry
to
Potter.
read it. I have every book.
So
Some of them twice.
those characters have to be real for them to be meaningful to you?
Absolutely not. I actually was talking about that when it comes to like mythology, which I think this is a very good point, Kat.
So even if like the God can be meaningful regardless of whether or not it exists, and even if the people who are faith-based, they believe it exists, right? But even if it doesn't exist, it's still really meaningful to them at the very least, right?
Yeah.
Is this God meaningful to you?
Yes.
Why?
For quite a few reasons. I don't like to get into personal.
Short answer, like why?
I don't know, the way I've been raised, which I know is like I'm trying to stay short. I don't like it getting into personal things. So
Yeah, we all appreciate that. It almost okay. So I have a friend who came up here and got questioned, and she is a self-proclaimed bad Catholic because she says that because she is Catholic only kind of culturally, right? It's a family practice that she partakes in with her family.
Okay.
But she doesn't really necessarily believe in the God or any of that. But it's a family thing, right? It's how she was raised. It is a cultural thing for her. Is this kind of the direction that you're heading in?
no, I would say her and I are we're similar, but a little bit opposite in a way. So, like, my family used to be very, very religious. Now, none of them are religious except for me. And I was atheist for a while. That's why I say, like, I've been through deconstruction, reconstruction, deconstruction, like,
so why did you choose to come back then?
Personal story of why I believe in God, but it has to do with my mom and things that happened with that. I just don't share on TikTok, so because it's a long story that you probably would get bored about. But yeah, I was atheist and then came back.
Atheist, like an active, like positive claim that there is no God, or just no belief in a God?
Yeah, like an active, not that I would share me being atheist, but like an active belief that there's no God up there. I can do whatever I want, there's no God.
You can do whatever you want anyway, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much do anyways, but I get to use I get over it. I guess maybe it's more of a familial feeling of like, it's, so when you believe in the Christian tradition, right, it's not just that there's a God watching over you, but there's also like every loved one that you've lost, you can imagine is up in the sky watching over you.
You keep using
comforting.
the term up in the sky.
Comforting, but also a little bit like, can you get out of my business? Like, just leave me alone.
Why do you keep using the term up in the sky?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one too. I think, so when we talked about
almost, you use it almost mockingly.
Yes, and I use it mockingly for a reason, because obviously we've been to space, we know that there's nothing there, and we also know what the core of the earth looks like, right? So when we talk about hell and heaven, obviously it's not up in the sky, and it's not in like down in the depths of the earth, like is described by most, like in the Bible or in any book that describes an afterlife.
Why do you believe in a heaven or hell
then? I don't know, because I think it's discomforting either way. When you talk about like this great place, but you have to be such a good person to get to it, and if you're not this like star of a human, then you go to the worst place you can possibly imagine.
Why
It's
is the
really
great place
discomforting.
great? What makes the great place great?
Dude, I don't know. I haven't been there. Like, I
Then
seriously
why do you
don't
assume it would be there?
know. Word of mouth?
Why do you assume anybody would know that it's there?
I mean, we have heard a couple of counts of, like, people unaliving and then coming back and saying, like, not the actual pearly gates, but what they would describe as, like, the best time of their life, right?
Best time of their life.
Somebody else.
And maybe that's
I'm-
fine, right? Maybe it's just like you. Maybe we.
Can't quite hear you, Hammy. Hang on, Lindsay, just a moment.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that I wonder if we know anybody who something similar happened to them.
We might.
It's like very rare though. To like unalive and come back to life is very, very rare.
So, Lindsay,
when your heart stops, let me know though. Yes, Kat. Sorry,
Well,
I'm thought journaling.
Are you saying? It's okay. Are you trying to say something?
Not really, Kat. I was seeing if you were gonna ask her a question
Yes.
or tell her.
I'm gonna do. Well, yeah. I'm gonna do the thing. The thing. You know.
I thought you might do the thing.
No, guys, I'm not in the process of deconstructing right now. Okay, but you're fine. What is the thing?
I'm going to explain to you why people have those experiences.
Okay.
Like why your brain does that. Yeah.
Scientific logicality. Yeah. I've heard that too. Sorry, go.
This is the thing I really enjoy. I drowned once, Lindsay. And I didn't have. Yeah, drowning's not actually that scary. It doesn't hurt. And I just don't like things that hurt. But I didn't have one of these experiences, right? But there is a reason that people do, and there's a reason why they're generally like very spiritual. I think that's Lindsay that's echoing. Can you mute for me for a moment? Because I'm going to talk for a second. Thank you. And so, one of our brain's primary functions is to like protect us from trauma. And it does this in all sorts of ways, right? But one of the things it does is like when it realizes that your body is unaliving, when your heart stops, but your brain is still functioning, it dumps a bunch of chemicals, like a bunch of neurotransmitters into your. Anyway, this dump can induce a very, very immersive and real experience that is happening within your mind to protect you from the trauma of what your body is going through. Oftentimes, people will. So this experience that's induced is based on like whatever's in your mind, right? So if you have a certain belief or you think a certain way, or even if maybe you don't actively have this belief, but you have in the past or you've been exposed to it heavily in the past, these are some of the kind of things that you could expect to experience while this is happening. So then people whose hearts start back up and they come back from this experience, they come back with this like incredible, like spiritual, like, life-changing experience, and it all happened in their mind. But the sensory thing, the things that your brain can induce you feeling in all of your senses they're amazing. And so it's just your brain trying to protect you from the trauma, and it ultimately did its job, right? You weren't traumatized by this. You were just instead had this enlightening experience most of the time. Depends on the person. Results may vary. But this is why people have these experiences. probably. The science is a little shaky. They haven't done that much research, but I'm pretty certain of this, at least.
Thank you for results may vary was so funny though.
Huh?
Results may funny was so sorry. Results may vary was very funny.
Thank you.
Timing
It's true though.
on that.
If Lindsay, if that were the scientific explanation, if it's at least close to what happens when a brain is going through a trauma like that, would that explain the ways in which people describe their different?
Sorry, I missed the last word there.
Heavens.
Somebody's being so awesome and sending gifts to the hose.
Yeah, would that explain why people see such different heavens? And
Yeah. Absolutely.
if that is the case, then why would there be a need to believe in any afterlife? Or
I don't know, and this is a question that's actually really interesting to me, because I think if we push religion aside, and I mean, if you'd like to keep talking about religion, that's fine, but we can look back at the afterlife, and it stems very, very early. So, like, let's look at Roman and Greek mythology, right? Like, that's where...
I'm asking more why you would believe in an afterlife.
Yeah, that's fine, but this is where my belief stems, right? I'm not sure what it is. I have a feeling that it is what I think Kat said, just an idea of comfort that those people are still there, even though 75% chance they're not. So that's my belief. Right? So I don't know what heaven or hell is. I don't know if I believe in either.
It's an interesting statistic, 75%.
I know, Thrayle. 68.7.
I was being kind with it. I was being kind. I mean, the actual, it's probably 100%, but we don't have to be mean. We can be kind and say 75.
I hear you, Lindsay. Really quick, I gotta thank Jim and 96 for helping with the goal. Appreciate y'all both. Everybody's knocking these goals out tonight. 96 especially. Appreciate you so much. And the cat.
Who's that?
That was good.
Oh.
Hey, cat.
That's not real.
Cat. Friend. Pal. Buddy. I'm going to need you to never, ever do that again.
Hey, can you please do it one more time?
No. Let's see if he'll do it again.
It's an action.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, cat, buddy, pal, friendo. I'm gonna need you to not. Just not.
She's leaking is so funny. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at the comments. Sorry. I can get back to serious conversation, I suppose. But I'm actually...
It's hard to follow up after hearing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was getting really heavy. I feel like we need a little bit of relief.
Like, that saved me. You know what, Kat? I prayed for that, actually.
I have to question that.
Sorry, that was a joke.
I know.
Sorry.
Mine too. Lindsay, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you have. You've been delightful. I don't have any more questions for you. It sounds like you're doing a fine job of questioning yourself into confusion on the daily. And I'd be happy to question you again and see if your answers change the next time. But, Kat, did you have any more questions for Lindsay?
I don't have any more questions, but I would like to say that if you have any questions or want to discuss any of these ideas, Thrayle has a Discord where we hang out and discuss these things all the time.
I have Discord, but I never use it. I don't think I even have my login anymore. So
that's fine. I was just throwing it out there.
But thank you so much for bringing that up. Maybe if I come back up, I'll have Discord open by then.
Who knows? If you do figure it out, there's
That
a link
sounds
tree.
delightful.
There's a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one. The first link there takes you to the Discord.
I might find it at some point.
So,
if you hang out with us in Discord, you can see the screamy cat.
And occasionally,
wait, that was an actual animal? I thought
a cat.
Shut up! I thought it was like one of those Scottish pipe things. You know what is that called?
A bagpipe.
A bagpipe. Yeah, I literally thought that was a bagpipe.
Interesting conclusion. And I think there lieth God. I hope you keep asking questions. I mean, in the assumption, the hearing of a sound and assuming it must be a bagpipe.
She thought he was a bagpipe.
Yeah. That was a very interesting noise your cat made.
That was
it's a sad little... Thrayle heard it before, and he knew exactly what it was.
I'm just gonna need you to not, though. Again, cat. Just not.
He just has this sad little screaming meow.
He. Oh my goodness. Well, I can't really complain too much because I had a cat that every time I got near him, he would just yell at me for no reason. He was fully fed, he had water, he had everything he ever could possibly need, yet he just yelled and yelled at me.
That's what he does, except he doesn't even let me touch him.
Hello, Conroy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, Conroy?
Oh, Conroy?
Nope, he is not there. Well, we'll keep going through the queue here, but some of you may not really be there, so if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, we'll go ahead and request on up. Hey there, Fisher. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I had to turn up my volume. I can hardly hear you.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Which god is that?
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
And have you read your Bible?
Yes, I have.
And have you read it from beginning to end?
I have.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I believe the stories to be the infallible Word of God.
The infallible Word of God.
Without
in which language?
Well, I read the English language.
Which translation is infallible?
Well, so you have the dynamic equivalency and the formal equivalency, and one manuscript will kind of get the idea and put it into scripture and word it that way, and the formal equivalency is more of a word for word from Hebrew and Greek text.
Translation.
They're all infallible. I'm not going to say because of one's interpretation, leaving out, some important, elements. It doesn't disqualify it from, being God's word. So.
But the King James, that one's not infallible, is it?
That's infallible. Yep. It is the formal equivalency. It's the word. When it's translated from Greek and Hebrew, it's more of the word for word rather than the concept, if you will.
So, where in any time frame that the Bible's written in, where's there a Jeremy?
Yeah, so as far as that study, I mean that's a very long study to go back and find the original name that was in Greek and Hebrew. I mean, I've got a concordance, I could do that. I was never too interested in finding that, but what the Bible does is it never leaves anyone the same. Anyone who reads the Bible, they either become better or worse. So the Bible's power in what it does
this
is
isn't answering
transformation.
Hemi's question at all. Hemi's question was about where Jeremy is.
Got a concordance I could get into it. I'm just not interested in that.
So you're not interested in answering the question?
Yeah, I just don't want. I mean, I don't want to get into my books right now in order to find it for you. That's a. I mean, the answer is there. I'm just not going to dig into my books.
Well, why is it? Well, if the King James is infallible, in the King James, Jesus talks about Jeremy, but then the other Bibles, and even including the New King James, it translates it to Jeremiah. Which one is? Does that mean the others are fallible, or?
Well, so I have a nickname, and it's still my name. It's still who I identify as. I mean, it's when someone calls me by my nickname, my family name, and then my business name. I have two names I go by that identify who I am. So. I mean, that right there is certainly not a stumbling stone.
Well, where in the Bible, anywhere in the Bible, does it say Jeremy other than that one location?
No, I don't know.
I mean,
because I read the Bible and I know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, would you be surprised if I told you that nowhere else in the Bible does Jeremiah ever get called Jeremy?
No. I mean, of course, you have a lot of translations that will do that. But it's not a surprise to me, and it doesn't have to do the purpose, because there is a purpose of the book, and the purpose of the book is for salvation. So the book operates as it should. So those things are just they're semantic things that really aren't important unless it is the desire in the heart to try to find everything that is wrong and what you follow, your line of belief of it not to be true because of a bias. Because before anybody enters the book, everyone is set to a bias. Either they're going to enter the book with a belief or enter it without it.
Hey, Fisher, stop the sermon.
So, are you saying like? And I'm just trying to get some clarification here. Are you saying that the book can have things wrong because the purpose is not about being accurate? It's about the the leading to Christ or whatever.
Yeah, so the infallibility begins with that, with the purpose, because I mean, without purpose, nothing makes sense. Nothing does.
So is that what you're saying, is that the Bible can have things wrong in it because the purpose is not to be 100% accurate, but
No,
the purpose is to lead to salvation?
no. I mean, that is the ultimate goal. But as far as like semantics is concerned, when a translation happens, um, it's it's not the focus, if you will. Now, if it is a stumbling stone for someone who, has to have, the things in a certain order for them to believe, then it would be a stumbling stone for them, I would suppose.
Well, I think that it's only a stumbling stone if you take to the fact that every single Bible ever created is infallible.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Not for me at all. Because I mean, is there translations I prefer? Yeah, I prefer the King James, the New King James. I really like reading the NASB because it just deepens the thought and it helps. And so those studies I enjoy. So,
Do you know what translation? It's a direct translation from the Greek and the Hebrew, and it does a lot better than the King James.
I've heard some theologians say that the NASB is more of the formal equivalency.
So, what have you ever heard of the NRSV?
Yes, I have, but I don't read out of that or the NIV. I think, man, how many translations are there? Because there are so many. I don't even know that number.
Right, but I mean, the NRSVUE is known as the highest standard to use. It's the one that theologians and seminary students read from whenever they're going through seminary. And
do you have? Well, it depends on what seminary, but do you have names of those theologians?
I don't have names of the theologians off the top of my head, but
right. So I study after people like R.C. Sproul, John MacArthur, Buddy Bachman, who just recently passed away. Charles Spurgeon. These old theologians as well. So, and it's that's who I study after.
Yeah, and these theologians, they went through seminary in what year?
Oh, yeah. Well, that would be a tough question for me because, I mean, Charles Spurgeon was, 1800s.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s, I believe.
So probably before even, say, the NRSV was done.
Well, for sure, yeah. I mean, it would have been the King James that they read out of at that time. The 1611 King James.
Wow. So why such older theologians?
Because there's a connection there with the understanding of gospel for me, and it's a line of connection, from like the Puritans of that time and in early America, and there's just a line of thought that exists that I follow along with because it resonates, with me.
So because it makes you feel a certain type of way?
No, it's not a feeling. It's just it's logic. It's logical. It's all logical. Nothing's illogical.
Nothing's illogical.
No, as far as the faith is concerned, no, it's not.
So, wouldn't it?
Have we spoken before, Fisher?
I don't think so.
You don't remember speaking to me?
No, I don't.
Did we? Have you ever been asked about the contradictions between Genesis 1 and 2?
No, I haven't.
I could have sworn we'd spoken. Okay. Sorry, Hammy, if you had another question, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Do your thing, Thrayle.
Well, I wasn't trying to preempt you. I was just trying to remember if I'd spoken to Fisher before.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think the line of questioning that I was going to go down was going to get very productive, so I'm good.
I'm not sure where mine will go either, but I think he already answered it right before I chimed in. That's why I chimed in, actually.
So when I look at the prompt, it says, "Can you question your beliefs?"
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that everyone does at some degree, but I don't think that anyone can really choose what they believe.
That might be true. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Fisher. You said that we've, as far as you remember, have never spoken, and that you've never been asked about a contradiction between Genesis 1 and 2. Does any contradiction come to mind when I say that? Or any seeming apparent contradiction?
No, it doesn't.
I see.
I mean, just because of, and probably because of how I understand, the Bible is probably why contradictions just don't exist, and it all flows together.
It has to do with what you said right before I spoke up, right? What was it? Something about for God, nothing is illogical.
Oh. No. So yeah, I mean, the illogical part. I was explaining of why I followed these theologians because along the lines of logic, and it's not a feeling. I'm not feeling that something's true. I'm evaluating the logic, and
right,
and
for you, logically, the God that you logically, well, if you think it's there, it would logically be able to work around logic. Is that?
I mean, yeah, because like divine, anything that's divine is supernatural. I mean, say for instance, if none of us ever spoken a word and we were all mutes, but there were words going on in our heads, how would how could you articulate that as, it's metaphysical. So, and that's where God exists.
Real quick, Fisher, I'm going to speak past you. It's not to be rude, but I got to make sure that I thank Lindsay, Shell, and 96 for our previous goal. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Fisher, if you were to be given a contradiction such as the order of creation being one way in one chapter and then a different order given in another chapter, would that contradiction, if you were to find it to be such, would that shake your belief that the Bible is inerrant?
No, only because when early in my studies, where I was examining all contradictions, I discovered, that they're actually not contradictions, and it also in the sense of the, Christ being crucified, you have different accounts, and all the accounts have a different description. But my brother is in investigations, and that's one thing that is identified as being of a factual event when you don't have all parties saying the exact same thing, because that would be more of an orchestrated event. When you have
right,
accounts,
you're talking about multiple witnesses having slightly different yet corroborating stories.
Right.
Like they all saw a man get out of a car and go into a building, heard a noise. But some of them see different details, or some of them have, a slightly different, maybe a time that things happened. But the order of events, the major key things, tie the stories together. We're talking about Genesis 1 and 2, and if there were some kind of contradiction, we can work hypothetically first. If there were some kind of contradiction where it gives different orders here in 1 and different order in 2, is that the same thing as, like they're in the same book, it's one chapter to the next. So is that the same thing as different witnesses giving different details of the same story? Or is it more like two different stories?
Yeah, no, I don't, it's not, Genesis isn't witness based. So what exactly is it in the description? Do you have an address, or in Genesis 1 and 2?
Yeah, I can tell you. You're familiar with the order from Genesis 1. The light, the firmament, the plants.
Oh, God created the heavens and the earth. Yeah, 1.
Just each day going down what he makes.
Right.
But yeah, you're familiar with that order, and I can give you a quick refresher. Feel free to, again, we can work hypothetically, but you're welcome to work along. But as far as I understand, it goes light, firmament, and plants. Then you have sun and moon, animals and people, man and woman, right? Mm-hmm. And then in the next chapter, it starts with, well, at least at Genesis 2:5, you'll see it says, before there were plants, you're in King James, I don't know what it's going to say, but before there were plants, because he had not yet made it rain, and there were no people to till the ground, he made a mist, and then he made people. And then when Adam can't find a helper in the animals, he makes a woman. If one story is saying plants, animals, people in that order, and the other one's saying a person, plants, animals, another person, is that really the same story?
Yeah, as far as the order, so 2:4 and then 4 through 26, that's the history of the heavens and the earth. But I'm not
2:5.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, and looking at 2:5, before any plants of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. And that, I see where you're coming from there. Yeah, it says no man will till the ground. And then going back to 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. God said, "Let there be light." In that day, God called the day or the light day.
I
And
think you can probably skip ahead a little bit to get to the
yeah,
plants.
I just you have to kind of skim there, but
But
yeah,
you know the
so
plants are day 3. It'll be after the firmament. So you see the end of a line where it says the second day, the evening and the morning and the second day, and then you can read the next thing. That'll be
oh yeah, right, yeah, and so and as far as days are concerned, they aren't as I mean
24 hour,
some
right? Not 24
yeah.
hour God days, right? They're like
Right,
days.
and yeah, and there's
Sure.
there is right, and there's of course there's still um in the Bible, there's still conversations about some of these things, but as far as the time period and stuff, as it was written in the translation, as it was done, and going into that study to study it deeper. But I'm glad you showed me that, because I'm gonna dig into that, and I'd like to come back and provide you an answer on that, to see if you.
I hope before you do, you question whatever answer you find, and really dig in. But I do look forward to whatever answer you bring me, Fisher. I am curious. I
Yeah,
appreciate you giving me that honest response there.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm gonna give you a follow. I'm gonna look forward to speaking to you again.
Appreciate you, Fisher.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I hope you have a great day. Keep asking questions. Wow. W's Fisher in the chat. Really?
That turned out so much better than I anticipated that it was going to.
I was busy. How did that end?
Beautifully. He's gonna
Very,
look into
very
it.
well.
He's gonna bring us an answer. I hope he questions that answer a little bit first. But that was incredible. Extremely respectful. Thank you, Fisher.
You want to know why that was like one of the reasons why that was so incredible?
Why
I
is
didn't
that?
have to listen to you go around in that circle for 40 minutes again.
No.
So good. W. Fisher.
I wonder what answer he'll bring me. I know several responses, several apologetics, and I honestly don't know, but it lingers. Wow, guys, I didn't expect the end of that conversation to be that abruptly satisfactory. But yeah. Well, if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on out. We're going to cycle through who may or may not be Q ghosts. I think not was that guy was waiting for quite a while, though probably to speak to a previous guest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34. Can y'all hear me okay?
You're a little bit loud, actually. If you could back off the mic a bit.
For sure. You're on my headphone and I can barely hear you. Give me 1 second to change headphones.
Sure. While he does that, let me go ahead and mute him so we don't hear every sound on the way. Did I miss? Yes, I did. If I didn't already, thank Lindsay, Shell, and 96. Well, thank you guys for that previous goal. I think I just hadn't set the new one. So, thank you guys.
I hear you better. Do I sound better?
You do. For 34.
34.
34. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. So I came in. My buddy Sazren was in here like when I joined quite some time ago. But first, I want to say I really appreciate the angle you guys are taking on this. You're neither asserting nor denying anything. It's you're just asking questions, and I like really appreciate that in the format. I think that's
Thank
awesome.
you. So, so you said you believe is your God the Christian God?
No. So I have a unique set of beliefs that like a philosophy about existence that I very much decided myself. It is not based on any book or anything I've heard. It is mine and my own only.
So
You guys,
your own unique God.
sure.
Is there a God to it, or is it some
There's,
just a
there's
philosophy, set of principles?
there's a power, a god. I do not like a three-letter God, a Christian god, a Zeus, an Allah. I do not like the white man in the sky with a white beard sitting on a cloud. I do
So,
not.
when I usually ask, do you believe in a God or God's higher power or anything like that? You said yes.
Power.
What power? Is that what it is?
I call her universe.
You call her universe. So do you imbue it with a sort of feminine identity? Or is that something you think it inherently has?
It is just what it feels like to me, and it does not need to be masculine or feminine. It's just the way I would prefer to describe universe if I'm going to give it pronouns.
Mm-hmm. So you call her universe.
Yes.
And you consider this is it like a mind or an entity, an agent?
This is not something I've preached or even explained to many. Again, you seem genuinely curious and believe structures, and if
to be clear,
the opportunity to if you would give me the opportunity to flesh it out.
Well, to be clear, before you do flesh it out, I want to make sure you've read the big question and you understand really it's not just to display, to share, to show off your belief.
Yes, this is born from questioning all of the beliefs that I had ever heard from any source.
Okay, but that leads to a question. Can you question it still?
Yeah, absolutely. I would appreciate any reflection upon the beliefs that I have decided.
And you wanted to flesh something out, but you very likely will be asked clarifying questions, so you might be interrupted.
Then give me 60 to 90 seconds.
We'll see.
To try and.
That seems like a short time to you, but in question land, that's a long time to leave something lingering and a lot of gallops that can be gished.
Again, I don't preach this. It's not written. It's if I'm interrupted.
What is it? Let's stop meandering around the point. What is it you're trying to question? What belief is it?
I believe that the universe, space-time existence is permeated by a cloud of consciousness. A great parallel would be gravity. Gravity exists throughout all of space and time as a force. I believe that consciousness mirrors that very well, and that the point of existence is a refinement of consciousness.
What is consciousness?
what we are, higher, more complexity.
More complexity. What do you mean
The
more complexity?
a bunch of hydrogen gets and energy gets kicked out. It condenses due to gravity, and the hearts of stars, heavier elements fused. They're spit out.
I'm sorry, hydrogen gets kicked out. Are you sure you've got quite the right Big Bang? Is it just a bunch of hydrogen?
Two elements get heavier in the hearts of stars. Is gold and lead and aluminum and carbon, all forged in the hearts of stars over eons.
So is this what you mean by complexity? Is you're talking about elements getting heavier?
Yes.
What does that have to do with some ultimately heavy element?
May I?
If it answers the question.
Those heavier elements are kicked back out and recondensed into, for example, the Earth. That over eons, the Earth has become more complex. There was not grass, there was not trees, there were not lizards. Over time, things have congealed. They have tended to complexity. RNA, amino acids, single cell organisms.
Are you saying RNAs and amino acids and all these things are heavier elements? I'm confused why we were doing the elements getting heavier. So complexity increases. What are you defining as complexity? You said heavy elements.
Is a multicellular organism more complex than a singular cellular organism?
Is that what you're saying? Is the number of cells is the complexity?
I'm saying that existence has gone from single cell to multi-cell, from aquatic to.
What is the metric of complexity? Is it cells, or is it weight, atomic weight? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by complexity.
A blade of grass is alive, more alive than a rock. Yes.
A blade of grass is more alive. Are we trying to? Are you saying life is complexity?
Is a blade of grass more alive?
You're asking about complexity. Are you defining life as complexity?
I'm saying it's more complex than non-life.
So life is more complex than non-life.
Yes.
Is that defining complexity, or is it using it in a sentence?
You have not let me get where I'm going.
I haven't let you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find out what you mean by complexity.
Single element, aluminum, is less complex than a living cell.
Do you see how that's not really... Okay, let's assume that I know what you mean by complexity. What were you saying?
Let's zoom in to just the history of the Earth.
To the history of the Earth. And you're saying it tends towards complexity. And your beliefs are generally just that things tend toward complexity.
Nah, close, not quite. But again, let's zoom in. Space and time, let's zoom all the way in.
Why are we zooming in?
I would really like to just... I can't get through a single sentence here. Single cellular organisms became multicellular, became plants, fungus, animals. An animal is more complex than a plant. I am going to assert that as fact for my belief structure. Simple animals, insects, ants, bees, cockroaches. Again, are much more conscious than a leaf or a blade of grass, and much more complex than a rock.
So
Given time,
complexity equals consciousness. Is that what you're
yes,
trying to get at?
yes.
Why
Given
does
time,
complexity equal consciousness?
to question your own existence. A rock, a blade of grass, a hydrogen atom does not. What is consciousness to you?
Oh, my opinions on this don't matter at all.
Perfect. Great.
I just gave
Again,
you
that's
room.
what I love about the format.
Room to say, well, I gave you room to say what you were saying there, and I'm still
I appreciate that.
in nowhere land with understanding what it is you were saying, other than complexity somehow equals consciousness, and that somehow means everything is conscious or there's an underlying consciousness. But none of that seems to be explained at all with the word complexity or the lack of really a definition of it. I'm not sure how you've concluded that complexity equals consciousness.
I didn't. And I never implied that or asserted that in any way.
I thought I asked you that as a question at one point. Did you mean complexity is consciousness?
No.
It tends towards consciousness.
Yes.
Why do you mean that? Why do you think it tends towards consciousness?
My understanding of the existence from when it started to now. I do not believe that human beings were present at the Big Bang. I do not believe there was language or philosophy or art. I do not believe there was life. I do not believe there were multicellular organisms or mammals or
Why do you think an occurrence within a system is necessarily what the trend is?
Well, wait. Why? What is a trend if not an occurrence within a system? If every time I drop a ball it falls down, it occurs that when I let go of a ball, it
How many
falls.
occurrences of
Not a trend.
I'm sorry, how many unique occurrences of consciousness arising around the universe do you have in comparison to the universe of all of existence?
What does that have to do with? I mean, I know that there was. I understand.
Do you have examples?
I believe that there was less previously. Do you?
I don't know.
But
I don't know why you assume that there was less previously. How do you know that there was not more?
I don't know that the world didn't start last Thursday. I don't know that there's not a flying spaghetti monster. This isn't about knowledge. It's
So
about
is your
proof.
scope is your scope not narrowed specifically to a human perspective and Earth? Right, but is this not narrowed towards your perspective that your I don't know why you can't let me finish a sentence.
Go ahead.
Is this based upon your perspective that your consciousness or consciousness like yours is somehow some not necessarily pinnacle, but a goal, a benchmark that needs to be trended towards?
Yes, I needs.
Strange.
Yes. This belief would necessitate that existence would pass between very low complexity to very high complexity, very like unanimous consciousness on the arc of all of existence. Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed part of your explanation. Can you repeat that? Either you
You
did
asked
that or
if
I did.
you asked if I'm sorry. You asked if my belief was dependent upon my consciousness believing that
That's not
my.
quite what I was saying.
Would you like to reiterate the question?
I was asking if it depended on your perspective that your consciousness and consciousness like it, that you assume to be like it, is a benchmark, a goal of the complexity that you think drives everything this towards a consciousness of all.
So you shied away from the use of pinnacle and goal. I feel like this is my consciousness is
I didn't
very
want to assert some kind of
yeah
ego into the
yeah.
question for you.
I understand, and no, my consciousness is not.
Who's like it? That's why
Yeah,
I tried to broaden the question so it didn't sound like an accusation of you being narcissistic.
yes. I believe so.
So it is. You think that like human consciousness is a goal, so
Not
far in this.
necessarily human and not necessarily mine.
Right. So then the question I would ask is, if you think this is the trend towards complexity, then why would you assume that the universe itself has reached that complexity?
Reached. So okay, but briefly here, from the Big Bang, an infinitely dense point that releases all of the energy and matter into all of existence until the assumed conclusion, the heat death of the universe, where just all energy is expended. It's just neutral. There's just no more action that is physically possible because all of the energy has been expended and equalized. Between those 2 points, I believe that the infinitely dense point where the Big Bang began was an infinitely dense point of consciousness explodes against, because it's my belief, it's what I choose to believe, explodes into all of existence. The purpose is for it to
Okay,
eventually
stop
settle
though. Stop though. You're
which is
focusing on the what, and I'm
everything.
more interested in the why.
So the why is because I can choose what I choose to believe. Why does somebody believe in Allah or Buddha or God or Jesus or a
A
leprechaun?
myriad of different reasons. Fear, hope, indoctrination for those reasons, you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why they believe what they
So
believe.
when I ask you why you believe what you believe, is it just because it's fun? Or do you just assume it? And like, what is the reason why you have decided this is true?
It's belief. It's independent of reason. And everybody gets to choose what they believe. Okay, sorry. I believe everybody gets to choose what they believe. I have chosen to believe this. It's the
Why
most,
have you chosen to believe this?
because of God that exists from cover to cover in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah bore me. Because Zeus and Hercules are mythological, but Jesus isn't. Nothing else makes sense. Nothing else holds weight to me. I don't have any logic behind my beliefs. It's the belief system I just
Do you
kind of
believe Jesus isn't, or were you just using that as a reason why you don't believe that? The way they
I
say
do
that.
not believe Jesus could walk on
That's
water
what.
or be dead and then not dead.
I see. You just believe he existed.
I don't need to die on that hill. I don't know, whatever. I don't believe he was supernatural. I don't believe if he existed, he was a man. Nothing more than a man.
But you, But you believe that, do you believe that there is this consciousness absent the choice, or is it just your choice to decide that there is this consciousness?
Interesting question. I choose to believe it, but I believe that without me believing in it is an
Would you or could you otherwise be convinced absent the choice?
I'm sorry, could I be convinced of which?
Your belief
is untrue?
No,
I mean, yes, but I would need some kind of evidence. I would need some kind of.
And so, what kind of evidence do you have to believe that there is consciousness?
In all honesty, and it's a bad answer, it is an illogical and irrational answer, but in all honesty, I spoke to God. I spoke to the Creator. I spoke to the universe, yes.
In what way did you speak to it? Audibly out loud, or in your head?
Manic psychosis through the sky.
In a recognized delusional state, like
in a diagnosed delusional state.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it that.
So then, why wouldn't you call it that?
I felt what I felt. I saw what I saw.
Isn't that what a delusion is? Something that you believe to be real that is.
Isn't that what experience is?
That is not. No, I'm sorry. Delusion would. Yeah, I stopped short. A delusion is something that you believe to be true that is not. That is verifiably not true.
I see the verifiable there is difficult for me. How can I verify that the wall in front of me is actually a wall? I believe the wall in front of me is a wall. I can touch it.
You could test it or gain consensus or find other ways to at least gain assurance that it is more likely real than not real. Is there some way that you can do that with your experience?
Love. Have you ever been in love? Have you ever been in love?
I don't know how that question is going to answer mine.
I feel it. I feel love. Can I prove love? No. Can I define? No. Can I
So
show
it's a
you love?
feeling.
Can I
So you
demonstrate?
feel that your experience was real, despite having received a diagnosed explanation.
Yes. In much the same way that I feel like I'm in love with my partner. Yes.
And so you then assume that experience must be real, or do you question?
Choice. It's a choice
you make
to
the
believe.
choice that the experience was real.
Yes. And if not literally real, spiritually real, metaphorically real.
Can understanding your delusions to be real and finding ways of marrying that into your reality and making it either metaphorically or spiritually or even literally real, can that lead to danger and cause harm for you and others?
So, undeniably, yes. Very complex question. Simple question. Undeniably, yes. So many believe.
Does that excuse you from knowingly going against what seems to be an empirical or consensus-based explanation?
Going back to love, should I disregard my feelings of love because I cannot prove it, demonstrate it scientifically? I cannot weigh it. I cannot make you feel it.
Are you saying that these are that there's no disparity between love and the assumption that a delusion is in some way real?
So I'm saying there's no difference between love and belief. Feeling.
Is it
The things that
possible
I feel
that
inside of me
is
that I
is it
cannot weigh. I cannot show you my love. I feel it.
I think I might understand, but I want to make sure. Are you saying that that a feeling, an emotion that could potentially be quantifiable through um, uh, neurology or some other methodology, that is the same thing as your belief, your choice?
I
Is
don't.
it a feeling that could be quantified?
You're saying that you can quantify a feeling like love.
If you
I'm saying
could neurologically.
yes. I'm saying if you could quantify a feeling like love, you could also quantify a belief in God. I'm saying that they are equivalent. If you could quantify a feeling, you could quantify a belief. They are equivalent.
So essentially, your belief that there is a consciousness underlying all is a feeling.
Yes.
And for you, lacks any need for logical reasoning or explanation.
Yes. So 2 plus 2 equals 4, independent of me. That just is truth. There is no belief there. It just is structure. It just is. But like flowers smell good, or I like sunshine. Those are not independent of these. Those are specifically dependent upon me.
I want to make sure that other people get an opportunity to question before we move on
Absolutely.
to a new guest. If you've got the time for, we won't keep you too long.
Absolutely. I adore the format. This is
really quick
so
though.
awesome.
Really quick though. I've got to thank Michael V. I've got to thank Shell. Also, Huggy and Z. Thank y'all so much for helping with that goal. But really quick, I know Bats came up here probably for a specific question they had in mind. So real quick, Bats, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, Thrayle.
Good morning.
I love the profile picture, by the way. I wanted to ask you if your beliefs needed to be true for them to be important to you.
I would say that a belief is necessarily not true. 2 plus 2 equals 4 is true. I like the color red is not true. It is a belief. A belief, I would say, is completely independent from truth.
So would you say your beliefs give you something else besides truth, like maybe comfort?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yes. Yep.
I think this begs a question then. Would you prefer a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
Uncomfortable truth.
So there is a need for truth then?
Truth is always preferable.
Do you believe, and you brought up earlier that things like psychosis and so forth, and I've also experienced things like that, and I wonder if that is true for you, or if you view it as true because you experience it.
I have no interaction with anything but through my experience. There's I cannot know anything outside of what I have experienced.
Then why try to give it an answer if you can't know? Is the question necessary to have an answer?
No. I was
This
agnostic. I until I spoke to universe, I did not believe in it.
and since
Until I
you've
felt it, until I saw it, until I spoke to it, I did not believe it was there. I was agnostic. I did not deny it was there. I just had no reason to believe it was. Once I met her, I, I was convinced.
can we always trust our feelings?
Yeah.
So
Do they? If what do you mean by trust? Because if I feel angry, can I not believe that I feel angry? Like, how would you distrust a feeling?
I think I would I would acknowledge the anger, but I wouldn't use it to, like, say I was angry at someone for a misunderstanding. My feelings may be valid. I can acknowledge them, but if whether or not they're based on fact is different. I can
Absolutely.
have a misunderstanding of somebody and be angry at them, and my feelings are not based on fact. They're based off of um, however I feel. The feeling is valid, but the information may not be.
I a billion percent. I agree completely. But is the anger real? Does the anger exist?
Yes,
Whether whether or not,
acknowledging is part of the dissecting of it.
yeah, yeah. But that's not real anger. Uh, you know, whether or not it's justified is different.
You've stated some of your beliefs and how you got there, and some of it seems to be. I should ask this. Do you think that comfort can be more important than truth?
No.
So, if the two collide, we should seek truth.
Yes. So, rough example. I'm sorry, but if I believe my wife was unfaithful, that gives me comfort. Would I rather know whether or not she was? Yes. Does if if I know she was unfaithful, but I believe she wasn't, is that helpful? No. It hurts. I can believe it all I want, but once I have the knowledge, a painful truth is infinitely more valuable than a comfortable truth.
Everybody has the right to choose what they believe.
Thank you.
However, I'm trying to understand the utility of this belief. I'm guessing it seems to be comfort, but there are lots of other religions that provide comfort. I was wondering why you chose this one.
Religions, I believe, are arbitrary. I don't I don't care what some man wrote in some book. That that means nothing to me.
Do you think it's safe to harbor what some might perceive as a manic psychosis? Do you think it's safe to harbor that as a belief?
I don't really understand what
Like
the question is.
with manic psychosis, people will oftentimes struggle with their mental health, with their dealings with others. They'll be caught in a state of delusion. There's several things that happen when a person is in a manic state of psychosis that might be considered harmful.
Okay.
Do you think harboring beliefs while in that mind state is healthy?
I got you. I got you. So many of the things that I thought at the time would certainly not be healthy to maintain. I understand, and it's a perfectly valid point. But I also none of the other things that I was thinking or feeling at the time really held any weight. Really, after I was in a different state of mind, I was able to reflect and realize that a lot of things that I thought were mistakes were incorrect. But the experience that I had was as pure and true as any experience anybody has ever had. And it was one of the most meaningful and powerful things that has ever happened to me. And given that, again, before that experience, I was agnostic. I neither believed or disbelieved in anything. Once I had that experience, people talk about how Jesus walks with them, or they, and I, again, don't call it a three-letter God. It's not written in some holy book. It is my relationship with the universe and existence and purpose and all of space and time, and it is a relationship I choose to live within. I like it.
I guess the only real remaining question is that if you were to wake up tomorrow and find a good reason to believe that there was no underlying consciousness, no entity or idea of this universe the way you perceive it, that everything just is as it appears, would that change the way you live your life?
Well, I mean, it would change my belief about existence. Again, the day before this experience, I didn't believe that there was this power, this flow, this motivation to existence. Since then, I have. If tomorrow I had something like I've changed this belief before. There's nothing to prevent me from changing it again. But my belief about the purpose of existence, of all of space and time, doesn't really affect my day to day all that much, you know? I don't behave because of some scripture or whatever, you know. I don't behave in a certain way because of this belief. It would change my perspective, certainly. If tomorrow I woke up like I had some weird dream and I, some Satan worship, the jihad, then I do jihad. But it's.
I appreciate your answer. I don't have any more questions for you, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did.
I appreciate you having me. Again, adore the format. Really love the only questions.
Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe another time you'll come back and who knows, maybe you'll have different answers for us. But either way, take care. Who else do we have in the queue? Before we do bring up our next guest, we're at 374,000 likes. My gas is flabbered. I don't even know what to say. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys. All of you for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for reposting or however you do it. Thank you all. And if there is anybody who has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, we'll go ahead and request on it. I don't know how many of those requests right now are ghosts in the queue, and we'll only know as we accept them one at a time. I don't know. panelists or ghosts on the panel? Is a cat awake?
I'm awake, but I need to drop down.
Well, I appreciate you, Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy.
Thank you for being here. Let's see who else is in the queue. I think a cat might have passed out in a vat.
Oh dear, a cat in a vat.
How about that? We'll set her down gently, and if she's awake, she'll find her way back.
Cat's amazing.
Absolutely. Who else do we have? Oh, well, there's one that's there. Hello, Peace Mode. Can I
Hi,
get your
everyone.
age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, my age is 39.
And do you have a belief
Is
in
this-
a god or gods?
Sorry, I have a call. Can I answer to that, please?
Yeah, why don't you get that?
Yeah, please.
And while he does that, let's all tap that screen and share the live out. We could probably get a few more believers to question before I read some terrible AI poetry and find my own way to a bed.
I wouldn't say terrible. It's
Well,
you read it so well.
I wonder if it would be as poignant or well received if it wasn't for the voice reading it. Sometimes I hope not. But that might be a little bit of ego. I think he might be on that call long enough that we'll go ahead and move on. And when Peace Mode comes back, he can request back up. Let's see if any of these are ghosts. I'm going to guess that they were all ghosts. Oh, yeah, that was definitely an accidental request. Well, now the queue's empty. If anybody in here does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like... Oh, well, one of our ghosts apparated. Hello there. Is this user 63347? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Huh?
Can I get your age?
I am 18.
What year were you born?
Just on 18, like last month.
Oops. He might have just turned 18. Uh-oh. Maybe he can try again, but I would like to hear from somebody who does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs. Well, then, that's who I want to hear from. Oh, well, thank you, Shell and Saints and Robin96. Thank you all for helping with that goal. Appreciate you. Let's see, do we have another request? No. None. You guys are going to make me read poetry, aren't you? I'm going to have to turn it over to question the questioner.
After that last guess, I do have a question for you, but I'll save it. I'll remember it.
I don't know. I might do question the questioner. I might figure out whatever poem I'm reading. I haven't prompted one yet, so.
As much as I love the poetry, I still hope there are people in the comments below willing to question their beliefs. We're at 381k likes. Just keep tapping. If you have already reposted, you can unrepost and repost again. You can post to your story. I just did that before I came up. It's helpful to the live.
Let's give them a moment, make them uncomfortable. Oh, not with that music. Maybe something more like. Well, that worked. Welcome back, Peace.
Hey, Thrayle. Sorry, man. I had a call to answer, so.
That's all right. Can you remind me, it was the question I asked right before you got your call. I know I'd asked your age, and you said you were, how old again?
39. 39.
39, and you believe in a god or gods. What god is that?
On God. One God.
Which god?
I'm Muslim, so,
I see. Have we spoken before?
No, never.
Have you read
I
your
haven't been
Quran?
here in this. Yeah.
I have to ask.
But I don't remember everything, but I have read.
Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal, the breathed word of Allah?
As a human, and as per my understanding and per my logic, 90% makes sense to me. 10%, of course, it doesn't make sense to me because I've never seen for example, the moon splitting, those things I haven't seen with my eyes, and it doesn't make sense to me, but I believe it. Since I cannot disapprove it, I believe it.
So, since you can't disprove it, you believe it. And
yeah.
Do you believe anything that you can't disprove at all?
Yeah, there are many things I cannot disprove.
So do you believe anything that you can't disprove? If you can't disprove that God is actually a celestial skeletal back goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda CDM model of physics, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages as she unfurls her wings, expanding.
I know your point. I see.
Yeah, does that, can you just, if you can't disprove it, do you believe?
So if I believe in Quran, the God doesn't mention anything that how it looks, and we cannot, our brain cannot now, cannot define God. So I cannot speak on that matter. I don't know how it looks, and I cannot disapprove that. He may
So if
be
you
everything.
can't disprove it,
How can I?
if you can't disprove it, then do you believe it, or is there a better standard of belief that you use for the Quran that you're not using for this?
Yeah, what is in Quran? I don't question. Yeah, I don't question. I mean, I don't question. I believe it. What is in Quran? Because there are some points in Quran, some sayings, some verses that, or we can prove them with science today. So if that's true, if
You say that you can
if that makes
prove.
sense, and then the other part.
Sorry, I don't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt
there
you.
are things in Quran.
You said for a moment that you said that you can prove certain verses in the Quran. I'm not sure quite what you're talking about, but I would like to know a different question. Are there things in the Quran that you do question?
Yeah, as I told you, that 10% that doesn't make sense to me, I question it. I think about it. How is possible, but right and makes sense, then it may be right. It may be correct, the 10%. But I cannot disapprove that 10%. Since I cannot disapprove it with my own physics and with the modern physics, then it may have happened. Who knows? You understand my point? For example, if you say
that you can't. I'm sorry. There's like 10%
around
of the Quran
10%.
that you can't prove.
It's just a rough number,
So so that 10% is what you question, but everything else feels like it must be true. 90% true is how you feel. And that 10% is a maybe, still possibly true. Like splitting the moon.
Yeah.
Peace, I'm curious. I appreciate that there is that 10% that I think is a good thing to question. But I would wonder about that 90 and why you think it's 90% that you can't question.
For example, I cannot question, and it's already confirmed with modern science. For example, the widening of universe, the embryology, how it works, how we are created. There are some stuff which are mind blowing. That someone 1,400 years ago, to be so precise, it's interesting. And also
you said something of what was precise. I didn't hear.
The embryology, how
embryology.
Yeah.
You're thinking that because there's something in the Quran about what is it, blood clots, that talks about embryology in such a specific way that it's unquestionable, that it somehow proves that 90% of the Quran must be true. I'm not sure I understand how that responded to my question, why 90% is unquestionable.
Yeah, for example, you can mention something that it doesn't make sense to you from that 90%. You know, if you have any point, anything to raise, or you understand what I mean? Because
Well, yeah,
it's too wide. The Quran is not.
You mentioned the embryology thing.
Yeah,
have you
that's one of
verified
them.
that
Yeah.
that is accurate to modern science?
Yeah,
That
yes,
they
science. Yeah, science.
if
Yes,
it was
modern science
accurate,
doesn't
I'm
reject.
sorry, but if it was accurate and true, then why doesn't modern science refer to is it fertilized embryos as blood clots? Thank you, 96.
Say again.
Why doesn't modern science refer to fertilized embryos as blood clots? Isn't that the way the Quran refers to the...
Is it saying that it's not like a blood clot? Because the word in Arabic, alaka, means like also three different interpretations, you know, like leech, like, and blood clot, clinging, you know. It's not just in one point, like a clot or something like that. You can interpret it in different words too.
You said it meant...
You know, it's not something.
So if you can interpret it differently, sounds like it could be very questionable. How do you
Your
hold,
question is that
how do you hold certainty to these as proofs of the Quran's truth if it relies on interpretations in order to make it seem consistent with science, especially this blood clot verse?
Because I couldn't find anything that from science that rejects this, you know, this claim or says it's wrong somehow.
Is that the practice of modern science to reject and disprove the claims of religion? Is that what they do?
No, but
so then why would
if
there be
if
science out there saying the Quran is wrong?
Yeah, because billions of people are believing on that, you know. Why not?
So is that the practice of
Why
modern science
science
to tell believers that they're wrong about their beliefs?
It's their right to do whatever they want, you know. But since they don't come and
so if science
reject
isn't
it,
saying
it means
it's
that there is
wrong,
no error.
you're saying that if science, whoever that is, isn't saying that it's wrong, then therefore it must be true.
But they also, you have many scientists, they say it's right.
Sure,
You understand?
I've had scientists in here who also agreed that the celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, and expands our universe, which is just one membrane between her bony appendages. They've agreed that it's true. Does it make it true because a scientist agreed?
Oh,
we couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I lost the internet.
Lost the signal.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said?
What? Half of it. Can you repeat? Sorry.
I can absolutely repeat it. I enjoy repeating it. So if I've had scientists in here who agreed that the celestial, excuse me, that the celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurls her wings in accordance with the lambda-cedium model of physics, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, expanding to this day. If there have been scientists who have agreed to that and said that it's true, does that make it true?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
Well, they didn't say it was wrong, and some of them even said it was true. Does that make it true?
Since there is no one disapproving it, it might be true. It might be true. We never know.
True. Do you treat the Quran
Yeah.
the same way? Say it might be true because no one disagrees, or do you say it is true because no one disagrees?
As I said in the beginning, so for the moon splitting, I'm saying that it might be true because no one can disapprove it, and no one did until now.
And so people have.
I don't believe that
the moon
we
split.
went to moon.
Oh, you don't believe what?
No, that we went to the moon. You know, it may sound.
Let me ask you a
crazy,
question.
but
I'm curious. I'm curious how you might respond to this. Where is Allah?
Allah is everywhere. I don't know. I mean, I cannot. My brain, it's limited. I cannot. I'm not sure what Quran says exactly where God is now, but I can find for you if you. I don't remember.
That's all right. I appreciate that you said I don't know, and maybe you might look into that later and see what kind of answer you come up with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, peace. I've got to ask because I'm curious. Can you
No worries, you can
question
ask anything.
Well, I've got to wonder, can you question the existence or the supremacy of God? Is that something you can even question? Or does your faith forbid it?
God says in Quran that we should, see things with logics. We should do our own, logic and see things in Quran, in everything He owns us, and we know about. So, of course, I can question God myself, within me, but that's why He brought the Quran. So we see the truth and we are guided. For example, let me do one question. I will come back to this answer, early. But let me connect this with one of my questions. Let's say you're atheist, right?
Oh,
are you atheist or?
What I believe doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's suppose hypothetically you wake up tomorrow in a ship or a boat with some people in there. You go to sleep tonight, and tomorrow morning you wake up somewhere else, in a ship going somewhere, and you see people around you. They're standing, talking to each other or whatever. And what would be the first thing that it might come to your mind? Your first question.
I honestly don't know. I have to think about that.
Okay, for myself, I would question why I'm here and where I'm going, where we are going. I would start asking people. I was sleeping. I went to sleep and I just woke up here. Why I'm here? Where are you guys going? where we are going, you know. So that's natural, you know. I think also you would react the same way.
I think
believe.
the difference between your analogy. Well, let me just, before I try to dismantle it, I think that I would question how I got here on the boat, because I mean, are we assuming I remember going to sleep the day before the life I had? Because if I remember that clearly, then I would
you
wonder
remember.
how
Yeah,
I
you
got
remember.
from there. Yeah, I would wonder how I got from there to here to the boat. Might be my first question, or who, who's in charge, so I can ask them, because it seems like that might lead me to better answers. But but the problem, of course, with that analogy is that if you're comparing life to the boat, then what about that memory from before?
And
we don't
I'm
have that here.
I'm comparing I'm comparing the Earth like a boat, and people on it like you waking up, you know, on the boat.
But are we just waking
understand
up
what I
on
mean?
a boat? Yeah, but the difference is, are we waking up on a boat with a full head of memories from another life, or are we just waking up on a boat absent any understanding? Because I don't know what a person
it's
absent.
irrelevant, you know.
Right. Well, I think
It's
it is
irrelevant
relevant.
whether
I
you
think it is relevant, piece, because the question that you ask
what?
because the question that you ask in the beginning may depend upon whether or not you remember where you were. And since we don't on this earth have any recollection of a before four, I don't see any way that I can know for sure what question I would have asked on the boat in your analogy, if it's actually analogous to this earth, because I don't know. And I think it'd be different for everybody, of course, what questions they might ask absent the memories of a previous life, whereas many might ask many questions related to their previous life and how they ended up where they are.
Yeah, I understand,
like
but
the analogy
when we
hits a road bump there.
when we were born, you know, without we couldn't speak, and we couldn't, you know, we didn't have any senses, anything like, you know, psychological way. We were just toddlers, you know. We waiting for our mother and father to guide us and
I'm curious,
show us
though,
the world, right?
I'm curious how this analogy gets us back to questions you ask about God or the Quran, or if it's even okay for you to question the existence of God.
Yeah, we'll explain to you.
I'm curious about another question. Are you know what are the 5 pillars of your faith?
Yeah.
Do you know those pillars? Do you know the 5 pillars of Islam?
Yeah.
Can you briefly tell me what they are?
You want the names, or you want me to explain also?
Just the names.
In detail or something?
Just the names.
Yeah, it's like Shahada, we call. I'm not Arabic, so I don't know Arabic very well.
You can give them to me.
I don't know many.
It'd be easier for me to understand if you translated or gave your best understanding.
Yeah, first we should say, you know, that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. You know, the second is the prayer, like they call the Salah. We should pray 5 times a day, if you know what I mean. And then is charity, It's Ramadan fasting.
Mm-hmm.
It's pilgrimage to Mecca, and that's it.
Are those questionable? Can you question the pillars of Islam?
Can you define question? How to question them? Because they are like something that is not. It's something doable, and something logical. And for example, let's say.
I don't know how I necessarily would define question. I think this is telling me more about how you do. So if you want to tell me what it means to question your beliefs and then apply that to questioning the pillars of Islam, you can. But that's what I wonder, is if you can do that, if that's something that's even permitted in your faith.
Yeah, look how I see these pillars. For example, if I believe in Quran and the 5 pillars, which means that I need. God says, "Hey, you need to worship only me," and Muhammad is the messenger, right? And okay, that makes sense. He's God, and he's telling me to believe on him and that Muhammad is his messenger. The second, prayer. If you go to pray 5 times a day, it's good for your.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand where you might be going with that, but I'm very curious about that first one. Can you question that? Is that something that is permitted in your faith to question?
No. If I question, I go I become in the someone else, someone in some group of people.
I understand. You see why I'm asking you this. I forget the Arabic word.
No, yeah.
Is it kafir? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's true.
So in Islam, it is actually forbidden to question the existence of God or the truth of the messenger.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Does that seem conducive to critical thinking, to using your logical mind, like he tells you to?
If let's put it this way, God is, according to me, God is God, and we cannot question him, as you cannot.
I understand
question,
that piece. My question was very carefully crafted. I don't want to try to force you to commit.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm trying to ask you if you could question kafir, if you can question that concept, the idea that you can't question the existence of God. Is that not a questionable law?
I believe that many Muslims have questioned it on their mind within them, sometimes in life. But when we grow up enough and we come to understand that that's the truth, as we get experience in this earth and with different people, we come to realization that might be true. Why not? You understand? So I'm not saying that no one question it. Everyone might have a time in history, in his past, that he might have questioned it. But you come in one point in life when you really say, this is the truth. No way there is anything else other than this. Because why? Because Islam teaches you how the moral, how to be healthy and
I hear you,
and good with people and everything.
I understand.
Yeah, you understand what I mean?
I think I do. You're telling me that it teaches you so many good things, and it does let you question so many things, that it's okay that it tells you not to question this. That this one thing, having an off-limits thing, like questioning God, questioning the truth of the messenger. That is, it's okay to have that off limits if everything else feels so free and good. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Because if
I
I
would
to be honest,
strongly.
I have questioned it when I earlier, and God didn't do anything to me, you know. But He knows best. He may punish me for that. He may, I don't know. But
I
now
understand,
I don't
Peace.
question it.
I
Yeah.
understand, Peace. I appreciate you answering that, and while not committing it, questioning at least the rule of it, and I wonder if it could be questioned more. But I think we're nearly done, at least with this conversation, and Bats would really like to ask a question or two, so I'd like to see what they have to say. Go ahead, Bats.
Okay. First of all, assalamu alaikum. Peace. I thank you. I think I've listened to your understanding, and earlier you pointed out a 90-10. I'm not trying to go too far back on that topic, but if something is mostly true, does that mean it's all true?
For example, you 9 to 10, right? The 90% and 10%, right?
Yeah, I'll give
But
it. I'll give
the 10%, the 10%, no one can disapprove it. That's why.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Because I'll give a boat analogy. Say something. One of my hyperfixations is the Titanic. I know a lot about it. I used to be able to quote you everything from blueprints to staff members. I could quote all of it before at one point. Then I saw this movie called The Titanic, and a lot of it was true, but there were parts of it that weren't. Is it possible that something that is not true to have a lot of truth in it, but then just enough not truth to not be true? Because it had a lot of truth in it. Yeah. Do you see my point?
You finished?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The movie Titanic, we can prove it that something is not correct in the movie. What I'm saying is for example, the splitting of the moon. No one can disapprove that to me. You understand what I mean?
You're saying no one can disprove that at all. Why?
What about?
Yeah.
Why do you think that nobody can disprove the splitting of the moon?
Because we don't have the tools, and we haven't been on moon ever. So if someone goes there, and maybe in the future goes there and proves it that there is no splitting of the moon, you know.
Peace.
What I mean?
What shape is the Earth?
I believe it's like round, or like egg round.
Egg round. Okay, like a what?
One of both, yeah. Which one?
Okay. I'm just making sure you don't think it's like flat or like a cube or a donut.
No, I don't believe it's flat, but
you just don't believe that we went to the moon.
I don't believe.
Why?
Because during the moon landing, as we know, I don't have a lot of information about that, but during moon landing, we don't have a lot of footages like videos and stuff, you know, or things like that. And there are many questions now. If we go in that topic, we're gonna need a lot of time to.
Yeah, we're not gonna dive too deep, but I wonder if you say there's not a lot of footage. I
Yeah,
wonder if
because
you've looked
it was
into
something.
the camera systems that were being used. Do you know what camera systems were being used and how they were transmitting?
I don't know in details how the camera works, but I think we have videos from world uh, from Earth. You know what about the wars and stuff. You know about
Yeah,
the
we
different
have
places. You know
cameras. Yeah, we have
the
cameras where there are
good
where there
quality,
are a
not
lot of people.
perfect.
Yeah, where there are a lot of people, there are good cameras, and where there were only a few, there were just the cameras they brought that were also the best they could at the time. So, do you think that you understand that believing that this was fake is not just not believing, it's believing everyone involved, who many of which are, um, well, some of which at least might still be around, um, that they all lied, and that everybody at that agency is still lying.
Yeah, because one of
And other
the
countries
points
around the
there that
world who've been able to land their own crafts, that they would be lying too.
yeah, I have a good explanation on this. Let's say Russians went there first, right? Am I wrong? Did the Russians were the first to land on moon, right? Or no?
I don't have the information in front of me, but sure.
Yeah, and then after the Russians went the Americans. So when the Russians went there, they make this like real event, so to deceive people, and that we went there, you know, and seen the moon and touched the moon and blah blah blah, and then it was like a big news around the world during that time that we are the strongest, we are the, I don't know how, like they wanted to deceive people and to make that Russia is big, you know,
Just to be
it's
clear,
very powerful. So
just
let
to
me
be clear.
connect it with you.
Well, hang on. I just want to back up. You said Russians were first to land on the moon. I don't know about that. They might have had the first like satellite in space, but I don't know who was. I'm pretty sure it was the Americans who landed first. But regardless, I don't know. Uh, you're saying that there's some, because they had a race to be bigger and stronger, that somehow proves that they didn't go there. I'm not understanding that.
What I want to say is that they created that, you know, like fabricated that, so that they can have influence around the world. And then later, Americans saw that it had effect, you know,
Oh, so
in
they
their.
think they did it to copy
And then
them and get influence around the world.
Yeah, did the same. They didn't went there. They did the same story. So we are, you know, we also went to moon, you know, so they can do. This was like a war between the USSR
Really
and
quick, while
US.
we divert from conspiracy land, I'm going to go ahead and thank Rob in '96 for helping with the previous goal. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know that I really have any more questions for you, Peace. This is kind of going off into really strange territory, and I don't hear you actually questioning the belief. I just hear you kind of presenting what it is you feel about the conspiracy. That I'd really rather just ask somebody who believes in a God why they believe in that God. And we've already established you won't question the existence of your God or the truth of his messenger's message. So I appreciate you being here. I really do. Thank you for answering the questions honestly. But I think we're going to move on.
I'm so surprised you didn't put the WTF picture up.
I thought about it. I really considered it. We were almost there.
Almost.
We had the donut queued up. But I'd much rather keep going and question someone with a belief that can question it.
Darn it, I was looking forward to arguing about seminal fluid.
Yeah.
See, that's something that we can prove with biology and don't have to fight over a conspiracy. Oh dear. More conspiracy in the comments.
Guys, we hit 400,000 likes a while back. That's amazing. You guys, I don't think I remember ever hitting a 400K before. Maybe once. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't think we have.
I shouted that out early in the comments. The comments have been amazing with the likes and the reposts. It's a good night, I think, even if the guests are trailing off a bit. But it's with all these people in here, I'm sure there's lots of people in here who have beliefs of some kind. If you do have a belief, you can hit the invite button on the screen or the colorful two people on the bottom of the screen, and we'll get to discuss what those beliefs are, and we'll get to explore, as I think that's why we're here. To question beliefs. I know I question a lot of beliefs lately.
How you doing?
Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
19 years old.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. So I grew up Catholic. I'm not Catholic anymore. I'd say I'm like lukewarm Christian, but like probably agnostic. So I think we can know a lot, but we can't know everything. Like one of the things I don't know is, why does God allow unnecessary suffering? And some of the best explanations I've heard from like devoted Christians is like, well, he needs to test us. He needs to see like how far our love is for him and stuff like that. And I'm just like, yeah, pretty skeptical on that. Anyway, that's about it.
Okay. So Ben, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I'm currently reading it right now, but I do need to be better about that.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I do not. I am not a literalist. I think some of it is literal, some of it is metaphor or figurative, and I think you need to be able to discern what stories are meant to be taken literally and what stories are meant to be looked at through a metaphorical lens.
Did you say what denomination you belong to?
Like strict Orthodox Catholic, but then I kind of broke away from that. But that would be the one I adhere to, but not. I mean, I'm not like a very practiced Christian by no means.
You say strict Orthodox Catholic.
Yeah. Like if you said the Lord's name in vain, they would take that as like a grave offense type of stuff. Like just saying, "Oh my God."
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
What is that? I have no idea.
Genesis 1.
Oh.
The first chapter.
No, I mean I don't really buy into Genesis as like a historical account. I think maybe it could be like interpreted. This is my own like words. I think maybe it could be interpreted as like how our desire, kind of originates a little bit. Because I mean, the snake in the garden was never a devil or Satan or anything like that. There's only two translations for it. It's like a shining dragon is one of them, or just like a really like a false angel of light, and it also translates to tempter.
That's
So
interesting. I
yeah,
wonder what translation you're looking at there.
the Greek one, Greek and Latin,
I wonder why you would use the Greek and Latin for
because those were the original translations of the Bible.
from what language?
Greek and Latin were the original languages of the Bible.
Greek and Latin. Why
Yep.
do you believe that?
Well, because that's what it was historically, and then it was translated into English.
Why do you think that that's what it was historically? Is it possible you're wrong?
Because there's people who used the Latin versions of the Bible to defend against other people in that time period. I think it was like the 1500s.
Is that when the Bible was written?
Well, it was okay. Hold on. There was Greek and there was Latin. I don't know when they were written or anything like that. I'm not a historian, but
Is
I
it
know
possible
those.
that none of the Bible was originally in Latin? That was just an early translation?
Yeah, that one was probably okay. I might be
From
getting my
another
languages
language.
confused, but there was Greek, Hebrew, and Latin. I don't know if Hebrew is the same as any of those. I'm not a genius by no means.
Sure.
But I know there was three different languages.
Just to clarify, it would have been Hebrew and Greek with a very little bit of Aramaic. and some
Aramaic.
letters.
There was no Latin? What about St. Augustine? I'm pretty sure he pulled from Latin. But that might have been a different translation. Because I'm reading Confessions right now. So I'm pretty sure there was a Latin version as well. I just don't think it was used for... actually, there's like a name for the Latin version. But I don't
Is it possible that the Latin that you're thinking of, as I said, is a later translation?
I think it was. I
From
think
those
you're
other
right.
languages.
I think you're totally right. I think it was a
So
later
if the original languages were Hebrew and Greek, for the most part.
Yeah.
Do you think that when it was written in those languages, that what was written was true?
That's a really good question. I don't think all of it was true. I think maybe some of it are accurate testimonies. Other ones are probably pretty embellished or, I don't know, manipulated. My phone's about to die. If it dies, and that's why I left. But what do you think about that?
Like who wrote it? When was it written? Why was it written? If your phone is about to go, Ben, I'm going to let Bats get a question in before you're gone.
That sounds good.
Have you taken any biblical history classes or courses?
Just the very basic ones in my middle school.
If the Bible is something you want to study, I don't know how it is for a Catholic, but I was raised fundamental Baptist. I'm not anymore, and I studied the Bible a lot I still study it even though I'm not a Christian anymore.
I think it's like art, you know?
I think an understanding of biblical history would be very helpful, because something like the Old Testament originally being Latin is very is quite frankly misinformation. So if you were to do some research, I think you will find that the Old Testament was in Hebrew and that the New Testament was in Aramaic and Greek. And over time, it was translated to Latin because of the Roman Catholic Church. And it was also translated to German. It was translated to English. It was Michael Tyndale. This is a whole vast history. I would encourage you to, if you get a chance, maybe.
Yeah, like I kind of remembered a little bit, but I didn't remember it all. I need to definitely reopen the history books for sure. But yeah, you're right. Because like a lot of people, this is one thing I don't like. A lot of people love to just like, oh, the historical context. They're just using that as an excuse to justify the crazy shit that happens in the Bible. Now, that's true to a degree, but at the same time, understanding it can really help you understand what they meant with that crazy shit sometimes they be spewing in the Bible. That's what I like.
What if, in your studying the Bible in its original language to find its true meaning, you discover inconsistencies? Would that change how you view the Bible?
It would challenge my beliefs. Like, I would definitely be like, some of this isn't really like adding up. It's yeah, contradicting what was said earlier. But like stuff like this is the one where everyone knows this verse where it's like eye for an eye, and then Jesus comes and then he's like, well, just turn the other cheek. Like you have two different messages, one and then like one came first and then the other one kind of contradicts that one. But I think that contradiction, and this is an easy example, it's not one of the harder ones, it kind of serves to show, I mean, they would say the fulfillment of the covenant, I think, with Jesus or something like that. But I like that though. I like that because it shows two different paths you can take.
The Bible does show a lot about the two dispensations, Old and New, in the New Testament, the splitting of the temple curtain. But I would encourage you to even go on a more basic level and look at the scripture itself and the outright inconsistencies, such as in chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Genesis, where the order of creation is skewed and problematic.
Yeah, like I don't really believe it's like a accurate, laying out the geography and the history, all that. I don't take that as the Bible, but I think it has a lot of good morals and stuff to pull from. But not all the morals are good. Some of it is just crazy or outdated. But it has some cool stuff. Like I like how it uses a lot of colorful imagery, especially when it talks about idols and stuff like that. And I really like, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, but the Ecclesiastes, yeah, I don't care. But that's a good book as well because it just shows you like how a lot of the things in the world is vain, and it has a good verse about like the wise and the fool will still die the same way. It doesn't matter. That's oversimplified, but I like that. It teaches a lot about like humility and stuff like that. Yeah, I can't pronounce that word. I can't.
Ecclesiastes. One reason I remember, because I have problem remembering words and like, is like Astes, and then he's Ecclesiastes, because you're right, it's a very vain book.
Ecclesiastes, I like that. Yeah, cool.
And all of it to be completely accurate. Would you say at least the morals taught were good? All of them? Are you there, Ben? I think Ben lost connection.
I think he did. We lost Ben.
Yeah.
I see him in the queue again.
He said his phone was unaliving, so I just hope he heard a little bit of what we had to say before it did.
Okay, well, I think that one didn't mean to request, so I got you there. Let's see.
Are you doing okay, Thrayle?
I am doing okay. I was just getting to see if there was a poem ready. It's not.
Hey, Jimmy.
What we got,
Hi.
Jimmy?
I'm here to offer live background music because 400K.
Ooh, it's 412 on my end.
Yep.
That is awesome.
Great.
Did you mean to request up? I don't know if this one meant to request up. Insomnia. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Insomnia.
Hi, you've gone very, very quiet my side. I think I may have to put headphones in. Bear with me.
No worries.
Can you hear me okay at the moment?
I can hear you great.
Oh, brilliant. Hold on a moment. Actually, I think if I put my volume up a tiny bit, I'll be able to hear you. Hi, hello from England. How are you?
Doing great.
Hello
Can
from
I
across
get,
the pond.
can I
Pardon,
get your
Max?
age?
My age? Oh, yes. I'm 59, going to be 60 next year. Yeah.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
I don't, but I've come on kind of to say hello, but also to say it's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek one. I believe in Winnie the Pooh. We've had this discussion in the chat, and I would very much love to talk about it. I'm not completely mad, by the way.
And Kat's gonna miss it.
I've seen you in the comments, Insomnia. I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you know what? I appreciate you guys because quite often in my working week, you are my background and I listen into what's being talked about and I find it fascinating. I have dabbled in various forms of going to church over my nearly 60 years. And frankly, never found anything that was persuasive in any kind of religion. But the reason I say Pooh Bear is an interesting one, and I know you can't believe in it. Well, I guess you can believe in it. But the reason I say it is I think it's a real allegory, like the Bible in some ways, for life and how to conduct yourself to some degree. It's like a lot of people look to the Bible as a moral compass, I guess, and religion to some degree. But I do think that some other books, like what is it called, The House at Pooh Corner, and all of the other books that A.A. Milne wrote, are actually a good format for living a good life and trying to have empathy for our fellow man and woman. And you probably have me pegged as a total nutter now, I imagine.
Is this on the basis that songs like House on Me make people cry?
I mean, they do, but I think, for example, you've got your different characters, haven't you? You've got Christopher Robin, who's the boy that obviously interacts with the animals, and he's kind of what would you call him, the voice of reason, the person that leads them through any of the little adventures and things that happen to them. And yeah, somebody in the comments says the Tao of Pooh, which is, I think it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, a bit like me. It's a book that was created to almost make the ideology, if you want to call it that, I think that's a big word, but the idea to make them kind of even more along the lines of a belief. The Tao of Pooh, it is what it says. I don't know. What do you think?
I have so many questions.
Please ask. I'll try and answer it in as best as I can.
I think when I enjoy Winnie the Pooh, and I would like to ask you, which character do you think you most align to in the books?
Ooh, now that is really interesting question, because actually I don't know that there's one particular one, and the reason I probably say that is that I feel like those characters each have elements that can be multiple facets of our own. In I align to Tigger. He's full of bounce, he's fun, he's a little bit out there, probably got ADHD, I suspect. You've got Piglet. Another day I might be a bit Piglet. I'm a little bit scared of life. I don't know what to do. I definitely don't align to Eeyore. I think he's kind of the one that is a little bit kind of.
Yeah.
I don't want to call him depressed, but he's not a happy bunny, is he? He's melancholy. That is a good word, Bats. That is a good word. So I think the reason that I believe in Winnie the Pooh, and I know I can question it because I know it's a that than I would the Bible, frankly, because I have read most of the Bible over my years, and I just feel like it is a story. I really do. I think it's a construct, and many people put a bit too much faith in it. That's my opinion of it. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion sometimes, but unfortunately it's how I've felt.
Well, you may associate it a lot with Tigger and maybe inner child is Piglet or something, but I sense also a lot of Rue from you.
Okay.
I think there. I think maybe that's a compliment. I just mean like Rue is very thoughtful and very kind, and
I'm a bit of the mum. Rue, I can't think what Rue's mum's called.
No, isn't Rue the mom? Isn't Rue the mom? Kanga, I'm sorry.
Kanga is the mum.
Kanga, yes.
So I think I had to come on. I know I've come on under a very wobbly premise, and it was really just to say a massive thank you to you guys for providing such an interesting and thought-provoking platform that brings me back time and again to listen. So I just wanted to come on. I know I've been a bit tongue-in-cheek, and to say massive respect for what you do.
Thank you, Ink. I really appreciate you.
So you can chuck me off if you want, because I haven't really, probably, unless you've got any other questions. It's an interesting debate, isn't it? It's, you know.
I have a question. I'm just before you go, do you remember the sign in Pooh Corner? Do you remember there's a sign?
The one that was written by Owl? No.
No, I think it's a sign that pre-existed. It was there, and part of it is missing.
Oh, yes.
It says, Trespassers W. Do you remember that?
I do remember that vaguely.
Do you ever think what was missing?
Ooh, yeah, there's a question to ponder. What do you think?
I don't know. I actually find it very strange to put it in a children's book.
Yeah, I know, it's interesting, but I think that's the thing. I think the reason that I love these books and have loved them is when I was a child, I saw it on one level, and as an adult, I still love it, but in a really different way, because I can look at it on characters that can exist within our own psyche. It is a really, I'd love to. Do you know what I'd really love to do, actually, and I may still do it at some point when I've got more time on my hands, is to actually really, really study it from the perspective of it being a psychological analysis of the human condition. I really think that there is merit in that.
Yeah, I agree.
Watch this space. You never know, I might do it. When I retire, which is quite a few years on from now, but not a few years, but not too many, let's put it that way, I can see myself doing all manner of strange and wonderful things, looking into things, because at the moment I work Monday to Friday. I haven't got an awful lot of time to do the things that I really want to do, and I think there's a lot of things I'd love to explore. So yeah, watch this space, guys. You might see some strange phenomena from me on TikTok in the future.
Look forward to it, Ink.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I look forward to it as well. I myself am strange and unusual and enjoy the strange and unusual, so I'll probably be around. But I would like to ask you, do your beliefs, do they have to be true to be meaningful?
I don't think they do, because for me, the system of having a belief is almost, I do want to use the word comfort. It's a comfort. It's something that it's a bit like a religion, isn't it? So a lot of people I've seen come to religion when they need something to pin their hope on, or their to have comfort, because I've noticed a lot of people who are perhaps in a bit of a down space in their life, and they just need that sense of community, perhaps if they're joining a church, or they may read the Bible because they think that there could be lessons to learn from it, or just comfort. So I don't think something has to be true, because your belief is your belief. But obviously, how am I trying to articulate this? No, it doesn't have to be true, only true to you. And actually, if you've got conviction in your belief, then nothing else anyone would say, I guess, would sway you from that, unless you are an inquisitive and questioning type of person, which I definitely am, which is why I think I'm stringing one long sentence here. Sorry, I'm losing my thought process. I think what I'm trying to say is I have visited various churches throughout my life. I haven't found one that particularly spoke to me or persuaded me that its doctrines or its beliefs were the ones for me. But that doesn't mean I don't understand how other people do find that something to believe in. So it's a really difficult one. I don't think it has to be true, though, to believe it, because belief is your own inner want or need.
Can you find this comfort without those beliefs?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because we were, human beings were created. We've got our thought processes. We can think, as can other animals, I'm sure. But we know that we are sentient beings. We think, and we've got logic, and we do have needs and emotions. And so I think we all have that basic need to be human and I think it's a sense of community. I think it's a sense, when you believe something and somebody else believes the same, perhaps you feel an affinity, don't you, with them? I think there's that need to belong, and it is an animal thing as well, because obviously animals congregate and form community. We don't know how they communicate exactly, because obviously their reality is different to ours. But I think it is just that sense of belonging. I really do. I think it's quite a basic need for us humans. Oh, that's my dog. Apologies. I apologise in advance if you hear my dog bark, and you can throw me off if he gets too annoying. Hello, dog. Oh dear, sorry. You may have to throw me off the panel. I apologise.
I think I was preparing a poem.
Yes.
I appreciate you, Insomnia. Thank you so much for coming up. I'll set you down, just so you can get the dog settled.
I've appreciated Insomnia from the comments. This is the first time I've got to hear their voice and meet them as a person, and I was like, they're pretty cool.
It's a great name.
We have
Maybe now.
a request, and I have a poem. So we kind of have a choice, one way or the other.
How are you feeling, Thrayle? Do you have enough spoons for both?
Do I have enough spoons for questioning? Yeah, we can question one more believer if they're open to questioning their beliefs. But it seems as though they've moved on. And rather than go into the last request, which I do appreciate, our previous guests, all of them, that were respectful and up here, even the one with the moon, which we'll get into maybe another time. Piece, you can come back and we'll question you about that. But I am ready to go to bed, I think.
Maybe I believe you go live every night. There's a Discord and there's a YouTube. But I think I'll leave you to your poem, Thrayle, and hit the likes from the comments because we're almost at my favorite number and I want to tap away.
Oh, we just hit it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yes, you need to drop me down so I can celebrate.
Thank you, Bats. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate you too. Oh, wait.
Thank you, Thrayle. Did you want me to stay and play, or do you want
Let
to
me
use
go
your
ahead and let me just go ahead and use the music cues this time. But
Very good.
I appreciate you.
Sure thing. Appreciate you too.
Thank you, Jimmy. As always, let's drop this back just because I am ready. But thank you, everybody, for being here, for questioning your beliefs, for engaging in questioning others. Thank you, everybody, for tapping the screen and sharing the live. 420,000 likes. You guys are amazing. And thank you all for helping with the gift goals, for gifting the panels, the panelists. Thank you all. I definitely got to thank Heather's Descent, Delilah's Scissors, Tanika, also Morgan LaFarmer, Cat DeWitch, and 96. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. And if any of you do want to join the community, see what we get up to between the lives, challenge me or any of the regulars around here to a game of chess, or see the new D&D section. That's follow the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You will want to read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might seem a little empty. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and want to show your support that way, well, I do truly thank all of you who help that way. Thank you so much. It does make all the difference. And I think, well, there's really only one thing left. Sacred, too delicate to prod, too holy to unravel, too perfect to be flawed. They swear their visions are certain, their revelations clear, as if conviction were evidence and confidence were near. They tell you not to question the spirits in the room, the voices in the quiet, the prophecies of doom. Not to tug at tangled legends, not to check what's in the jar, not to ask how they know it. Only trust them from afar. But if a truth collapses, when you touch it with a thought, was it ever truth to begin with, or just certainty well taught? If a god dissolves in daylight, if a spirit fades when pressed, if a doctrine tilts and trembles when you simply ask your best, then maybe the forbidden questions, the ones that must be voiced, for a truth that can't withstand them is a truth that is no choice. So lift the lid they warn you from, poke the places marked, don't pry. Let dogma try to dodge you as it flinches from a why. For if belief demands your silence, if it cannot face your doubt, tell me, what kind of truth is it that fears being found out? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.